761. Zhou merely pricked up her ears. After waiting for a while, there was really no movement. She didn't even dare to turn her head. She sighed and looked at Chen Lingjun pitifully. She lowered her voice and said, "Chen Lingjun, I'm dreaming." I must have dozed off at the mountain gate. The reason why Chen Pingon didn't continue to speak was that according to the mountain and river rules recorded in the authentic alchemy book, after arriving at Luopa Mountain, he immediately took out a stick of mountain and river incense as a gift to the saint Mr. Three Mountains 9 Marquises. After Chen Pingon silently lit the incense, the green smoke curled up, but it didn't dissipate between heaven and earth. Instead, it turned into a cloud of green mist, condensing and not dissipating. It turned into a pocket-sized mountain, like a mountain city manifested from Luopa Mountain. However, the small Luopa Mountain that looked like a mountain mirage only had Chun Pingon's green figure. Chun Pingon almost crossed half of the continent's mountains and rivers. It was equivalent to temporarily borrowing the magical power of an ascendant realm cultivator to quickly arrive at Luopa Mountain. He could still stay for the time it takes to burn an incense. Then he returned to the ferry and continued his journey north. At this moment, of course, Chun Pingon's real body was here, but he was dragged here by the mysterious talisman of the 3 mountains. Chun Lingjun, who still looked like a child in green, opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the master behind the black-clothed little girl. Then Chun Lingjun thought whether it was Xiaomi's dream or his own dream. In fact, it was hard to tell. He slapped himself hard. The slap was so loud that he flipped over. Not only did his but leave the stone bench, but he also almost staggered and fell to the ground. Chun Pingon took a step forward and reached out to hold Chun Lingjuan's shoulder. Then he kicked Chun Lingjuan's, but making this old man, who had threatened now in the Northern Peak territory, except for Luopa Mountain, who was a match for my fist, sit back down. The black-clothed little girl rubbed her eyes and jumped up. She didn't even dare to stretch out her hand and lightly poked the good mountain master. She was afraid that it was a dream. Then she crossed her arms and tightly knitted her thin eyebrows. She moved little by little, circling around the tall good mountain master. The little girl cried loudly, but her eyes were smiling. She carefully asked Jingqing, "If the 2 of us work together, will we be even more invincible? Will the long river of light really flow backwards?" "No, that's not right. The good mountain master used to be young, but now he looks taller and older. Did we not grow eyes at the back of our heads and accidentally take a wrong path?" Chin Pingon bent down and pressed on Xiaomi's head. He smiled and said, "It's not a dream. I'm really back. But after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, I still have to return to a nameless mountain slightly south of the center of the Aquarius continent. But at most a month, I can return home with Pei Qian and the rest. I'm not in a hurry to come see you, so I used the talisman I just learned." Zhou merely hugged Chin Pingon and cried, "Bring me along. We'll go together and return together." Chin Pingon was a little helpless. He rubbed the little girl's head. He kept his waist bent and raised his head. He waved his hand and greeted them. He smiled and said, "Everyone has worked hard. Chief Butler Zhu Lian, Chief Judge Chong Ming, and Northern Mountain Lord Wei Pai all sensed the unusual scenery of the mountains and rivers. They all rushed over to the bamboo house to check it out." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Young master is even more manly now. The fairies and heroines of the world are in for a treat." Chong Ming, who was dressed in a snow-white robe, curtsied and smiled sweetly. "Chong Ming greets master." Wei Pai was deeply moved. He joked, "You're finally back. Seems like Xiaomi's contribution is the greatest." Chun Pingon couldn't even move. Xiaomi was just like back then at Mute Lake. She had made up her mind to stick to him. Chun Lingjun finally came back to his senses. With snot and tears all over his face, he shouted, "Master," and ran toward Chin Pingon. In the end, Chinpingon reached out and pressed his head down. He twisted it gently and slapped the chair back. He laughed and scolded, "Well done, Shuajiang. You've grown up." Chun Lingjun immediately felt a little guilty. He coughed a few times and was a little envious of Xiaomi. He knocked on the stone table with his finger and said seriously, "Right, Guardian, this is outrageous. Didn't my master say that he'll be going on a long journey in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn? Hurry up and let my master discuss serious matters with the three of them." Look, isn't this Lord Wei of the Northern Mountains? It's Brother Wei who has graced us with his presence. My apologies for not going out to meet you and not treating you with wine. My apologies for my lack of manners. Sai, who asked Shu to not be on the mountain? Wei Pai smiled and nodded. Chun Lingjun chuckled. Look at how capable you are. A Northern Mountain lord, who isn't much bigger than a bull, is still a guest in my Luo Pa Mountain. Don't you know that? In the future, I won't even care if you beg me to go to the Cloudy Mountain or whatever night banquet. Once his master returned home, Chun Lingjuan's backbone immediately became firm and unyielding. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Xiao Meili was finally willing to let go of her hand. She bounced around Chun Pingon, calling him the Good Mountain Lord over and over again. Ha! The Good Mountain Lord didn't bring a large wicker basket home this time. That means there won't be an unfamiliar little girl standing in the basket. Chun Lingjun immediately stood up and used his sleeves to wipe the stone chair. He even bent down and blew on the dust. He smiled brightly and said, "Master, here, sit." Zhou Meili didn't sit down. She ran over to pick up the green bamboo cane and the small golden carrying pole. She stood beside the Good Mountain Lord and accompanied Jingqing as door guardians. Coincidentally, there were 3 empty seats. They were given to old chef, elder sister Changming, and Wei Shanjun. He was dressed in a long green robe and had a jade hairpin on his head. His figure was tall and slender, and there was a vermilion wine flask hanging from his waist. In the eyes of outsiders, he was handsome and elegant. However, in the eyes of his own people, he was in high spirits. Chun Lingjun and Xiao Meili each took out a handful of melon seeds. Xiao Meili gave half to the Good Mountain Lord, while the other 3 shared the remaining melon seeds. The green-robed little boy gave it to his master first, then to old chef and elder sister Changming. There wasn't any left at Wei Pai's side. Chun Lingjun even purposely shook his sleeves. He said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, Brother Wei." Wei Pai continued to smile. He would bear with him for the time being. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "The fairy is still hovering at a mountain slightly south of the center of the Aquarius continent. Other than me, there's also Pei Qian, whom I met coincidentally in the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, consecrated Zhou Fei, who came back with me, and the 9 sword immortal embryos that I brought back from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The children are still young. I reckon they will be placed at the sword reverence stage to practice their sword cultivation. If any of you want to take in a disciple, you can choose them yourselves. And Zhou Fei will be our Luo Pa Mountain's chief consecrator in the future. However, in a month's time, during the meeting at Ji Mountain's Ancestral Hall, try to make it a little more complicated. Good things come with many setbacks. After I left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I went to Fortune Cave and Tongyi Continent first. The reason why I did not rush back to Luo Pa Mountain immediately and came late, I missed many things. The reason is complicated. The next time I return to the mountain, I will discuss it with you in detail. On the way to Tongyi Continent, there were some disturbances. For example, Jiang Shangzhen, in order to become the chief consecrator at Great Quan Dynasty's Mirage City, he almost asked Sword Master Pei Min together with me and Cui Dongshan. There's no need to guess. It was the Sword Master Pei Min of the Hao Ran 3 Absolutes. Therefore, Jiang Shangzhen in order to become the chief consecrator, was almost set in stone. If he was not given the chief consecrator, it would not be right. There's no mountain consecrator in the world who would give away his life and money like that. For this matter, I will inform you in advance. Just treat it as if I, the mountain lord, have the final say. Chun Pingon spoke quickly and casually. Finally, he did not need to use telepathy. Zhu Lian and Wei Pai looked at each other and smiled. A consecrator like Jiang Shangjin was one of a kind in the world. Where could they find someone like him? They had to cherish him. As for whether or not he had the final say, the mountain lord had the final say. Elder Changming smiled and narrowed her eyes. She was indeed in a good mood to be able to see Lord Hidden Official again. Chun Pingon turned to look at old chef. Zhu Lian, summon everyone who is not busy to Luo Pa Mountain. We'll temporarily hold a meeting at GC Peak in a month. It's best if everyone is there. As for the specific date, you and Wei Shanjun can pick an auspicious day. Zhu Lian smiled and nodded. Young master's return to the mountain is the most important matter. What's there to be busy about? Young master is not at home, so we're all busy for nothing. Actually, no one has a place to settle down. Chun Pingon held back his laughter and gave a thumbs up. However, he said, Fox Nation's relocation was not handled well. Zhu Lian immediately nodded and said, Young master is not at the mountain. It's inevitable that each of us will not hold back when we do things. We don't talk much about righteousness in the pugilistic world. Once young master returns, we can clean up everything. Chun Pingon shifted his gaze and looked at the increasingly spirited Shanjun. I'll have to trouble Shanjun to send a flying sword message to Miyu of the Rainbow Sparrow Manor. Then, let our great sword, Immortal Me, erase the name you meet from the Northern Mountains Landscape Register and join Luo Pa Mountain. Our Luo Pa Mountain is about to be promoted to a sect, so we need a sword immortal to oversee the sect. In addition to Luo Pa Mountain's promotion to a sect, I also plan to choose a location for a lower sect in the northern region of Tong Yi Continent. I personally recommend Chao Qinglang to be the sect master of the lower sect. If you have any objections, of course, we can discuss it again. I will not make a decision on this important matter. Chun Pingon glanced at the cloud of incense smoke that had turned from thick to faint. He stood up and said apologetically, I have to rush back immediately. See you in a month. In the end, he realized that the three of them were somewhat playful. Chun Pingon smiled and gave the answer. Don't guess. A half-baked sword cultivator of the Jade Raw realm and a martial artist of the Qi Flourishing realm. In the face of the sword technique of that suppressing immortal, Pei Min could only parry a little. Chun Lingjun wiped away his bitter tears and said regretfully, It's low. It's lower than expected. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. Master has disappointed me. He's not as wise and mighty as before. Chun Pingon glanced at the green-robed child. Chun Lingjun immediately stopped talking and sighed. He lowered his head and said dejectedly, Master, if you want to scold me, just scold me. I know that I've let you down when I crossed the river in the North Continent. Chun Pingon reached out and pressed Chun Lingjuan's head, saying with a laugh, I heard Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian talk about your trip across the river in detail. You did much better than I imagined, so I won't praise you too much lest you get cocky. You're even taller than our Wei Shanjuan's cloud-splitting mountain. Chun Lingjun suddenly raised his head and said with a cheeky smile, Master, you're not afraid that I'll run away, so you're trying to trick me into staying on the mountain. Are you? Chun Pingon faced the bamboo building and took a deep look at the second floor. With his back to the cliff, he took a few steps back. He then gently cupped his fists and said goodbye silently. With a tap of his toes, his body flew backward and fell into the white clouds outside the cliff. His whole body suddenly condensed into a mustard seed. With a flash of golden light, He shrank the mountains and rivers and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhu Lian slowly stood up and put a hand on the stone table. He smiled knowingly and said, "It feels like a lifetime ago. A dream come true." Wei Pai said, "First the sect, then the sect. You'll be busy from now on." Chong Ming smiled and said, "According to Hill Master's temper, he'll have to spend the money he earned." As soon as Qin Pingan left, the little boy in green immediately turned around, bent down, and stretched out his hands. He quickly moved a pile of melon seeds on the table to Wei Pai. He looked up and smiled flatteringly. "Wei Shanjun, sorry for the inhospitality. Eat some melon seeds. My master has a lot left." Wei Pai smiled and said, "That's not good. I wouldn't dare. After all, I'm an outsider." Chen Lingjun said bitterly, "Who would go against their conscience and treat Wei Shanjun as an outsider? That person is really rebellious." After about the time it took to burn 3 sticks of incense, Chun Pingan walked past the 3 mountains of inner visualization. He finally lit an incense and paid his respects to a small mountain not far from the ferry. The northernmost part of his hometown, Luopa Mountain, was the bridge between the 2 mountains. As for the first incense stick, the first mountain he paid his respects to was the small mountain that Chun Pingan had passed by during his first trip south. If Chun Pingan didn't want to return to the ferry, he didn't need to meet Pei Qian and Jiang Shangzhen again. He could directly stay at Luopa Mountain. At this moment, Chun Pingan was returning to the bow of the cloud boat from the small mountain. He staggered and stopped. He quickly put one hand on his forehead and the other hand on his abdomen. The 2 wounds were all caused by Pei Min's swordsmanship. Pei Qian immediately looked at Jiang Shangzhen. The latter smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was okay. "Your master can handle it." This cloud boat ferry set off from the newly built Old Dragon City Ferry. After receiving a mountain pass issued by the Ministry of Rights of Dali Dynasty, it went all the way north without any stops. It stopped at a place south of Zhongyue. This place was not far from Zhongyue's Crown Prince Mountain, so it was not too far from Cai and Jishui countries in the middle of Baoping continent. Chun Pingan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and rested for a moment. He opened his eyes and said to Pei Qian, "When you enter the boundary, I will teach you the 3 mountains talisman." At that time, at the Yao residence, Cui Dongshan put on an act. He was just short of bathing and changing his clothes, but he really did burn incense and wash his hands. He respectfully and reverently asked for the authentic alchemy calligraphy that Li Shixing had given to his teacher. In the end, Qin Pingan asked Cui Dongshan about a talisman in the book. It was on the 3rd page from the last. It was called the 3 Mountains Talisman. When a cultivator thought about it, he could casually remember the 3 mountains that he had walked past and create 3 mountains through visualization. The cultivator could then travel very quickly. The biggest feature of this talisman was the physique of the talisman holder. The holder must be able to withstand the cleansing of the long river of light. If the physique was not strong enough, the soul would be worn down and the lifespan would be shortened. If the state was not strong enough, the body would be melted and the body would be skinny. He would become a lonely ghost in a mountain. Moreover, he would be detained at a ferry in the long river of light. Even the gods could not save him. Unless the sage of Confucian Temple was willing to sacrifice his merits and cultivation, and there were clues such as knowing the exact location of the 3 mountains, or relying on a longevity lamp in the Hall of Patriarchs, the remnant soul could only be retrieved from the long river of light. Therefore, Li Shixing wrote a detailed note on the blank space beside the talisman. If one was not a martial artist of the 9th realm, or a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, this talisman should not be used. Martial artists of the upper realms and sword cultivators of the immortal realms should use this talisman 3 times. It was beneficial to the body and spirit. 3 times was the best. It was not advisable to use it more than 3 times. It was not advisable to cross continents. After that, using the talisman to travel far away would only exhaust one's fate energy. If this talisman was used improperly, there would be disasters every time one neared a mountain. Other than the high threshold of using the talisman did not have high requirements for the material of the talisman. The only return gift was to visit the 3 mountains and burn incense to Mr. 9 marquises of the 3 mountains. Li Shisheng wrote more and more notes towards the end of the authentic alchemy works. The intricacies and taboos of the mountains and rivers were explained very clearly and thoroughly. After Cui Dongshan posted the 3 talismans in the Yao residence, he mentioned that the pages of the authentic alchemy works were excellent talisman papers. In the end, he was reprimanded by his teacher. Cui Dongshan took a step back and said that his teacher could refine the words. The words to be refined were, of course, Li Shisheng's personal notes. When Cui Dongshan flipped through the pages, he saw that there were more than 1,200 words. It was enough to support a heavenly grand ritual that worshipped 1,200 deities. Chun Pingan did not comment on this. He would ask Li Shisheng about this in the future. If the 1,200 words were to create a mountain-protecting array for Luo Pu mountain out of thin air, Chun Pingan had no reason to hesitate. However, Chun Pingan had an idea. He hoped that when Taiping Mountain was rebuilt in the future, there would be such a mountain formation. This involved the inheritance of the orthodoxy. The old heavenly monarch of Taiping Mountain, the female Taoist Huang Ting, and Li Shisheng. Chun Pingan was just a matchmaker. Therefore, Chun Pingan had to ask Li Shisheng first. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "Then I'll hurry up and try not to let my teacher wait too long." Chun Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. Forget it. There was no point in chatting. For ordinary martial artists, if they wanted to break through from the peak realm to the end realm, would it be useful to hurry up? Just like Chun Pingan himself. After wandering around the Great Wall of Sword Chi for so many years, he still did not feel that he could reach the 10th realm in this lifetime. In fact, this was indeed the case. He had reached the 9th realm early on, when he left the Great Wall of Sword Chi and found his footing in the Tongya continent. He relied on his true name and luckily reached the 10th realm. It had been too many years. This was also the longest time that Chun Pingan had stagnated in a certain realm of the martial way. When he was at Yunding Peak, Cui Dongshan had a private chat with his teacher, Chun Pingan. Teacher, senior sister, has created her own fist technique. It is very imposing and is even more famous. That's good. 3 moves at the Lei Gong Temple in the Jadeite continent. Lu Suiyu comprehended 1 move at the 8th realm and the 9th realm. He is very imposing. In the battlefield, near the capital of the Aquarius continent, his 2nd move is very lethal. He killed a nascent Soul Realm soldier cultivator with 1 punch. After practicing the one fist with Chao Ci, he comprehended another move. The fist theory is very high. These are all recognized on the mountain. Especially those cultivators of the upper 5 realms and earth immortals of the Gold Armor continent who fought side by side with Senior Sister. Now, they are all speaking up for Senior Sister, saying that Chao Ci had a huge advantage because she learned the fist technique early and was older. Otherwise, our Miss Zheng, when fist Chao Ci, would have won 4 rounds consecutively. Okay, it was hard for outsiders to imagine that Zheng Qian was someone's first disciple. But in fact, as the master, Chun Pingan had never seriously taught Zheng Qian the real fist technique. He had never really taught his disciple the fist technique, the fist stance, and the theory of the fist. Not even once. Jiang Shangjin said softly, "There are only 3 chances in total. It is too rare. The mountain master is too anxious this time. No matter what, it is best to use the remaining 2 chances to escape in the future." Chun Pingan shook his head and smiled. "You are not a pure martial artist. You don't know the real mystery of this. It would be a waste to use this talisman after the mountains and rivers in the small world of my human body have stabilized. The benefits would be small, but the remaining 2 chances must be cherished. Of course, Cui Dongshan had learned the 3 mountains talisman. Chun Pingan had also taught it to Jiang Shangjin. Jiang Shangjin, who was in the immortal realm and also a sword cultivator, immediately applied what he had learned. In the Green Tiger Palace, he immediately drew 3 golden talismans. He went to Taiping Mountain, Xiaoping Peak, and Tiancai Peak. He felt refreshed and said that there was actually a talisman in the world that could warm and nourish the spirit. At Tiancai Peak, old Immortal Lu, who had returned home in glory, saw his old friends Child Chen and Lord Jiang. His eyes were filled with tears from the bottom of his heart. Lu Yong was very emotional. He said that if he could live and meet again, there would be no obstacles in the world that could not be overcome in the future. The Green Tiger Palace on Tiancai Peak could be considered half a ruin. Only an empty frame was left. All the valuable belongings were taken away. Fortunately, Lu Yong's escape to the Aquarius continent was a blessing in disguise. He earned everything: the reputation on the mountain, the real immortal money, the merit recorded in the Confucian Temple, and the incense with the Dali cavalry. It could be said that old Immortal Lu had returned home late. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would be the monarch of the mountain in the alliance of peach leaves in the Great Spring Dynasty. When Lu Yong heard that Child Chen needed a cauldron of forgetfulness elixirs to deliver to Yi Yun of the Cloud Cottage in Mount Pu, old Immortal immediately patted his chest and promised that it was not a big deal. In fact, a letter to the Green Tiger Palace would be enough. He would flip through the almanac and pick a date to refine the elixirs immediately. There was still some spiritual qi unique to Mount Xinjing. Jiang Shangjin crossed his legs and drank tea. He said, "Brother Lu, don't forget that it's a cauldron of elixirs." Old Immortal Lu blinked and immediately complained. "What? Just a cauldron of forgetfulness elixirs? That's not good. Good things come in pairs. If I don't refine 2 cauldrons, I won't be able to stretch my muscles and bones. Since Huang Yiyun is a friend of Child Chen and Lord Jiang, she's a first-class guest of the Green Tiger Palace. I'll send 2 cauldrons of elixirs to Huang Yiyun personally. I won't let her make an extra trip. You want to spend money to buy elixirs in Maopu? What a joke. You really don't treat me, Lu Yong, as a friend of Child Chen and Lord Jiang." In the meantime, Chun Pingan took out the seal that he had prepared earlier and gave it to Old Immortal as a thank you gift. Lu Yong took the seal with both hands. He held the seal in one palm and twisted it gently with 2 fingers on the other hand. He sighed and said, "The gift is too heavy, but the affection is even heavier." Then he turned to complain to Chun Pingan. "Child Chen, next time you come to Heavenly Fault Peak, don't be like this. The gift is good, but in this way, it's really like you're a guest." Child Chen is clearly returning to his own mountain. Pei Qian sat on the side and listened in a daze. Old Immortal Lu was really good at chatting. He was still as elegant as before. In the end, Lu Yong seemed to have realized something. He looked at the young girl with her hair tied into a bun. He could vaguely see some of her features when she was young. Old Immortal Lu remembered very clearly that, in the past, Chun Pingan was accompanied by a charcoal girl. At that time, Lu Yong felt that it was very strange. The protective formation of Heavenly Fault Peak at the foot of the mountain was a sea of clouds. When one climbed high, unless one was a nascent soul like Lu Yong, one would be trapped in the clouds and unable to see anything clearly, even if one was a golden elixir expert. However, the charcoal girl always held a walking stick. When she climbed up the steps, she would knock on the steps and constantly look around. Sometimes she would secretly size up Lu Yong. Every time Lu Yong turned his head, or was about to turn his head, the girl would immediately turn her head. At that time, Lu Yong was sure that the mischievous girl was a good seedling for cultivation. The problem was not only this. The more Lu Yong looked at her, the more familiar she looked. However, he did not dare to believe that she was the legendary female grandmaster, Zheng Qian. Their names were both Qian, but after all, their surnames were different. Therefore, Lu Yong did not dare to admit it. What more, a 30-year-old ninth realm martial artist, a female grandmaster, who fought Chao Ci 4 times in a row in the Central Divine Continent? Lu Yong did not dare to believe it. Unfortunately, in the Aquarius continent, whether it was Old Dragon City or the Central Continent, Lu Yong did not need to rush to the battlefield to fight. He only needed to focus on refining pills. Therefore, when he caught a glimpse of Zheng Qian rushing to the battlefield, he felt that the side of her face was somewhat familiar. Chun Pingan smiled. "Brother Lu, to tell you the truth, this disciple of mine will always use the alias Zheng Qian whenever he goes out." Lu Yong hurriedly stood up and solemnly bowed. "My bad eyes. It's my bad eyes. Greetings, Grandmaster Zheng. Grandmaster Pei." Pei Qian could only stand up and return the greeting. Old Immortal Lu is too polite. At that time, Jiang Shangzhen looked at the young mountain lord, who was full of smiles after revealing the secrets of heaven. At that moment, Chun Pingan was like an elder in a scholarly family. After an imperial examination ended, he met up with a good friend who had not seen him for a long time. He could not help but laugh and say something. Therefore, he said, "The younger generation in the family is unbearably naughty. He only got second place in the imperial examination. And these things, whether it was Chun Pingan, the master, or Jiang Shangzhen, the outsider, it did not matter if she told Pei Qian or not. Pei Qian would definitely understand, but it would not be as good as her understanding in the future. Because in Luapa Mountain and the lower sects, it was time for a large group of children to grow up and the rapid rise of some young people. Before leaving the heavenly fault peak, Jiang Shangzhen pulled the uneasy old Immortal Lu alone and chatted with him for a while. Among them, Jiang Shangzhen said, "There is Lu Yong in the Tongye continent, which means that there will be an indestructible sect in the hearts of the cultivators in the world." Jiang Shangzhen's seemingly polite words made the old nascent soul stage cultivator, who almost died in a foreign land, burst into tears as if he had drunk a big mouthful of strong wine when he was young. According to the agreement, the cloud boat ferry slowly went to the southeast of the Aquarius continent. Jiang Shangzhen gave Chun Pingan a seal of the ferry array hub. Previously, Jiang Shangzhen relied on this seal to reach the Mirage City very quickly. However, this move required a lot of Guyu money, so Chun Pingan did not intend to accept it. Jiang Shangzhen threw the ferry to Chun Pingan and let Jiang Shangzhen and Pei Qian protect the ferry and all the children. Chun Pingan put on a bamboo hat, carried a sword on his back, and tied the blade-strengthening gourd on his waist. He took a deep breath and flew to the colorful robe country alone, revisiting an old place. The first time, it was filled with a fiendish aura, like a ghost town with few people. The second time, it was beautiful, without the slightest bit of fiendish aura. This time, the spiritual chi of the mountains and rivers seemed to be much thinner. Fortunately, the familiar old house was still there. There were still 2 stone lions guarding the door, and there were still spring couplets hanging on the door, as well as 2 painted door gods. In this dusk, Chun Pingan adjusted his bamboo hat and raised his hand. After pausing for a long time, he gently knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was not the familiar old granny, but Yang Huang with his wife beside him. Chun Pingan raised his hand and pressed down on his bamboo hat. Yang Huang was about to speak, but his wife immediately grabbed his sleeve, so Yang Huang did not speak. Chun Pingan quickly took off his bamboo hat and smiled. "Brother Yang, sister-in-law, it's been a long time." After entering the house, Chun Pingan naturally closed the door, turned around, and said softly, "I went on a long trip these years, very far, and just returned." Yang Huang sighed and nodded. No wonder. The ghostly wife, Ying, stepped heavily on the back of her husband's foot, who might as well shut up. Ying smiled. I'll go get some wine. You guys drink first, and then I'll cook a few dishes to go with the wine. Chun Pingon smiled. If you don't mind, I'll cook. My culinary skills are not bad. Yang Huang laughed. What kind of logic is that? You don't trust your sister-in-law's culinary skills? Ying quietly kicked again, and this time she even used the tip of her foot to twist it. Yang Huang knew that he had said something wrong again. A foreigner, a servant ghost, and a female ghost, the three of them, the host and the guest, went to the kitchen together. Chun Pingon was familiar with the place and began to make a fire. He used a familiar stool and a familiar bamboo tube to blow on the fire. Ying went to get a few bottles of homemade wine that had been stored for years. Yang Huang didn't want to drink it himself. Since he had nothing to do, he stood by the kitchen door. After being kicked twice by his wife, he didn't know what to say. Chun Pingon sat on the stool, holding the bamboo tube in his hand. He turned his head and asked, Brother Yang, when did the old granny leave? Yang Huang said, It's been many years, but it's fine. Other than thinking about why you didn't come, there's nothing else to worry about. Before she left, she told me and Ying to not forget to make wine every year. She was afraid that if you came one day, it wouldn't be enough. Chun Pingon said, Then when I go back, I'll bring more wine. Yang Huang hesitated. Don't think too much. Everything's fine. Chun Pingon nodded, then suddenly stood up and said apologetically, I'll let sister-in-law cook. I'll go burn incense at the old granny's grave. The small grave mound wasn't far from the house, but it wasn't close either. The old granny had said that it was too far away, and she couldn't bear to. It was a taboo to be too close. Chun Pingon burned 3 incense sticks at the lonely grave mound. It wasn't until today that he saw the tombstone that he learned the old granny's name. It was neither good nor bad. Yang Huang was originally worried about Chun Pingon, but from beginning to end, as Yang Huang had said, everything was fine. When they returned to the house, there were still white bowls on the table and no wine cups. Chun Pingon still didn't drink quickly. He and Yang Huang weren't the kind of people who liked to persuade people to drink, but both sides drank a lot. Ying, who usually didn't drink, also sat to the side and drank a bowl with them. Chun Pingon sipped his wine as he chatted with Yang Huang, asking about Governor Liu and Liu Gaohua in the past. It turned out that Lord Liu, who was the provincial governor of Qing province, had a meteoric rise in the officialdom. He had previously become the Minister of Revenue of the colorful dress country, and now he had retired. Liu Gaohua had worked hard and obtained a jinshi background, but his career didn't go well, so he simply resigned and continued to travel. When the war came, he took the initiative to become an official and worked in the Ministry of War of the colorful dress country. Later on, he worked in the 6 ministries of the capital of Dali. His position wasn't high, but according to convention, a 6th-grade official in the Dali imperial court was equivalent to a 3rd-grade official in a vassal state. Old Minister Liu had always wanted Liu Gaohua to return to the colorful dress country and work as an assistant minister in the Ministry of Revenue. He didn't say that he wanted to serve his homeland, but he could at least get the reputation of being a father and son minister. However, Liu Gaohua was unwilling, which made old Minister Liu very angry. As for old Minister Liu's eldest daughter, she was an old lady who married a poor scholar. As for his youngest daughter, Liu Gaoxin, her luck was a little worse. Back then, she became a direct disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect. Unfortunately, in the war, her longevity bridge was almost broken, and she was severely injured. Because of her military exploits, she was able to retain her status as a direct disciple of the sect. After recovering from her injuries, she went down the mountain and returned home. Although her cultivation dropped greatly and she had a head of white hair at a young age, she still had the title of a consecrator in the colorful dress country. Chen Ping'an remembered all of this. For some reason, when they talked about Lu Gaoxin, they talked about Yang Huang, who was also born in the divine grandeur sect, and then inadvertently talked about the appearance of the old nanny when she was young. Chen Ping'an thought for a while, but he was in a trance and couldn't imagine it. They drank for 2 whole hours. Chen Ping'an did not get drunk. Actually, Yang Huang, who had not drunk as much as him, was completely drunk instead. That night, Chen Ping'an rested for a few hours in the room he was familiar with. After midnight, he got out of bed and put on his boots. He arrived at a railing and sat down with his hands in his sleeves. He raised his head and stared at the courtyard in a daze. The clouds gathered and dispersed, and he would look back at the corridor from time to time. It was as if a lantern would fly towards him if he was careless. Early in the morning, Chen Ping'an returned to his room. He wore a bamboo hat and a sword on his back. The blade-nurturing gourd had already been filled with alcohol, as well as many jugs of alcohol. Chen Ping'an bid farewell to the couple, saying that he needed to visit the Sword Water Manor in the Shu Shui Kingdom. He invited them to his hometown as guests, a place called Luapa Mountain in the Dragon Province of Dali. Yang Huang agreed, saying that he would definitely go. At the table yesterday, no matter how much Yang Huang drank, he still did not mention that he had once been to the battlefield in Old Dragon City, almost losing his mind. It was just like how Chen Ping'an never mentioned that he came from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, almost being unable to return home. It was probably exactly because of this that the two of them would drink at the table time and time again. They would even agree to drink again next time. Chen Ping'an did not directly go to the Sword Water Manor, as according to what he had said in the past, the entire manor would be moved away. It would be located in a lush landscape bordering the ancient Yu Kingdom. The original location of the manor would become a mountain god estate second only to the 5 peaks of the Shu Shui Kingdom. Song Fengshan's wife, Lu Qian, would be promoted to the mountain goddess of that mountain on the spot. Her status as a god would not be particularly high, but she would be a legitimate official of the Shu Shui Kingdom, included in the Ministry of Rights Records. And from what Yang Huang had said, Song Fengshan's swordsmanship had improved tremendously in the past few years. He had already become the chief of the Jianghu, second only to the green bamboo sword immortal of the Pine Stream Kingdom. However, the old manor lord, Song Yu, had already shut himself off from worldly affairs for many years, as the Sword Water Manor no longer existed. If it were not for the fact that Yang Huang still had some connections with the divine grandeur sect, he would not have known where Song Yu had retired to, let alone know that the granddaughter-in-law of the old sword saint of the Shu Shui Kingdom had actually turned into a god who watched over the fate of a region. Before going to the mountain god temple in the northern border of the Shu Shui Kingdom, Chen Ping'an first rode the wind and hurried on his journey. He quietly landed on the ground, adjusted his bamboo hat, wore a green robe, and carried a sword on his back. He walked on a mountain path that connected the Cai Kingdom and the Shu Shui Kingdom. However, he did not expect that the originally dilapidated ancient temple had already become a brand new mountain god temple. Chen Ping'an restrained his breath and walked into the mountain god temple that had few pilgrims and worshippers. He felt a little helpless. The golden statue enshrined in the main hall was 70 to 80% similar to that of Wei Wei, but her appearance was a little more mature, and she no longer had the childishness of a young girl. Beside the mountain god-goddess, there were 2 shorter statues of serving goddesses. Chen Ping'an did not find them unfamiliar. He could not help but rub the space between his eyebrows. It was not easy for Wei Wei to get to where she was now. She could be considered to have truly stepped into the path of an official and had been promoted in the officialdom. Chen Ping'an had traveled through countless mountains and ridges. No matter how much he respected the gods of the mountains and rivers, he really did not want to burn incense for Wei Wei, who he knew everything about. He planned to turn around and leave and then go straight to the other mountain god temple in the north. He remembered that the female ghost Wei Wei had once complained about the ways of the world. It was difficult for humans to live, and it was difficult for ghosts to live. He wondered if she would feel more relaxed now that she had become the mountain god goddess, who enjoyed the incense of the mortal world. Chun Pingon could roughly tell whether the landscape was upright or not, so he did not have the intention to reminisce. However, this mountain god goddess was not good at business. There were few incense offerings. If this continued, he would probably have to go to the city god temple to buy on credit. Chun Pingon did not walk into the main hall. He only took a glance outside the door before leaving the mountain god temple. However, just as Chun Pingon walked out of the main door of the ancestral temple, there were waves of ripples. A goddess of the ancestral temple appeared out of thin air. Her hair was combed into a high bun, and she had a tall figure. She wore a gorgeous dress with clouds and mist rising around her. If she were to be seen by those down-and-out scholars who were passing by, this would probably be the so-called goddess's favor. Chun Pingon stopped in his tracks and smiled. Congratulations. The lady who turned from a mountain ghost into a mountain god maid was even more certain of the other party's identity. It was the young sword celestial who liked to reason. She hurriedly bowed and said in a trembling voice, "Greetings to Sword Celestial. My master has gone out to the governor's city god temple for some matters. He will be here very soon. I'm worried that Sword Celestial will continue on his way. I've specially come to meet you and disturb you. I hope that you can let me pass on a message to the mountain god goddess so that my master can hurry back to the ancestral temple and meet Sword Celestial earlier." Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'm just passing by. I won't disturb your mountain god Wei's peaceful cultivation." Wei Wei must have borrowed something from the county god temple. The county god temple had begged many times, but he was rejected. He had no choice but to beg the governor's city god temple of the underworld. The tall lady was about to cry. "If Sword Celestial Senior leaves just like this and does not ask us to stay, my sister, and I will definitely be punished by my master." Chun Pingon asked, "How did you deal with the statue left behind in the temple?" She was stunned and said, "Sword Celestial, my goddess has carefully collected it. She said that it would be easy to swindle in the future. She requested a big pilgrim in her own mountain god temple to spend money to renovate a new temple." Chun Pingon nodded and smiled. "Thank you for your kindness." Swindle? Chun Pingon could tell that this was Wei Wei's style of doing things. Therefore, the matter of collecting the broken Buddha statue was most likely true. Chun Pingon walked slowly. He walked to a long stone bench under a pine tree outside the temple and sat down. He took off his bamboo hat and sat on one end of the green stone bench. He smiled and said, "Let's sit down and talk." The tall lady hurriedly bowed. "I don't dare." "Sword Celestial, please take a rest." Beautiful, and what not. She and her master had suffered twice at the hands of this Sword Celestial. It was fortunate that Her Highness would flip through that travel book every now and then. Every time, she would be overjoyed. In any case, she and the other goddess who served in the ancestral temple did not even dare to look at the travel book. The two of them always felt a chill. If they were not careful, a flying sword would sweep out from the book. With a flash of the sword, their heads would roll. Chun Pingon did not plan to wait for Wei Wei to rush back to the temple. He thought for a while and said slowly, "I think the two people who burned incense earlier were scholars from Shui country who passed by here. Your place is the border between the two countries. The official road is in the temple's boundary. Many merchants pass by. The scenery of the mountains and rivers is also beautiful. There are also many strange stories of mountains and rivers. Now that the world is peaceful, logically speaking, there should be many people in the martial arts world and tourists with bulging money bags. The incense at the temple should not be so bad." fame in the imperial examinations, literary luck in the officialdom, martial luck in Jianghu, rolling in money, beautiful marriage, praying for blessings and peace, dispelling illness and disaster, having a continuous line of descendants, having a land full of mountains and rivers, deities, and manifesting spirits. There were no more than these few things. The woman had an awkward expression on her face. She carefully considered her words before replying in a trembling voice. My lady has secretly nurtured a few young heroes of the Jianghu. Many of them have lost their martial arts manuals, but none of them have been able to make a name for themselves. As for literary luck, marriage, and so on, our Shanshan temple doesn't seem to have many of them. That's why my lady always says that even the cleverest housewives can't cook without rice. As for those merchants, my goddess despises them for being stingy with money. Most importantly, every time they enter the temple to burn incense, those men's eyes. Anyway, my goddess does not care about them. Chun Pingon smiled and said, Then I have a small suggestion. Rather than asking those city gods to temporarily borrow incense to stabilize the destiny of the mountains and rivers, in the end, it's just treating the symptoms and not the root of the problem. It's not a long-term solution. It'll only gradually wear down your goddess' golden body and the destiny of this mountain shrine year after year. As long as God Wei still has some incense in the imperial court of the Shui country, it will be fine. Then, carefully choose a scholar from the Han clan who will enter the capital for the imperial examination. Of course, this person's talent, literary luck, and imperial examination skills must not be too bad. It would be best if he has the chance to become a jinsher. After he burns incense and makes a wish, you can secretly hang the lantern of your temple behind him. You don't have to be too frugal. Just take it as a gamble. Gather all the literary luck in the land into that lantern and help him enter the capital at night. At the same time, let Godway go to the capital and discuss with a certain important official in the imperial court. If he is a jinsher, he will be promoted to a jinsher. If he is a jinsher, try your best to get closer to the top two. If he is already in the top two, he will grit his teeth and send the scholar directly to the top three. When he makes his wish, he will be very sincere. When the time comes, the literary luck will be returned to the temple. It will be a matter of time. Of course, if you are worried that he will not follow the path, you can send a message to the scholar in his dream in advance. The woman listened in high spirits, and her eyes shone. The Sword Immortal's words were closely linked, and the temple could just follow suit. Suddenly, she pulled a long face and stomped her feet anxiously. She said, Senior Sword Immortal, I am afraid that such a talented scholar will not come to our temple to burn incense. Chun Pingon was a little helpless. You and your mountain goddess were born in the first place. Don't you know? If you can't find a suitable scholar in the county or prefectural city under the jurisdiction of the mountains and rivers, it is a matter of course for the temple's goddess to travel the land at night. You will be waiting at the big and small relay stations, ready to snatch people halfway. Moreover, you are not killing people now. It is obvious that you are doing a great job of delivering literary luck to people. In the past, you did it so smoothly. When you came to the ancient temple, it was like coming to the roll call. Every time you came, you would meet the two of you. Now, you are not even familiar with this special skill? The temple's lack of incense. It can't be blamed on anyone else. Chun Pingon had no choice but to tell her some tips in a more tactful way that didn't sound like Jianghu slander. The woman nodded as she listened. She understood and was enlightened. This Sword Immortal Senior was indeed a learned man. Other than not being protective of women, he was good in every aspect. Chun Pingon stood up and said, I have a few last words. Please help me pass them to Mountain Godway. This kind of shortcut in the mountains and rivers officialdom can only be done once or twice, but not thrice. Let Mountain Godway think about it. If he really wants to bring blessings to the people and complete his merit with a flawless golden body, he still needs to work hard on the 4 words of pure and clean. Many transactions that seem to be at a loss are sincerely done by the mountain god ancestral temple. For example, those families in the marketplace have no extra money. Even if they don't come to the ancestral temple to burn incense for the rest of their lives, you still have to protect them. Heaven has its time, the earth has its talent, and people have their governance. The mountains and rivers deities, where the spirit is in the sincerity of the people. How can you not know the teachings of the sages? She curtsied and said gratefully, I will remember the Sword Immortal Senior's teachings. Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment, but he could not hold it in and corrected her. Sincere teachings, sincere and diligent. Read more books in the future. She suddenly blushed. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Fortunately, the young Sword Immortal put on his bamboo hat again and disappeared in a flash. Chun Pingon met Song Fengshan and Lu Qian in the northern border of Shu Shui country. However, Senior Song had gone on a trip. He did not know where he was going or when he would return. After Chun Pingon learned that Senior Song was still in good health, he felt a little regretful that he could not meet him this time. He left a letter in the mountain god residence and was about to leave. He did not expect Song Fengshan to insist on drinking with him. Chun Pingon could not refuse him, so he sat down and drank. In the end, Chun Pingon drank until his eyes became brighter and brighter. Song Fengshan, who had white hair on his temples, fell unconscious on the table. Chun Pingon felt a little guilty. The former spy of Dali, Lu Qian, who was now the goddess of the mountain god, gave him the answer with a smile. It turned out that Song Fengshan had once boasted to his grandfather that he could not compare to him in other aspects, but in terms of drinking capacity, even two Chun Pingon could not compare to him. Chun Pingon stood up and said with a smile, Don't tell Senior Song about this wine, so that he won't hide from me next time. Lu Qian smiled and said, Young Master Chun, why don't I tell Grandpa that you two tied? Chun Pingon waved his hand. No, brothers should settle accounts at the table. Lu Qian suddenly said, Young Master Chun, as long as Grandpa returns home, we will definitely immediately send a message to Luopa Mountain. Chun Pingon nodded and said, I will immediately rush over. Lu Qian said softly, Grandpa has gone out several times in the past few years without a sword. It seems that he just went out to relax. Chun Pingon was a little puzzled. Lu Qian wanted to say something but hesitated. Chun Pingon said, There's nothing that can't be said. Lu Qian said telepathically, Grandpa never believed that young Master Chun would disappear from the beginning and end of the battle. So Grandpa was very worried that you had an accident. Chun Pingon was stunned and said with a smile, I know. Senior Song must be worried about me and scolding me a lot. Chun Pingon touched his bamboo hat and said telepathically, When Senior Song returns home, tell him that Swordsman Chun Pingon is the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lu Qian was speechless. Even her husband, Song Fengshan, had only heard of the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but did not know what the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi meant. And because she was a Dali loyalist, she knew about this. And because of her identity, she could not easily say this. Lu Qian asked, Young Master Chun, then, hidden official Chun Shi? Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. The one at the bottom. Lu Qian thought and asked, I'll wake Fengshan up. How many pots do you want to drink? Ooh. Chun Pingon said helplessly, The rest is fine. In the end, Lu Qian looked at the swordsman striding away. She had forgotten to send him off. She only thought that when her grandfather returned home and learned about this, he would brag about his foresight. For so many years, her grandfather had been worried and sad, because to her grandfather, he was no longer in Jianghu. But as long as that young man was in Jianghu, Jianghu was still Jianghu. In Jianghu, one would look at the old almanac, follow the old rules, and understand the old. In such an old Jianghu, there would always be a young man who the old man had high hopes for. Once, her grandfather had invited Feng Shan and her to eat hot pot. Her grandfather had only eaten a few mouthfuls of food before he was drunk. He said that as long as that brat was alive, he had nothing to be angry about. Therefore, he had better not be afraid to drink and eat hot pot. It was nothing to be scolded by an old man. At the entrance of a martial arts school in a remote country, a man in green knocked on the door in the middle of the night. A young man who was a direct disciple of the schoolmaster opened the door with sleepy eyes and said in a bad mood, "Who are you looking for?" Nowadays, Dolly's official language was actually the official language of a continent. The swordsman smiled and said, "I'm looking for a bearded ranger. His surname is Su." The young man rolled his eyes. "There are no bearded rangers in the martial arts school. My school master's surname is Su. Is this the Q-seeking fist? If you want to spar, come back tomorrow. There are no such Jianghu rules in the middle of the night. Also, let's make it clear. My school master has already retired. If you want to talk about martial arts, you have to look for my master. Also, I advise you not to be impulsive. My master is famous for his heavy fists, especially his whip kicks. With one kick, he can break a hardwood as thick as a bowl. Don't think that you're so great just because you have a sword. Oh, right. What is this sword made of? How much did you buy it for? Can you let me take a look?" The man shook his head and said, "I'm looking for Big Brother Su for a drink." The young man was furious. "First it's the bearded man, then it's Big Brother Su. Who are you looking for?" Fortunately, his schoolmaster was a well-educated person. The dozens of people in the martial arts school were all influenced by what they saw and heard. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what the bearded man was talking about. The man smiled and said, "I'm looking for Su Yuanxia." The young martial artist blocked the door. "Who are you?" "I already said that my schoolmaster has already retired from the Jianghu." He had no choice. He heard from his master in private that when his schoolmaster had just started, he had only won a few rounds in the Q-seeking fist. Therefore, the only thing he had obtained in his early years was the nickname Su Yuanxia, the destined loser in every fist. Fortunately, his master and a few other martial uncles were good at martial arts. In the Jianghu, their martial arts were not fierce, but they were good at taking hits. Therefore, they were able to establish the name of the martial arts school. In recent years, the business of the martial arts school was good. However, their schoolmaster's martial arts were not good at martial arts, and his disciples were also average. Only his ability to boast was unique. He said that when he was still in the prime of his life, he met two friends in the Jianghu. Only then could he be considered to have inherited his boxing skills. One's fist was fast, and the other's fist was slow. In the Jianghu here, they could fight from the foot of the mountain to the top. Even the flying immortals on the mountain could not stop them. After all, he was their master, their schoolmaster, and the schoolmaster who was in charge of the money bag. They listened to whatever the old man said. What else could they do? A stooped old man with a head full of white hair looked cold in the middle of the night. He was old and did not sleep well. The old man put on a thick coat and stood at the martial arts practice field. He stared at the gate in a daze. After the old man opened his eyes wide, he murmured, "Chun Pingon." Chun Pingon raised his hand, stood on tiptoe, and waved hard. In a flash, he crossed the threshold from the side door, leaving behind a young martial artist who disappeared in a blink of an eye. Chun Pingon walked quickly toward Su Yuanxia. The old man laughed and walked toward the young swordsman. He turned around and put his arm around Chun Pingon's neck. He laughed angrily and said, "Boy, you just came?" Chun Pingon's body was slightly tilted. He raised his hand and wanted to pat the old man's back. However, he hesitated and just put it on the shoulder of the old man with the big beard. Outside the martial arts school, Pei Qian Jiang Shangzhen, and the shameless Bai Xian had all snuck in and didn't go in. The young martial artist who was guarding the gate didn't dare to make any noise after taking a look at the middle-aged man who looked like a rich man. Then he looked at the beautiful woman who had her hair tied into a bun and didn't dare to say anything. Bai Xian asked softly, "Sister Pei, who is this guy? He dares to be so rude to Master Chow." Master Chow does not seem to be angry. Instead, he is timid. He is not like Master Chow at all. Pei Qian said softly, "He is a friend of my master's that he respects very much." Bai Xian was puzzled. Someone that even Master Chow respects very much? Then his martial arts must be very high. But I don't think this martial arts school is very big. Pei Qian smiled and did not say anything. Jiang Shangzhen was already leaning against the door with her hands in her sleeves. She asked with a smile, "Little brother, do you have any senior or junior sisters?" That young man sighed and shook his head, probably because he was reminded of something sad. He accidentally revealed the truth. "My master will go crazy when he drinks. As long as he sees a woman, he will cry. It's very scary. That's why he had 2 senior sisters in the past, but they were both scared away. Even the ancestor could not do anything about it." Jiang Shangzhen nodded in realization. "Then your master and I are the same kind of people." The young man was puzzled. "Both like to go crazy when drunk?" Jiang Shangzhen laughed. "You are quite good at chatting." The young man glanced at the woman outside the door from the corner of his eye and said loudly, "I'm educated." Bai Xian whispered, "Sister Pei, this guy is interested in you. Good fellow, his taste is very good." Pei Qian lowered her head and smiled. "Bai Xian, why don't you practice martial arts?" Bai Xian put his hands behind his back and shook his head. "There's no rush. We'll talk about it when we get to Luopa Mountain." Master Chow said that if I learn martial arts, I'll be able to spar with Sister Pei in 2 or 3 years. He also said that there was someone with the same surname, Bai, who was also a sword cultivator. Master Chow told me not to waste this good surname and to work harder. Pei Qian nodded. "You are quite similar to that, Bai Xian." Bai Xian sneered. "He is more like me." Pei Qian smiled. "You are almost the same." Bai Xian felt that Pei Qian was implying something. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at Bai Xian. He was young, but was indeed a man. In the martial arts school, at the table, Chun Pingan, who had never gotten drunk in his life except for that one time in the inverted mountain Huang, Liang Blessed Land, was drunk tonight. He was so drunk that the old man opposite him thought that he was the younger one who could not hold his liquor. Su Yuanxia thought that many years ago she was still a heroic swordsman, and the drunkard opposite her was still a young man. 762. The small martial arts club in Xianyu County of Qingyuan Commandery suddenly had a large number of guests. There was no news about the night ban in the county, and it was not recorded in the records. When the county government got the news, they hurried to the martial arts club early in the morning to ask for customs clearance documents. No matter how good the relationship between the county master and Brother Su was, the government runners did not dare to turn a blind eye to it. If there was any mistake, they would lose their heads. There was a long list of people, from the county master to the prefect. All of them would be investigated. Some people would lose their official hats, which was no different from losing their heads. Fortunately, the martial arts club did not make things difficult for them. A young county military officer personally led the team. When he saw 3 unusual customs clearance documents, he immediately elbowed the head of a government official next to him. He leaned over and carefully read them. Then he respectfully returned them to the young woman. The young woman in front of him was not bad because she was from Jianghu. The other 2 customs clearance documents were actually custom made by the Ministry of Revenue of Dali and issued by the Ministry of Rights. Then the young military officer knew that even if he had 90 children with him, he could travel at will in Xianyu County of Qinyuan Commandery, let alone 9 children. Chun Pingon rarely got up so late. He walked out of the room late in the morning. As soon as he went out and stretched, he saw Pei Qian calmly doing the 6-step dance. Little fatty Cheng Chaolu and 2 little girls were following him. Cheng Chaolu walked seriously. Nailan Yuji and Yao Xiaoyan were just playing. Jiang Shangjin covered his sleeves with his hands and squatted on the steps, looking at the martial arts club men who were either watching the boxing or watching the young women. Last night, he chatted with the young man who claimed to be an educated man. Without spending a single copper coin, he learned about the grudge between the young martial artist Shifu and a certain mountain fairy. Hearing this, Jiang Shangjin sighed incessantly, repeatedly saying that he shouldn't have done that. As soon as Chun Pingon went out, he was stopped by Su Yuanxia with 2 pots of wine. Su Yuanxia said that the best thing in the world to cure alcohol was to drink a cup of wine. Chun Pingon had no choice but to go back to the room and drink with Su Yuanxia early in the morning. There were wine cups in the room and a few new books on the table. There were books of Confucian sages, Taoist classics, and literati's notes. A room that had been left for a friend had been tidied up neatly and tidily by an old man who was used to the pugilistic world over the years. Su Yuanxia heard about Chun Pingon's stories in Tongya Continent. Su Yuanxia asked, "When you passed by Xinchengwang of Tsai country, did you enter the city to offer incense?" The old man was glad that he did not forget about Jianghu etiquette, but he also thought that if the young man did not forget it, he would have a chance to say a few words. Chun Pingon took a sip of wine, put down the cup, and said, "Of course I haven't forgotten." Su Yuanxia's master was of Jif Dali Commandery. She of Dali. Chun Pingon asked, "Are you really not going to Luo Mountain with me to take a look?" Su Yuanxia smiled and shook her head. "No, you and Shanfeng can come visit me later. As a big brother in Jianghu, I have to give face." Although she said that, the old man had to wait for his 2 young friends to come and drink with him. Chun Pingon did not try to persuade her anymore. Su Yuanxia reminded him, "You will be very busy when you go back to your hometown, so you don't have to rush to get Shanfeng to drink with you. You can all do your own things. Let's try to drink 2 more times in the next 10 or 20 years. Otherwise, it will be 2 people drinking and staring at each other. It will be boring. It is better to drink with 3 people. Let's make a deal. The next time we drink, I will fight the 2 of you." Chun Pingon teased, 1 against 2? As long as there's a small dish to accompany the wine, he wouldn't say such drunken words. Su Yuanxia glanced at the long sword that Chun Pingon hung on the wall. She suddenly thought of an old immortal she had not seen for 10 years. However, although the words were good, they did not fit the situation. Su Yuanxia retracted her gaze and joked, "You know that I admire Suzy's poems the most. In the future, if you have the chance to meet Suzy, remember to help me say a few words." A collection of Suzy's poems that I have carried around for many years helped a Jianghu wanderer named Su Yuanxia save a lot of money. Chun Pingon smiled and nodded, "No problem. In the future, when I see that Suzy, I'll have to ask him to comment on your doggerel. If that senior is easy to talk to, I'll shamelessly ask him to help you write the preface to your travel book. However, when talking over wine, it's always best to boast first. Whether or not you take it seriously depends on the depth of your wine cup." Su Yuanxia shook the wine pot in her hand. There was not much left. She reached out and covered the wine cup on the table. She smiled and asked, "Same old rules?" Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. "Leave it for now." Ooh. Su Yuanxia was silent for a moment. Seeing that Chun Pingon did not move, she asked doubtfully, "Kid, why are you still not moving?" It was not easy to return to vast heaven from the great wall of sword chi. It had been many years since he returned to Luo Mountain. This kid must be in a hurry. Just like what Chun Pingon said just now, The first thing to do was to boast at the wine table. Last night, Chen Pingon drank too much and was a complete mess. His voice was not soft, but his alcohol tolerance was really good. Not only did he not get drunk, but he was also in high spirits. His eyes were brighter than those who did not drink. The young man said something that made Su Yuanxia very soul-stirring and very fascinated. At first, Su Yuanxia mistakenly thought that this young man was really someone who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Then, without warning, with a bang, he knocked his head on the table and passed out, snoring like thunder. Chen Pingon was stunned for a moment. He laughed and scolded. "Can I King stay here for a few more days? Is the dojo so poor that it can't even eat? If there isn't enough good wine, there should at least be tea." When he was young, he always thought that when he drank, he must drink the best wine, the most expensive wine. But, in fact, he could drink any kind of wine on the table. Time was unforgiving. When he could afford to buy any kind of wine, he began to drink more tea. Even if he drank, he rarely drank with others. Su Yuanxia laughed and said, "Well said." In the next few days, Su Yuanxia brought Chen Pingon and the others to Torsienu County and the immortal sect deep in the mountains outside the city. The main reason was because of the man named Zhou Fei. For some reason, he hit it off with one of Su Yuanxia's direct disciples. His name was Guo Chuanxi, who was heartbroken by a childhood sweetheart. He was in his 30s and was still single. He wished that he could soak himself in a wine jar every day. Otherwise, Guo Chuanxi would be the most promising of Su Yuanxia's direct disciples. He had the potential to become a fifth realm martial artist in this lifetime. In the Jianghu of a small country, he could be considered as a martial arts master who could establish a sect. Zhou Fei privately found Su Yuanxia and said that he wanted to bring Guo Chuanxi out for a walk. He knew some physiognomy and felt that Guo Chuanxi's face was that of someone from the mountains. He made a living in the dojo, practicing martial arts half-heartedly during the day and sleepwalking in a wine jar at night. It was a waste of talent. Su Yuanxia trusted Chen Pingon's friend and did not stop them. She let Zhou Fei take Guo Chuanxi away. The immortal sect on the mountain was called Qingji sect. Its founder was an old immortal master who was at the sea-viewing realm. It was said that there was also a chief consecrator at the Dragon Gate realm. The girl that Guo Chuanxi had been thinking about was not only a direct disciple of the founder hall of Qingji sect, but also one of the candidates for the next hill master. The immortal master of Qingji sect was actually the clearest about the depth of Su Yuanxia's kung fu. This was because Su Yuanxia had given her disciple Guo Chuanxi a Dharma saber and went up the mountain to lecture him. The sect leader of Qingji sect could be considered reasonable and did not really break up the couple. However, in the end, that woman's heart was no longer at the foot of the mountain. She and Guo Chuanxi were not fated to be together. As her master, Su Yuanxia was in a difficult position. Chen Pingon did not bring Pei Qian. He let her stay in the martial arts club to look after the children. Only Bai Xian, with his hands behind his back, followed them up the mountain to visit Qingji sect. The child followed beside Su Yuanxia and imitated Master Chao, calling Su Yuanxia elder brother Su. Su Yuanxia knew that they were all children from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, so she was very easy to talk to. She kept calling Su Yuanxia younger brother Bai, which gave Bai Xian a very good impression of Su Yuanxia. He made a private agreement with elder brother Su that he would be a guest elder of the martial arts school in the future. In the future, if anyone came to cause trouble, send a message to Luopa Mountain. Jiang Shangzhen silently remembered that Bai Xian called Su Yuanxia brother Su a few times. Su Yuanxia replied brother Bai a few times so that he could ask for credit from his senior sister later. As for the messy-haired and bearded Guo Chuanxi, he was inexplicably wearing a new set of clothes given to him by Zhou Fei. It was blue and had a pattern of mountains, rivers, and clouds. It was said that it was some kind of silk craft. Anyway, Guo Chuanxi did not understand it. It was light and felt like he was not wearing anything. Guo Chuanxi was not used to it. However, he was also wearing a pair of leather boots that were mended by a disciple. The sleeves were not short, but he did not dare to roll them up casually. He was afraid that it would spoil his taste. The man did not know where to put his hands. He was like an old woman who was covered in rouge and powder. When he smiled or raised his head, he would reveal his timidity. If others saw him, he would have to hold back his laughter. Of course, Su Yuanxia knew that it was a set of robes from the mountain. However, she could not tell its rank. She used telepathy to ask Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan replied, "It's a set of robes from the 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. It's made of fairy silk and has a pattern of mountains and rivers. It's very famous on Tongyi's Hao Mountain. This set of robes was given by Zhou Fei. Therefore, it should be ranked as a magic treasure. I cast an immortal camouflage spell on Zhou Fei and suppressed the special ability of the robes, thread drawing. Otherwise, Guo Chuanxi would not be able to wear it. Once Zhou Fei removes the spell, the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers of Qingji sect will be reduced by half if the array formation of the ancestral master hall cannot hold it back. The spiritual energy will be absorbed by the robes and integrated into the meridians." Su Yuanxia was even more curious. "What does your friend want to do? If this set of robes was worn by a qi refinement warrior, would it be an offensive treasure?" Chun Pingan smiled and told the truth. "Zhou Fei does things as he pleases. He often has nothing better to do. We'll just have to get used to it." Su Yuanxia said, "Chuanxi is a pure martial artist with a low realm. In the eyes of people like you, he's not a martial arts genius. He won't be able to take the opportunity on the mountain, right?" Chun Pingan said, "Don't worry, Brother Su. Zhou Fei knows what he's doing." Just like the child they saved in the North Continent, after Jiang Shangzhen brought her to the Calligraphy Lake True Realm sect, she was named Zhou Caizhen on the Jade Gui sect's archives. It was probably Zhou from Zhou Fei, Kai from Li Kai, and Jiang Shangzhen from Zhen. After that, the two sect masters, Sword Immortal Wei Ying, Immortal Lu, Lao Cheng, Jade Pu, Lu Jimao, Nascent Soul Li Fuyao, and Golden Core Sword Cultivator Sui Yu, all took good care of this child. In the entire Calligraphy Lake Palace Willow Island, where rules were strict and geniuses came forth in large numbers. For so many years, Zhou Caizhen, whose cultivation potential was not worth mentioning, was the well-deserved favorite. However, the little girl was more obedient and had not left the Calligraphy Lake until now. Instead, she often went to Lord Tianhu and a gatekeeper of the verdant Canyon Island to have a heart-to-heart talk. This caused a child with no cultivation potential to be in the Immortals' cave realm through the Jiang clan's ancestral hall's Immortals' secret arts, the True Realm sect's Immortals' money, and the fortune on the mountain. After Chun Pingan learned about it, he thanked Jiang Shangzhen from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Shangzhen replied, "Don't scold me." This caused Chun Ping's heart to feel guilty, and he brought up the topic of Jisei Peak's Ancestral Master Hall. In the next meeting as the mountain chieftain, if there were any problems with the matter of the chief consecrator, he would definitely stand his ground against all opposition. Jiang Shangzhen looked at the mountain master, who had an exceptionally sincere gaze. He then thought of Pei Qian's so-called second minister, and the mountain master hurriedly returning to the Luo Pa mountain. For no reason, he thought of the phrase, "Good things don't need to wait too long." However, when he thought of the phrase, "A small amount of money can make the devil push the millstone," and a large amount of money can make the millstone push the devil, Jiang Shangzhen immediately calmed down. There was a reason why the family name was Zhou on the mountain. Jiang Shangzhen changed his name to Zhou Fei and used this name to assume the position of honorary minister in the Luo Pa mountain, which was included in the Jisei Peak's landscape register. This meant that Zhou Fei was no longer an empty alias. The child followed Jiang Shangzhen's surname of Zhou and not Chen. This meant that Jiang Shangjin had replaced Qin Pingan and accepted all the karma. Thanks to Su Yuanxia, the group of people not only passed through the mountain gate of the Qingji sect unimpeded, but the gatekeeper also sent a message to the Hall of Patriarchs saying that old Master Su had come to visit. A close neighbor was better than a distant relative. The relationship between the Qingji sect and Su Yuanxia was not bad. After all, she was a sixth realm martial artist who liked to travel when she was young, so she could not be underestimated. However, as Su Yuanxia grew older, some of the original rumors became less and less important. Therefore, after the Hall of Patriarchs received the message, they did not disturb the sect master's meditation. Only a direct disciple showed up. He was a cultivator of the cave realm, the middle 5 realms, 60 years old. He was also one of the potential candidates for the position of mountain master and the sect master's direct disciple. His name was Kai Xian. Today, he was in charge of receiving the group of people led by Su Yuanxia. On the way up the mountain, Su Yuanxia respectfully accompanied the last seat, so the sect master of the Qingji sect would definitely be willing to end his closed-door meditation. However, since it was old martial artist Su who took the lead, the rest of the people who were accompanying them on the way up the mountain did not receive such treatment. Kai Xian stood on the steps of the mountain top, respectfully welcoming the distinguished guests. Su Yuanxia saluted from afar. "Greetings, Immortal Master Kai." With a smile on his face, Kai Xian saluted back. "Headmaster Su." In fact, Kai Xian had been sizing up the group of people beside Su Yuanxia. As for Guo Chuanxi, who had changed into a bright outfit, he only glanced at him. There was no need to pay more attention to him. Beside Guo Chuanxi, there was a handsome man with long and narrow eyes. He was wearing a purple robe made of silk and satin, which made him look like a descendant of a rich family. There was also a scholarly man in a green robe with a warm smile. When Su Yuanxia saluted, the man also saluted, but he did not speak. There was also a little kid in white who did not have eyes on his forehead but on the sky. With his hands behind his back, Su Yuanxia saluted and did not move. When the man in green robe saluted, the child then saluted reluctantly. At the top of the mountain, there was a large immortal mansion. Clouds and smoke lingered, and the immortal aura was faintly discernible. Qin Pingan looked around. Jiang Shangjin smiled and said telepathically, "What's wrong? Is there a secret?" Qin Pingan answered, "No, it's just a matter of time. Once bitten, twice shy. I'm worried that there's an otherworldly expert like Pei Min hiding here." Jiang Shangjin said helplessly, "What do you mean?" Qin Pingan smiled. "Isn't Sect Master Jiang standing right here?" Jiang Shangjin rubbed his chin. "That makes sense." On Qingji Sect's mountain, there was actually a game of mirror flower, moon in the water today. It was a game of chess between 2 fairies in a pavilion. However, it was not close. It was near the cliff and a few miles away from the mountain road. Kai Xian originally wanted to make a pot of tea and send the guests down the mountain. However, after glancing at Guo Chuanxi, he changed his mind and invited the group to the cliff's observation platform. He only told them the rules of the mountain and told them to remember not to enter the eyes of the mirror flower, moon in the water. Kai Xian was very detailed and said that it was best to stay at least 90 steps away from the pavilion. The group followed the rules and walked along a tree-lined path on the mountain ridge. After the view suddenly opened up, they stopped early and saw the small pavilion with a raised eave and a horizontal board with the words Gaozai hanging from it. "There are pavilions with wings. Danger is high. Gaozai Pavilion." Qin Pingan felt that this name was not bad. When it came to naming things, whether it was the name of a sect or a sect the name of a flying sword, or the carving of a mountain and river cliff, the person who came later would be at a disadvantage. It was similar to the principle of writing poems. Qin Pingan could not help but ask in his mind, in the vast world, Is there a pavilion named Gao Zai Pavilion elsewhere? Jiang Shangjin smiled. If there aren't 100, there should be at least a few dozen. Chun Pingan nodded. Then I won't be polite. Anyway, there was already a mountain and river pavilion on Jisei Peak, so one more Gaozai pavilion would not make a difference. Chun Pingan looked at Guichuanxi. The middle-aged man looked absent-minded, and his eyes were wide open. He was staring blankly at a young woman playing chess in the pavilion. Chun Pingan retracted his gaze and looked at the pavilion again. In fact, he was a little surprised because the fairy on the mountain who was playing chess with a female cultivator of Qingji sect in the pavilion was dressed like a Taoist woman. She did not wear a Taoist crown on her head. Instead, she had a bun in the shape of a plum blossom and a line of small words was engraved on it. Chun Pingan had heard of the Green Plum Temple in Nantang Lake. It was said that the plum blossom in the cottage was the thickest in spring. It was a small Taoist immortal home because he once met a female cultivator named Zhou Qianglin on the mountain road to the west of his hometown. At that time, she was with Song Yuan and Lu Yanrun. Chun Pingan still remembered clearly that after they separated, Pei Qian had a good impression of her. At that time, Chun Pingan was very surprised. Pei Qian said that in Zhou Qianglin's Heart Lake there were many poor, skinny children in ragged clothes. She was very sad when she looked at an empty rice bowl. Jiang Shangjin's eyes were sharp. He immediately noticed the clues and asked, "Does Hill Master know this sister? Should we greet her?" Chun Pingan shook his head. "I don't know her. I only heard of the Green Plum Temple in Nantang Lake." Jiang Shangjin laughed. "The Green Plum Temple is a small sect. The entire Nantang Lake is gone. How can it be a small Taoist temple with no legs?" Fortunately, there were not many casualties. Therefore, the fairies and sisters who came from the Taoist temple could no longer cultivate in peace. They had no choice but to wander around and beg for alms, which made people pity them. When I was the suzerain of the book, Sword Lake, I even bought a plum tree in the Green Plum Temple to watch the catoptric mirage. It's a pity that I can no longer see the scene of the plum blossoms reach out and the beauty. Chun Pingan said helplessly, "A whole plum tree?" Jiang Shangjin nodded. "Of course, every time the catoptric mirage opens, other people have to throw a small snow to get the treatment. I only have to throw a snow and spend money to get it. It's such a good deal." Chun Pingan laughed. "After throwing snow, you spend money, get called brother a few times, and then throw a small snow?" Jiang Shangjin said helplessly, "Anyway, I don't often watch the catoptric mirage. I have hundreds of them in my heaven and earth in the sleeve. I'm very busy and have to be careful all year round. I strive to be fair and not let any of the sisters be left out." Mountain Chieftain, you think it's very simple? It's more tiring than cultivating in your free time. Cultivating in your free time. Earning money and spending money was your main job. Only Jiang Shangjin could say such thunderstruck words. Most importantly, it was the truth. The young mountain chieftain at the side did not know that Jiang Shangjin had used the catoptric mirage to buy a plum tree in the Green Plum Temple in his early years. Therefore, every time Big Brother Zhou, who used the pseudonym Zhou Qingshin, opened his mouth, the fairy sisters in the Green Plum Temple would smile sweetly and say that they would stop for a moment under a 1,000-year-old plum tree to touch the branches. Otherwise, how could there be the saying of the plum blossoms make up and the beauty? Chun Pingan suddenly turned his head and smiled at the Green Plum Sex Kai Cave, who was very good at reading people's expressions. He asked, "Immortal Master Kai, how can I view the catoptric mirage on this mountain?" Kai Xian laughed. "You can buy a green jade Ganoderma. It's not expensive. 5 snow will cost you money. According to the current market price on the mountain, it's about 6,000 taels of silver at the foot of the mountain. Since you're Headmaster Su's friend, we won't talk about the premium of the Immortal Master's money. If you buy this item, we'll give you a landscape book that explains the catoptric mirage." Kai Xian thought for a moment and added, It's just that I don't have the green jade Ganoderma with me. If you're really interested, I'll take you to the Ganoderma Hall later. In addition to the green jade Ganoderma, there are actually many more rare spiritual weapons on the mountain. In addition, we also sell some small and exquisite handpieces and stationery. They're all carefully refined and carved from our sect's unique green plum jade. The prices vary. Jiang Shangjin smiled. This Kai Cave was quite good at dealing with people. As a cultivation genius in the middle 5 realms, he knew how to take the initiative to give others a way out without being overbearing. No wonder Gua Chuanxi lost to Kai Cave. It wasn't just the difference between the clouds and mud at the foot of the mountain. That Qingji sect female cultivator was also in the immortal realm. She glanced over at Gua Chuanxi and nodded politely at him. Then she smiled at Kai Xian. They weren't a pair of immortal Taoist companions holding hands in the wind. They didn't have that kind of amorous gaze. Qingji sect was a small immortal sect, 2 young immortals in the immortal realm. Whoever became the headmaster in the future would be in the bag. The current headmaster would probably be happy to see it happen. Otherwise, if it were the other 2 direct disciples of the ancestral hall, they would fight and hurt the harmony. If one of them left in a fit of anger, it would be even more painful. However, it seemed that the immortal and Kai Xian hadn't done anything yet. In fact, there would still be accidents. For example, if Kai Xian broke through the realm too quickly and became the first cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm in the history of Qingji sect, she, as the headmaster, would have to look down on him from the top of the mountain again. It was exactly the same as how she looked down on Gua Chuanxi when she entered the mountain. It was a pity that the old immortal in the sea-viewing realm was arrogant and didn't show up. Otherwise, he would be able to see the unusual robe on Gua Chuanxi, and things would become very interesting after that. For example, when the female cultivator went down the mountain to visit her family and passed by the martial arts school in Xianyu County, her down-and-out childhood sweetheart, the sloppy man, actually became spirited again and went out for a long journey. He disappeared without a trace. After returning to the mountain, the headmaster asked again. The more the female cultivator thought about it, the more mysterious it became. The more she thought about it, the more she missed him. Since then, she was worried about her gains and losses. A name that she had almost completely forgotten kept circling in her mind. Forget it. She would just take it as Brother Gua throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person. The mountain was long and leisurely. There was no hurry. There would be a time when they would meet again. Jiang Shangjin glanced at the female cultivator's Qi residence. It was more difficult for her to enter the Jindan realm, but there was a great chance for her to become a cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm. For a secluded immortal clan like Qingji sect, being able to find such a potential Taoist cultivator was already considered to be a blessing in disguise. However, Jiang Shangjin still felt more sentimental. The other person playing chess in the pavilion, the little girl from the Green Plum Monastery, had a hard time earning money. She even had to come to a small mountain like the Catoptric Deflection sect. Since he was acquainted with his own mountain chieftain, Jiang Shangjin secretly threw down a small coin. Then, using his thoughts, he sent a secret message to the mountain restriction of the Catoptric Deflection sect. Do you know Big Brother Zhou? The female cultivator from Qingji sect was confused, but she couldn't help but feel happy. The spiritual qi of the entire small piece of chess was rippling. The small pavilion was close by, but the spiritual qi was suddenly abundant, making people intoxicated, as if they were drunk. The young female cultivator from the Green Plum Temple was even more excited. She put down the chess piece in her hand and suddenly stood up. Facing outside the cliff, she bowed and then asked, "Zhou Qingshan? Immortal Master Zhou?" Jiang Shangjin was just about to reply, "Don't call him Immortal Master Zhou. Call him Big Brother Zhou." However, he was elbowed by Chen Pingan. He had no choice but to throw another small piece of chess and change it to, Big Brother Zhou has something to do today. Let's talk next time. Chun Pingon frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, if the green plum temple on the mountain is slightly relaxed, wouldn't it also be a kind of mountain and water bulletin? Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, this is a precedent set by the Dali Imperial Court. In fact, in the beginning, the Green Plum Temple and the Green Plum Temple were banned. However, the Aquarius continent ignored the rules of the Confucian Temple and restarted the Green Plum Temple. However, the Aquarius continent didn't care about the rules of the Confucian Temple and restarted the Green Plum Temple. However, the Aquarius continent didn't talk about the war. Otherwise, it would be recorded by the Ministry of Rights of each country. If the Dali cultivators came to find them, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Since the war had ended, there was no reason for them to suffer. Of course, there were some stubborn immortals on the mountain who didn't take it seriously. They felt that the Dali dynasty, whose territory had been reduced by half and whose territory would continue to shrink, couldn't take care of itself. As for the end result, it wasn't surprising. The Song clan was really insidious. They secretly dealt with a large group of immortals who didn't abide by the rules. They didn't announce it to the whole continent. They only announced it when they gathered 50 immortals. Not only did the Confucian Temple of Central Plains not punish the Dali dynasty, they even followed suit. Two words popped up in Chun Pingon's mind: sticking to the pole and fishing. Jiang Shangzhen lamented, on the Baopian Island mountain, it was said that Dali and the old minister of the Ministry of Rights, Lu Qingfeng, did this. This guy didn't leave any way out for himself. However, according to the behind-the-scenes news from the True State sect, it was actually the idea of Zhao Yao, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice in Dali's capital. The young people who came out of Liju Grotto Heaven, especially the scholars, are indeed ruthless. However, this shows that Lu Qingfeng has a heart of stone even more. Chun Pingon nodded and said, I've known Lu Qingfeng for a long time. He's very pragmatic and very powerful. He walks the path of a saint inside and a king outside. He doesn't have the spirit of a scholar at all. Most of the time, he doesn't even look like a Confucian disciple. If Lu Qingfeng was a cultivator, Zhao Yao wouldn't have had much of a chance to become the imperial tutor. In fact, many of the ideas of scholars are too vague. Without a gradual ladder to climb, they can't support some strange ideas at all. Lu Qingfeng is completely different. He's very good at creating momentum, and he doesn't even rely on others. When I was able to leave the summer palace and go to the spring banner house in the inverted Xian mountain, I paid special attention to Lu Qingfeng's official deeds. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. A scholar who can be praised by you is, of course, very powerful. The chess game in the pavilion was still going on. The young female Taoist priest of the Green Plum Temple and the female cultivator of the Qingji sect were playing chess while talking about the Zhou Qingshan, who spent a lot of money, and his relationship with the Green Plum Temple. Hearing this, the latter was shocked. There was actually such a great cultivator in the world who spent immortal money like it was silver? Could it be that he was a land immortal whose realm was high enough to reach the clouds? Chun Pingon and the others left the Qingji sect mountain. Before going down the mountain, Chun Pingon took out 10 pieces of snow and bought 2 green jade Ganoderma. He went to the foot of the mountain and gave it to Su Yuanxia. Su Yuanxia said with a smile, "What do I need this thing for? The martial arts school's little property can't even afford to use it twice." Chun Pingon explained, "If it's really urgent and it takes too long to send a letter, you can go to the Qingji sect mountain and use the green jade Ganoderma. I'll come as soon as possible." Su Yuanxia laughed angrily and said, "Are you guarding the green jade Ganoderma temple every day in Luopa Mountain? You're a mountain lord. Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Chun Pingon said, "Of course I won't watch it every day." Someone will pay attention to it. After all, I'm a mountain lord. There are still a few guests who worship me. Su Yuanxia asked, So, you want something to happen to me? Chun Pingon thought about it and agreed. It was indeed inauspicious. He had to put away the green jade, Ganoderma. After thinking about it, he threw it to Jiang Shangjin and said, You like it. It's for you. Jiang Shangjin put it in his sleeve and didn't refuse. The martial arts school still had people who made money as bodyguards. Everyone rode on a few short horses. Bai Xian probably felt that the horse was too hot, so he stood up and stood on the horse behind Jiang Shangjin with his hands behind his back. Without waiting for Master Chow to speak, Bai Xian said that he would sit down obediently if he met someone on the road. Bai Xian suddenly patted Jiang Shangjin's head and said, Old brother Zhou, why are you galloping so fast? You're even slower than me walking on 2 legs. Jiang Shangjin laughed and said, Why don't you lie on the ground and walk on 5 legs? How many years had it been since he rode a horse in Jianghu? Jiang Shangjin thought about it carefully. It was about a few hundred years. It was all thanks to the mountain lord. Bai Xian was angry. He bent down and wrapped his arms around Jiang Shangjin's neck. How dare you? How dare you talk to me like that? Chun Pingon and Su Yuanxia rode at the front. When Chun Pingon turned his head, Bai Xian immediately let go of his hand and rubbed Jiang Shangjin's head. Then he patted Jiang Shangjin's cheeks and said, Ride slower. Your face is covered in dust. Old brother Zhou is not handsome anymore. Jiang Shangjin laughed and said, Bai Xian, you can also rely on your face to make a living in the future. If Luo Pa Mountain has catoptric deflection, you will be the boss in a few decades or 100 years. Bai Xian sneered and said, I can't afford to lose face like that. Chun Pingon heard this and turned his head to look at Bai Xian. Bai Xian immediately knew that something was wrong and said anxiously, Master Chow, we can't be too greedy. Nailin' little money grubber. Yao little muddlehead, he nerd. You little Taoist, they're so suitable for this. Me, cross-eyed. And dead fish, I can't do it. Even Chung Chao Lu, the little chef, is better than the 3 of us. Chun Pingon turned his head and ignored the little bastard who liked to give people nicknames. Wu Chuanxi, who was riding side by side with Jiang Shangjin, suddenly said, Big brother Zhou, you and Chun Pingon are both from the mountain, right? If they weren't from the mountain, they couldn't take out so much immortal money. 2 treasures from the mountain, 10,000 taels of silver, were given to the Qingji sect without blinking an eye. Wu Chuanxi really didn't expect that his master would have such a Jianghu friend. Jiang Shangjin took out a green jade Ganoderma from his sleeve and threw it to Wu Chuanxi. He laughed and said in his mind, Take this with you. It can be a meeting gift in the future. Go to a place called Book Slip Lake Palace Willow Island and find an old woman named Li Fuyao. Tell her that you and a guy named Zhou Fei are good brothers. In the future, let her take you to the mountain to cultivate. Tell her that if you don't reach the cave realm in 50 years, even if my eyes are bad, it's Brother Gua's fault for not being lucky enough. At that time, let her beat us brothers to death. Brother Gua, do you dare to go? Wu Chuanxi took the 5 to 6,000 taels of silver in a panic. The man couldn't even learn the secret Jianghu technique of condensing sound into a thread from his master. It wasn't that his master didn't teach him, but he couldn't and didn't want to learn. Other than drinking and talking nonsense, the man didn't even have the mood to talk to others. Wu Chuanxi laughed. What's there to be afraid of? It's hard to say whether I can live for another 50 years. I've never been to any Jianghu in my life. The farthest place I've been was the county town next door. The martial arts club didn't even call me because I drank too much. Indeed, I should learn from my master. While my legs are still nimble, I should go out and have a look. A living person can't be suffocated to death by urine. Jiang Shangjin smiled and nodded. Let's make it clear in advance. This trip to Book Slip Lake is far away, and there will be many accidents. Remember to be careful along the way. If you die on the way, I won't collect your corpse. Gua Chunchi laughed heartily. I've been dead for many years. Why would I be afraid of this? Bai Xian glanced at the man and gave him a thumbs up. In his hometown, there were many drunkards like Gua Chunchi. Chun Pingon asked Jiang Shangjin telepathically. Jade Gui's sect, Cloud Cave Blessed Land, and Zhenjing's sect, other than the Mountain Rivers Gazette that you guys control on the surface. How much do you have? Jiang Shangjin laughed. There are many, no less than 10. To be honest, if it wasn't for me back then, the ancestral hall of the Divine Seal Peak would not have been willing to spend this money. Chun Pingon nodded. Over at Tong Yi Continent, Cloud Cave Blessed Land controls the Mountain Rivers Gazette. Lend it to me for a while. Of course, I have to settle the accounts cleanly. Every time I get the scribes on the mountain to write the Mountain Rivers Gazette, it will be recorded in the accounts. It will be settled once every 10 years. As for the Aquarius Continent and North Continent, I'll pave the way myself. Jiang Shangjin asked, at the crucial moment, I'll get someone to scold you? Chun Pingon laughed. What else? Jiang Shangjin said, it's not easy to know what to do. Chun Pingon said, isn't the best thing to say in the world the words of justice? Jiang Shangjin sighed. The Mountain Rivers Gazette that I fiddled with previously, it just so happened that the word justice was missing. Chun Pingon laughed and replied, don't have the heart to harm others, but don't have the heart to guard against others. After a moment of silence, Jiang Shangjin laughed. You bunch of scholars. Some Mountain Rivers Gazettes combined with some Mountain Rivers Gazettes could gather many mountain cultivators that could not be hidden. They could just let it be for a few decades or 100 years. During this period, as long as Luo Pa Mountain paid attention and recorded the words of righteous indignation, they could follow the vine to the melon and casually find out the big and small mountain records, raising fish, to be able to have such a telepathic connection with the young mountain lord, to be able to speak with him, and to think far ahead without hindrance. Jiang Shangjin and Cui Dongshan could easily do it, secretly supporting a few Mountain Rivers Gazettes that were allow me to say a few words of justice, and at the same time paying attention to the future of the Aquarius Continent's Mountain Rivers Gazettes. Chun Pingon actually already had a candidate in mind, the blind old Taoist from Riding Dragon Alley, Jia Cheng, and the bookkeeper of Luo Pa Mountain, Zhang Jiajin. But Chun Pingon missed the summer palace of the past. In truth, the hidden official sword cultivators were all experts. Even if they personally went to the battlefield to write the Mountain Rivers Gazettes, they were all experts. Lin Junbai, Gu Jianlong, Chao Gun, Xian Can, when the matters of the sect and the lower sect are settled, it was time to make a trip to the Central Plains Divine Continent. Returning to the county's martial arts dojo, Chun Pingon took down the sword from the wall and carried it on his back. Su Yuanxia, who was sitting at the table, stood up. Chun Pingon was about to say something that he had long prepared, but he did not expect the old man to wave his hand and walk in front of him. He stretched out his hand to tidy up Chun Pingon's clothes and scolded softly, "Smelly brat, you think that Su Yuanxia's entire life is just to drink with you too? After returning to my hometown for so many years, do you think I have been waiting for you two to come and see me every day? Of course not. Opening the dojo, drinking with my friends in the Jianghu, building relationships with the government, teaching my disciples martial arts in the day, revising the Mountain Rivers Gazettes at night. I am very busy. When people come to this world, they have to go through this journey, and when they live to my age, they will live if they can, and when they should leave, they will leave." Chun Pingon wanted to say something, but stopped. Su Yuanxia took 2 steps back and nodded her head with a smile. Chun Pingon's appearance was rather decent, and was slightly more handsome than Zhang Shanfeng. The old man finally said, "In the wilderness under the 3 bright moons, many swordsmen died in foreign lands, but didn't they all leave just like that? Think about them. And then look at Su Yuanxia. You shouldn't dawdle like a girl." Chun Pingon cupped his fists. Brother Su, take care. The white-haired old man straightened his back and cupped his fists. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. Have a safe journey. The group of people left Xianyu County on foot. At a secluded place, Jiang Shangzhen shook his sleeves and kept the group of children into his heaven and earth sleeve. Then, with Qin Pingon and Pei Qian, he rode the wind to the cloud-boat ferry. In fact, the ferry was only 300 li away from Qingji Sex Mountain. However, the immortals were obstructing their vision. Based on the old immortal who liked to cultivate in peace, he would not be able to find it even if he kept his eyes wide open for a few hundred years. On this journey to the north, the ferry would naturally pass by the great blasphemy that entered the sea in front of the Yunlin Jiang clan's house. Chun Pingon walked to the bow of the ferry and looked down at the great blasphemy that meandered like a dragon. Jiang Shangzhen and Pei Qian came to his side. Pei Qian said softly, "Master, that Wang Zhu seems to be in seclusion in a secret realm under the sea. There are signs of her breaking through the realm." Chun Pingon nodded. As the only true dragon in the world, GQ gathered a lot of luck in her body. When Wang Zhu was still at the bottleneck of the immortal realm, she could be regarded as half an ascendant realm. As such, she was able to fight Fei Fei in a fierce battle. And in the battlefield of Old Dragon City, she was able to take a blow from Yuan Shou's staff with all his might, but she only suffered some minor injuries, and her Grand Dao Foundation had not been harmed. Jiang Shangzhen leaned on the railing and sighed. If it weren't for Lady Qing Zhong of Lushui Pit, who was conferred the title of Rain Master by the Confucian Temple, who commanded all the flood dragons on the land, and took up part of the vast water luck, Wang Zhu, this little girl, would really be lawless once she came out of seclusion and entered the ascendant realm. Chun Pingon's eyes were dark and obscure. He said, "She has always been good at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Besides, there will only be one person who can suppress her. Anyway, no matter who it is, there will always be someone who can suppress her." Jiang Shangzhen said, "That mud bottle alley of yours is the most frightening one to walk through. Not to mention the mountain master. The vassal king Songmu is now in Pedu. His maidservant is a true dragon who is about to enter the ascendant realm. His ancestral home is the old Chao family over there. Chao Shi and Chao Jun are two sword immortals. Moreover, Gu Ken is in White Emperor City and is doing very well. It is said that a few years ago, when she went down the mountain for the second time to gain experience, she pestered a pure jade realm cultivator, who was born as a wild cultivator, and talked to him for several years. Every day, she fought and talked. That pure jade realm wild cultivator was almost driven crazy by Gu Ken. In the end, he accompanied Gu Ken back to White Emperor City. Chun Pingon asked, "Is it because that pure jade realm wild cultivator is afraid of White Emperor City or has long coveted the Dao techniques of White Emperor City?" Jiang Shangzhen shook his head. "It's not that. It's just that his Dao heart can't endure Gu Kan's." Chun Pingon was silent. When it came to patience, among the three of them, Gu Ken, who was the youngest, had always been the best. Whenever he thought of the snot-nosed bug, he would think of Lu Xianyang. When he thought of Lu Xianyang, he would immediately think of someone he did not know. He immediately diverted his thoughts and thought of Sita Longqiu, who seemed to have some feelings for Lu Xianyang. He thought of this sword cultivator, who was at the Dragon Gate realm bottleneck on Yuhu Street. He could not help but think of the old and new 5 absolutes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When he thought of this, he thought of Pei Min's 3 absolutes of the noble splendor of Cui Dong's 3 absolutes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When he thought of this, he thought of Pei Min's 3 absolutes of the noble Dao. When he thought of Cui Dong's 3 absolutes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he immediately turned his thoughts back to the 5 absolutes. Alliance's gambling behavior was the best. He washed his hair with saliva. Old Deaf's words were human. Lu Xi's outstanding beauty and great sword immortal Mi's ancient affections could not hold him back. Sita Longqiu's swearing was true. Gu Jianlong's words were fair. Dong Haitan's spending money like flowing water. Wang Xinshui's I can pay before the fight, but after the fight, it's on me. Chun Pingan was also leaning on the railing. A cool breeze brushed past his face. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly said, "You have to pay attention to the matter of thoughts. Once it truly manifests, it's equivalent to half of an otherworldly demon. Although I haven't experienced such a thing, any idiot on the mountain knows that it's very troublesome." Chun Pingan nodded. "I'm changing it." This was the after effect of being at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for too long. Cultivating one's power was slightly better, but cultivating one's heart had always been a double-edged sword since ancient times. Chun Pingan did not want to walk the path of scholar Yang Ning's severing 3 corpses, which was too close to Taoism. However, there was once a monk in the mountains who clearly told Chun Pingan that studying Buddhism was not an escape from Zen. With this sentence, Chun Pingan felt much more at ease. Therefore, when Chun Pingan asked Yao Xianji if the young monk lived in a certain temple in Shidongyi continent, it was actually because he wanted to take the initiative to find a solution. It would be best if it could help him find his true self. The Buddhist Dharma of the ox head Zen only had one sentence: verdant bamboos are all Dharmakaya. Yellow flowers are nothing but prajna. It was still not enough. Even if Chun Pingan used this to extend his understanding and said another sentence, when the lotus does not fall, the prajna flowers will bloom on their own, it was still not enough. Chun Pingan suddenly looked up at the sky, then lowered his head and looked at the great blasphemy, all the way to the center of the Aquarius continent. He said, "I'll go to the great blasphemy temple and meet up near the capital." Jiang Shangzhen said, "The mountain lord's hands-off boss has reached the acme of perfection." Pei Qian asked, "I'll go with master?" Chun Pingan shook his head and laughed. "The imperial sword is extremely fast. You can't keep up." Pei Qian nodded. Chun Pingan stretched out 2 fingers and swiped forward. "Let's go." The long sword was unsheathed, and as fast as lightning, it shot straight into the sky. Chun Pingan bent his knees slightly and rose from the ground. The entire cloud boat ferry sank along with him, and actually directly dropped a few hundred feet into a large sea of clouds. Pei Qian looked up at the direction where his master flashed and disappeared, and very quickly he used all his strength to see, but still could not see any trace of him. He scratched his head. "I really can't keep up." Jiang Shangzhen laughed. The will of a sword immortal, the physique of a martial artist, using all his strength to control the sword. You are after all still at the peak of the mountain. It would be strange if you could keep up. Otherwise, how could your master ask the sword Pei Min? Pei Qian asked curiously if you had caught up to my master's sword seeking battle, and little senior brother. Master was a jade unpolished realm sword cultivator, a martial artist. Zhou Fei was an immortal realm sword cultivator who had fallen from the ascendant realm. Little senior brother was at the bottleneck of the immortal realm. There was no need to say anything more about master. The other 2 were extremely proficient in fighting and escaping. Spells, divine abilities, dharma treasures, and trump cards were even more plentiful. If Pei Min was not a sword cultivator, but just an ordinary ascendant realm qi refinement warrior, Pei Qian did not even need to ask such a question. If he fell into the hands of master, and the other 2, he would either be beaten to death alive or slowly exhausted to death. In the end, Jiang Shangzhen said almost the same words as Cui Dongshan. There are ways to save one's life, and there are ways to fight desperately. Pei Qian leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. Lord Jiang, thank you. Jiang Shangzhen looked into the distance and smiled. Thank me for rushing to Mirage City? Pei Qian shook his head. Thank you for the Cloud Cave blessed land, which allowed me to meet Master earlier. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. He could keep up with the young master's thoughts, but he really could not keep up with Pei Qian's thoughts. Pei Qian looked indifferent. Lord Jiang, in the future, if there is someone who is not suitable for you to fight, let me know, and I will go to ask the sword-seeking battle. But you have to promise not to tell my master, and if master knows later, he will not be too angry. Jiang Shangjin said with a bright smile. Deal. Pei Qian smiled and squinted his eyes. Jiang Shangjin suddenly became sneaky and asked softly, Senior sister, why did I hear that Lu Yuzhou has some thoughts about you? Pei Qian looked suspicious, then shook his head. That can't be. Who would be so stupid to spread such rumors? I only met him once at Lei Gong Temple and did not talk to him. Anyway, he looked like a fool. Pei Qian truly felt that it was impossible. Why would he like her? And she was not good-looking. Pei Qian's only impression of the Baijin continent's Lu family was that they were rich, and when he was traveling alone into Duan Dynasty, Pei Qian had personally experienced it. As for Lu Yuzhou, his only impression of him was that the fool's bamboo robe looked extremely valuable. In the sky, a green-robed man hovered on his sword. Chun Pingon covered his sleeves with his hands as he looked down at the world. It was a pity that the current Aquarius continent did not have any Confucian temple sage to oversee the sky curtain. Chun Pingon took a step forward, his figure falling to the ground, and his sword automatically returned to its sheath. About 10 li away from the Great Disrespect Temple, a green robe landed. There was a lot of traffic on the official road. Chun Pingon walked beside the Great Disrespect Temple, removed the camouflage, and turned around with a smile. Excuse me, Mr. Su. A man with a sword behind his back appeared, out of thin air, smiled, and nodded. I was wondering who was so daring to fall from the sky like this. The Mahist Ranger, Sword Immortal Su Ruo. Chun Pingon bowed with his hands folded in front. Su Ruo returned the gesture. The two of them walked towards the Great Disrespect Temple. Chun Pingon asked, Lin Shui is still the temple attendant. Su Ruo shook his head. Unfortunately, Lin Shui has just left his position in the temple and returned to Cliff Academy, and will soon be appointed as the Deputy Hill Master. Chun Pingon asked, Does Cliff Academy have a new Hill Master? Su Ruo nodded. Chun Pingon had already handed over a bottle of moonlight wine. Su Ruo naturally took the bottle, took a sip, and praised the wine. It's a great gentleman from Lakeview Academy. Chun Pingon, you won't hold a grudge against him, right? Chun Pingon smiled. Why would you say that? There's no such thing. Su Ruo walked Chun Pingon all the way to the square outside the Great Disrespect Temple, and half-jokingly said in her mind, Between you and me, let's just drink. It's best if we don't talk about swords. Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. It's very difficult. Su Ruo turned and left. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was just a lazy man. Chun Pingon straightened his clothes and walked towards the temple gate alone. Chun Pingon suddenly stopped and turned to look at the three people. Most of them were acquaintances. The former neighbor of Clay Bottle Alley, Song Jisen. Now, the vassal of Dolly, Song Mu. Ma Kushwan of Apricot Blossom Alley. There was also a young Earth Immortal Realm cultivator, whom Su Ruo didn't know. He was undoubtedly a sword cultivator, but his martial arts fate was a bit unusual. Perhaps it was the half-friend that Ma Kushwan had described as half-friend. Yu Shiwu, a sword cultivator of Martial Mountain. This person seemed to be called the third Li Tuanjing of the Aquarius continent because the second Li Tuanjing once belonged to Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. However, it was said that Wei Jin was now a great sword immortal. This praise for Wei Jin's excellent talent in sword cultivation seemed to have become a curse, so Su Ruo had to let bygones be bygones. Ma Kushwan clicked his tongue and said, The third battle. I've waited for more than 20 years. Chun Pingon, you're really something. Chun Pingon turned around and faced the three people. He smiled and said, "One of the young candidates. I can't afford to offend him." Yushirwu stopped and raised his hands. "Don't drag me into a battle between immortals." Song Jisun stood shoulder to shoulder with him and nodded. "Same." Ma Kushwan continued walking forward, his eyes blazing. "The Wildlands Kuyu, the Azure Immortal Mountains Chunqing, and the Young Jiang Taigong. One is one of the top 10, and the other two are substitutes. I've already seen them all. Ordinary, very ordinary. They don't live up to their names." Chun Pingon smiled. "Then I'll fight with you? It seems like all 3 battles will be the same. Let's make it clear first. Don't do it more than 3 times. Cherish this last chance." Ma Kushwan stopped and crossed his fingers. He pressed down lightly. "Where shall we fight?" Chun Pingon said, "Let's call it a day. It's up to you whether you want to go to Marshall Mountain or Luapa Mountain." Ma Kushwan smiled. "Why don't we fight here?" Chun Pingon was silent for a moment. He suddenly smiled and shook his head. "Let's call it a day." Song Jisun walked towards Chun Pingon. "Do you mind if we fight together?" Chun Pingon didn't say anything. In the end, the 2 of them walked towards the entrance of the ancestral temple and stepped over the threshold. The person he truly feared wasn't Ma Kushwan, but Yushirwu, who had made up his mind to watch from the sidelines. Ma Kushwan and Yushirwu stayed outside. The latter smiled and said, "If we fight, I don't think we can win." Ma Kushwan knew Yushirwu's temper. He wasn't insinuating or fanning the flames. This half-friend either didn't speak or spoke the truth. When Ma Kushwan first went to Marshall Mountain, he hated this blabbermouth Yushirwu the most. However, after staying on the mountain for so long, he didn't hate him anymore. According to seniority, the young Yushirwu was Ma Kushwan's martial granduncle. Simply put, Yushirwu was Marshall Mountain's martial granduncle. As for how he got his seniority at such a young age, it was like he had fallen from the sky. The reason why Subai went to Marshall Mountain in the past was that he followed the 2 military grandfathers with the surnames Jiang and Wei to Wind Snow Temple and Marshall Mountain, respectively. As for Yushirwu, he only needed to address the 2 military grandfathers of the Central Divine Continent as Marshall Granduncle and Marshall Granduncle. After a great battle that engulfed 2 heavens, the wind and rain would always blow away the wind and rain. Countless people met their ends, but at the same time, the truth came to light and the times arose. There were many who struggled to overcome it and rose to prominence. However, Ma Kushwan hadn't fought with that guy for the 3rd time. It was hard to say whether it would be him or him. However, Ma Kushwan was sure that it wouldn't be Kuyu, Chunqing, or Subai. As for Yushirwu, he was half a friend. As a chi refinement warrior, he relied too much on martial arts fate. Moreover, his appetite was too big. He could only wait. Even if the military grandfathers received permission from the Confucian Temple to give Yushirwu 2 portions of martial arts fate, he still needed 2 more portions. Now that the great battle had ended, this guy could only continue to stare. This was probably all part of Embroidered Tiger's plan. The Confucian Temple and the 2 military grandmasters of the Central Plains could only accept it. Ma Kushwan and Yushirwu walked to the great blasphemy water. Ma Kushwan chewed on a grass root and held the back of his head with his hands. Yushirwu sat at the side and sighed. Chun Pingon seems to have seen through my roots. He is indeed a martial artist who has reached the peak of martial arts. Ma Kushwan smiled. It's not like I'm at the 11th level. Yushirwu persuaded. Ma Kushwan, listen to me. Don't fight this time. Ma Kushwan leaned back and crossed his legs. The corner of his mouth twitched. Do you really think that if I don't go to him, that guy won't come to me? Yushirwu was puzzled. You don't like to talk about your hometown. I wasn't curious about it in the past. Do you have an unsolvable feud with Chun Pingon? Ma Kushwan spat out the grass that he chewed and closed his eyes to rest. He did not give an answer. Some things were too old to be forgotten. Someone had to tear them apart. Walking slowly in the ancestral temple, Song Jisun smiled and asked, "When will you return the 3 books to me?" Previously, the two of them had each offered 3 incense sticks. The ancestral temple was crowded with people. It was crowded everywhere. Chun Pingan said, "I didn't take them." Song Jisun laughed angrily. "Chun Pingan, can't you be more open?" Back then, Mr. Chi left Song Jisun 6 books. 3 of them were Confucian books: Primary School, Rites and Music, and Reflection. The 3 miscellaneous books were subtle: a chess manual called Peach and Plum, and an anthology called Mountain and Sea Strategy. Song Jisun left Pearl Grotto Heaven with the servant girl GQ and followed Song Jangkyung to Dali's capital. They left the first 3 books in the house in Mud Bottle Alley and only took the 3 miscellaneous books with them. Chun Pingan said, "I really didn't take them. If the books have legs, you can find them yourself. Let me remind you, ask the people around you. Don't be blind under the light." Song Jisun was skeptical. Chun Pingan said, "I don't know the market price of those 3 books in Dali. You didn't know the market price back then, so it doesn't make any difference whether you have them or not. I found a total of 8 editions of Primary School, including Dali, the Great Sway Kingdom, and Huangting Kingdom. The most expensive one was 65 copper coins in Red Candle Town, and the cheapest one was 36 copper coins in the capital of the Great Sway Kingdom. I didn't need to take your books. I knew what was written in the books by heart more than 20 years ago. If the price of Primary School in Dali is still higher than other places, then I advise you, as a vassal king, be careful when you walk at night." Song Jisun sighed and then smiled. "You seem to talk more than before." This former peer from Clay Bottle Alley was a taciturn person who didn't cry out when he was beaten, who didn't cry out when he was suffering, and who liked to be mute all day long. After Chun Pingan crossed the gate of the temple, he stopped covering his sleeves with his hands and looked indifferent. "It depends on the place." Song Jisun suddenly said on purpose, "Do you want me to help you clear the place? I'm a vassal king after all, so I still have this ability. That temple attendant has already recognized me. Should I go and say hello to him?" Sure enough, the former neighbor with a sword on his back obviously tried to hold back, but he still couldn't hold back and cursed in his mind, "Are you King crazy?" But Chun Pingan soon fell silent. Song Jisun laughed. "You don't seem to be any different from before. I almost couldn't recognize you before, but now it's all right. You're still very familiar." In the square outside the main temple, Chun Pingan stopped and turned to ask, "Why don't I wait for you to finish first?" Song Jisun shook his head. "No, I'm tired of talking with you so much. After the incense offering, we'll go our separate ways." The temple was bustling with people. There were many devotees who came here to offer incense piously. Song Jisun lit 3 incense sticks first. He just faced the main hall, bowed 3 times, and put the incense stick in his left hand into a big incense burner. As for the kowtow ceremony in the main hall, whether it was Song Jisun's identity as a vassal king of Dali or as a former student, it wasn't appropriate and didn't need it. Chun Pingan, who held the incense stick in his right hand, after lighting the incense, bowed 3 times in 3 directions. He was the opposite of Song Jisun. He didn't face the main hall to worship the statue. He gently inserted the incense stick into the incense burner with his right hand and walked to the front of the main hall. He was wearing a green robe with a jade hairpin on his head. After bowing, he didn't get up for a long time. The big blasphemy outside the temple gate, the spring breeze of the human world year after year. So the willows rustled, the grass grew, and the orioles flew. The spring breeze came and went year after year. The 14-year-old boy with straw sandals who left his hometown for the first time was 40 years old when he returned from this trip. In the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River, Lu Xianyang was still basking in the sun today. He didn't follow his master to the capital region. He continued to laze around every day, sleeping, napping on a chair, eating melon seeds, napping again, and sleeping again. The only exception was when he accompanied the round-faced girl in cotton-padded clothes. The round-faced girl liked to be in a daze and didn't like to talk much, sitting under the eaves in order to draw a clear line between her and Lu Xianying. There were many small bamboo chairs and wooden stools placed between them. Only when Lu Xianying scolded someone would the round-faced girl nod her head. This was why Lu Xianying found it strange. This good-tempered girl didn't even hold a grudge against Ma Kuxuan, so why did she hate Qin Pingan so much? It felt like she was about to turn him into a scarecrow. In fact, the ancestral hall of the Dragon Spring Sword sect had been moved away, but Lu Xianyang was still willing to hide here. In the past few years, the small town and the mountains to the west had changed quite a lot. Apart from his sect moving north, there was no one in the backyard of the Yang family's store. As a result, Qin Pingan became the greatest landlord in the Dragon Province. Most of the mountains belonged to him, while most of the mountains belonged to Dong Shuijing. It was just a pity that Dong Shuijing worked so hard to earn money, but in the end, he still failed to win her over. After learning about a certain piece of news, he and Lin Shui, who had hurried back to their hometown, the two of them, who were both dejected and pitiful, drank viciously. First, they cursed each other. Then they cursed a certain scholar in the North Continent with the surname Han. Somehow he had become Li Lu's husband. Afterwards, Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing cursed each other again. They even smashed their wine cups because Lu Xianyang had been sitting at the table and drinking off them. By the time Li Lu, her parents, and her husband returned to their hometown from the North Continent, Dong Shuijing and Lin Shui did not even have the courage to fart. Earlier, they had a great discussion at the table. One of them was more heroic than the other. One of them threatened to crush that son of a bitch surnamed Han to death with money, while the other repeatedly said that as long as he saw him, he would crush him to death. Fortunately, Lu Xianyang had been kind enough to send a letter to Dong Shuijing and Lin Shui on his flying sword after addressing the man surnamed Han as a brother. In the end, he did not even get a fucking reply. Therefore, he did not bother to send the second letter. Lu Xianying could tell at a glance that Li Lu, who was seriously ill, seemed to be cutting herself off from the world of mortals to repay some debt on the mountain. However, the scholar did not seem to mind this at all. It was as if he was satisfied with the title of Taoist companion. What an infatuated person! What a kindred spirit! Therefore, after a while, Lu Xianying became friends with the son of the top aristocratic family in the North Continent. Hence, the scholar came to know that there were two guys named Dong Shuijing and Lin Shui who would put a sack over his head at any time. In this small town, he was unfamiliar with the place and people. Every day, he trembled in fear and did not dare to go out. Occasionally, he would muster up the courage to look for Lu Xianying and tell him that this was something that could not be forced and left to fate. He really could not blame him. That was the logic. However, Han Chengjiang was obviously a weak scholar. Why was his mouth so wide when he said this? Therefore, Lu Xianying felt that it was better for the three parties to sit at the table and talk things out. He changed the wording and sent out the second letter. He told the two sad people that Han Chengjiang intended to be frank with them and wanted to meet them at the table. Together with him, Lu Xianying, who was a peacemaker who only persuaded them to drink and not fight, the four of them could sit at the table. It was a pity that Dong Shuijing only took a detour to the shop. After drinking for half a day, he finally staggered away. He only said that he would not bully a scholar who was weak and powerless. Lin Shui also secretly came later. He sat on the bamboo chair and ate sunflower seeds for half a day without making a sound. In the end, he asked Lu Xianying a few questions about Han Chengjiang. Similarly, he did not dare to go to the house at the westernmost side of the town. He only said that he did not have the face to beat up a chi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms. Although the round-faced lady, who went by the pseudonym of Yu Qianyue, sat far away both times, she had been listening attentively. She felt that Han Chengjiang was not bad. Cultivation level, and so on had little to do with whether a girl liked someone or not. However, she also felt that it was a pity for Dong Shuijing and Lin Shui. However, since she had liked Lu so long ago, she should have made it clear long ago. Even if the other party did not agree, at least she would continue to like him. If the other party agreed, wouldn't they like each other? No matter how she looked at it, she would not lose out. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that what she said made sense. It was a pity that she was not interested in romantic relationships. It was a pity that such a good reason was wasted. Today, she sat on the bamboo chair and ate some pastries bought at a discount from the shop. She did not even turn her head and said vaguely, "Lu Xianying, if that guy comes home, can you really reason with him? Will he listen to you?" Lu Xianying had just opened his eyes. He smiled and said, "Yu Qianyue, how many times do I have to tell you before you believe me?" In this world, other than Ning Yao, I am the only one who can make him hit me without retaliating. I'm really not boasting. Yu Qianyue sighed. Fine. The words of scholars like you really can't be trusted. If he said that he did not retaliate, Yu Qianyue could barely believe this Lu Xianying. But not retaliating when scolded? Just you Lu Xianying or that Chinpingan? Lu Xianying asked, "Since you are so afraid of him, why are you still here?" Yu Qianyue naturally had her own reasons. She said slowly, "Don't the books say that the most dangerous place in the world is the safest place?" Lu Xianying said helplessly, "You really believe it?" Yu Qianyue chuckled and said no more. "You really believe it? You are so silly. How can you let that guy not retaliate when scolded? Why don't you, Lu Xianying, go lie to a ghost?" Lu Xianying leaned back in his chair and looked up at the sky. At the beginning of the Ancestral Sword Manual, Lu Xianying did not take it seriously. Later, he found that it was true. Within 100 years, as long as the cultivator was diligent enough, he could really travel to the ancient battlefield in his dreams. Lu Xianying's mind followed the dream and went further and further. It was as if he had walked along the river of time, all the way to the source. The reason why Lu Xianying had that question and answer with Wan Shu a few years ago was that Lu Xianying recognized her. Li Lu, Old Yang, and countless other ancient gods fell on the battlefield one after another. But there were a dozen of them who not only did not fall, but also most of them seemed to be able to sense Lu Xianying's existence. However, they did not pay much attention to him, or they could not pay attention to him on the battlefield. During that period, there was a huge flood dragon that covered the sky and the sun. It swam in the bright galaxy. However, a towering figure sitting high on the throne suddenly showed his Dharma form, reached out to grab a bright red star, and casually crushed it to death. Once upon a time, on a battlefield, there was a tall, blurry sword-wielding man with dazzling golden light. Beside him sat a burly giant wearing golden armor. On the battlefield where the corpses of deities and great monsters were strewn all over the ground, this man casually killed great monsters and blocked those divine powers that seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. The two supreme deities even looked at Lu Xianyang with great interest, as if they were saying to him, "Little guy, you're really not afraid of death. You can stay alive." The man holding the sword reached out to stop the armored man, who was about to get up. The next moment, Lu Xianying was forced to withdraw from the dream, sweating profusely. Lu Xianying, who practiced swordsmanship every day without stopping, kept his eyes wide open for half a month. He did not even dare to close his eyelids, just to prevent himself from dozing off, falling asleep, and dreaming. Lu Xianying looked at the divine, graceful mountain. Kuyu sighed Why are you thinking about that? It has nothing to do with you. Lu Xianying smiled bitterly. Why not? I almost ended up like Song Move Chai. Kuryu glared at him. Do you want to die? You can think about it, but can you say it? Are you really not afraid of karma? What if the next time we meet, she can crush a little golden core like you with a finger? She quickly stopped talking, probably because she felt that her words were a little hurtful. She waved her hand and changed her words with an apologetic expression. Golden core, sword cultivator, and bottleneck is actually very powerful. Lu Xianying nodded and rubbed his cheeks with both hands. Eldest senior sister, Miss Xiuxiu. Wan Xiu, who ate a certain Li Lu, broke an ascension platform and opened another one. She was the first to open and ascend the sky. Beside her stood Wen Haizhou of the savage world. He was alone and stood side by side with her. After that, there were several others who followed, and finally, there were dozens of sword cultivators. Dragon Spring Sword Sect, Divine, Graceful Mountain. The words, Heaven Opens Divine, Graceful Mountain, were carved on the cliff, and clouds covered it all year round. Looking up from the mortal world, it was Divine, Graceful Heaven Opens Divine Sky. As for the woman in green who had become very unfamiliar after ascending the sky, she put her hands behind her back and slowly untied her ponytail. She took one last look at the mortal world and left. "763. Song Jisun stood there for a while and then turned to leave silently. As he said, the two of them were of the same age and had been neighbors for many years in Mud Bottle Alley. In fact, there was not much to talk about. They had disliked each other since they were young and had never been on the same side. However, the two of them probably did not expect that once they were separated by only a wall, one was the illegitimate son of the supervisor, who recited loudly. The other was the kiln worker's apprentice who pricked up his ears to eavesdrop on the sound of reading. Even earlier, one of them was a child who did not have to worry about food and clothing, and the other was a peasant who was often hungry and occasionally helped to carry water. Later on, he would become a powerful lord of the Second Great Dynasty and a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Song Jisun could not help but look up at the sky. He wondered if the sunlight and moonlight that once scattered in Mud Bottle Alley would feel that the long journey to the human world was not in vain. Song Jisun walked slowly and left Chinpingan without saying goodbye. Originally, it was like a barnyard grass that grew in the rice field. Passers-by would not take a second look at it. However, because they were neighbors and had known each other for about 10 years, Song Jisun had given all his childhood and youth to that house and that narrow alley. Song Jisun was really tired of looking at it, until today when things had come to this. He gradually felt that the grass was like the wormwood from a young age. What did it have to do with him? Unexpectedly, Chun Pingon stood up and called out to Song Jisun. Song Jisun turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Chun Pingon walked to his side and said, "Is there a house for pilgrims in the Great Blasphemy Temple? If there is, can you help me get one?" He was in a hurry. Jiang Shangzhen's cloud boat ferry would probably take the earliest tomorrow noon to arrive at the Immortal Ferry near the capital of Dali, the Spring Breeze Ferry. Song Jisun nodded and said, "For the sake of a brand new booklet in the Old Dragon City, I'll help you ask. The battlefield of Old Dragon City once suffered an unexpected number of casualties because of a group of eccentric demon cultivators. The secretary of Dali's mansion rummaged through countless secret records in Dali's files, but he failed to find out the enemy's background. In the end, it was through an unrecorded book that he quickly identified the identities of Nightmare and Face Stealer and reversed the situation of the battle. Otherwise, the cultivators of Dali would have suffered a great loss. Later, King Song Mu passed down the order of that booklet. Thousands of copies were printed on the same day in Old Dragon City and were widely circulated. Almost every cultivator who participated in the battle in Old Dragon City had a copy. Later on, with the help of this booklet that recorded more than 100 types of unorthodox cultivators of the demon race, many cunning demon race hidden in the mountains and markets of various continents were found. This nameless booklet was known as the Mountain Search Record by later cultivators. Of course, it could not be compared to the earlier Mountain Search Map, but it could help the latter find and fill in the gaps. Chun Pingon just pretended that he did not know what booklet it was. Song Jisun looked at this expressionless neighbor of the past. Probably because this appearance was too similar to his childhood, he could not help but get angry and habitually said a few more words. He laughed and said, "It seems that every time I talk to you, you are always so expressionless with dead fish eyes and a taciturn gourd. I can't beat you with a few sticks." Song Jisun seemed to have sensed the limit of the other party's patience, so he changed the topic and smiled more sincerely. "But you're lucky." According to the old people in the nearby alleys, your temper is like your father's, and your appearance is like your mother's. Also, about the matter of Mountain God Song of Luapa Mountain, before the mountain god's ancestral temple was moved, Wei Shanjun did not make things difficult for him. In the end, he gave Chiduan Mountain a place with good feng shui and let Mountain God Song rebuild the ancestral temple. I owe you another favor. As for whether Chun Pingon recognizes it or not, and whether he wants to ask for it in the future, it is all your business. Anyway, Song Mu is very grateful. Chun Pingon said, "If you had known how to be a good person earlier, you would not have been beaten up." Song Jisun subconsciously reached out and rubbed his neck. "Don't say it so lightly. You almost strangled me to death. That matter, I did not do it properly. Now, I apologize to you. I know you are the most vengeful person. Let's make a deal. We are even now." Song Jisun once made up a random feng shui saying and tricked Chun Pingon into becoming an apprentice in the dragon kiln to earn a living. He made Chun Pingon break an oath. After Chun Pingon knew the truth, he almost strangled Song Jisun to death in Mud Bottle Alley. Song Jisun, a dark and skinny teenager with a body like a bamboo pole, was astonishingly strong. Song Jisun, who lived like a prince and lived like a prince, had a close brush with death. After that, he was actually angry for many years. But looking back, even if Chun Pingon was determined to kill him back then, he certainly would not have died because the Dali spies in charge of watching Mud Bottle Alley were actually secretly watching that scene. Before the rise of Dali, before the imperial uncle Song Jianqiang took him to the covered bridge to offer incense, and before the imperial uncle changed his name from Song Mu to Song Mu in the archives of the imperial clan court in the early years, there was no way that Song Jisun would die. Chun Pingon nodded and said, "I don't have a death feud with you. It is best that we are even." Song Jisun hesitated for a moment and asked, "Then what about you and Dali?" Chun Pingon said, "God is watching over me. Every step I take is right." Song Jisun dismissed it with a smile. He took Chun Pingon to find the temple attendant and told him that his friend on the mountain wanted to stay for the night. Of course, the temple attendant did not dare to say no to a vassal king. No matter how tight the pilgrim rooms in the ancestral temple were, he could still find a way to free up a few rooms. The present temple attendant was a Qi cultivator who studied at the Cliff Academy in Dali in the early years. He was 100 years old, but he was still hale and hearty. He was a Dragon Gate cultivator and could be considered the first batch of scholars to study at the Cliff Academy. The old man was not from Dali, so he took the initiative to study Dali, which was very unique. During that time, Dali in the north was still recognized as a barbarian land. The local scholars of the Dali dynasty were famous for their modesty at that time. They were proud of being able to sing and sing with the scholars of the Lu dynasty and the Great Sui Kingdom. They sent many letters, but few replied. Even if they had the embroidered tiger chui dong and the head of the academy Qi Jingchun, They still did not want to deal with the two in terms of writing. At that time, there were many widely praised sayings in the literary circle. For example, the sunset scene of the mountains and rivers of the Liu dynasty was the best in the north of the continent. The half moon of the Great Sui Kingdom was better than the full moon of Dali. Fortunately, the hooves of the Dali cavalry were loud. These sayings were written in a literary style. The wind at the border was strong, and the sound of the horses' hooves was blown away by the wind. After getting a definite answer from the ancestral temple, Song Jisun turned to look at Chen Pingan and asked with a smile, "Then I won't bother you anymore. If you really have something to say it now. If you want to go to the mansion and peddle later, you have to follow the rules of the mountain. So, do you have anything else to talk about?" Chen Pingan first bowed to the priest in the temple to express his gratitude. He smiled at Song Jisun and said, "Since you talked a lot about the Mud Bottle Alley, I have nothing to talk about with you." Song Jisun also didn't mind the presence of an outsider and whether or not he would lose face. He joked with Chen Pingan, "A few night banquets have greatly depleted the vitality of my personal purse, so I won't go to your celebration in the future." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't go. I can't miss the ceremony in Pedu." Song Jisun shook his head. "You're still a money grubber." Chen Pingan said, "You're someone who's always had something in your pocket. You can't say that to me." The priest in the temple was shocked. He really did not know who this unfamiliar green-robed swordsman was. He was lucky enough to be so familiar with the vassal king Song Mu. It seemed that he was not an ordinary person. Could it be a fellow villager from Liju Grotto Heaven? For example, the previous priest in the temple, Lin Shui, had some personal friendship with the vassal king. When they chatted, it was not too official, but the priest in the temple did not talk about taboos and was not as casual as the man in front of him. The number of times that Song Mu came to the temple to burn incense could be counted with one's fingers. It was not even once in 3 years. Every time, he liked to visit incognito and did not like to put on a show. The vassal king of the entire Aquarius continent, who was above tens of thousands of people, actually personally asked for a house for someone, which was even more unprecedented. Now, the Dali temple was in a delicate situation. His Majesty the Emperor's many actions on the mountain and under the mountain were extremely popular. The vassal courts of various countries were busy revising the official history, but in fact, everyone knew that the vassal king Song Mu, who had been on the front line all his life, had more incense offerings with the immortal masters. Especially Song Mu's relationship with the Dali cavalry was even better, and there was a rumor that the Emperor Song Mu was the disciple of embroidered Tiger Chui Dong, and the vassal king Song Mu was the disciple of Qi Jingchun. But the style of these two brothers seemed to be the opposite of the two gentlemen just now. The Emperor Song Mu let the mountains and rivers of the continent be like a spring breeze. The vassal king Song Mu killed decisively in the war. After being in charge of the capital for so many years, he was still iron-fisted, swift, and decisive. The lord of Zhongyuan Mountain, Jin Qing, violated a taboo once. It was only a warning from the vassal mansion, but it made a mountain lord personally come to the temple to apologize. The priest in the temple did not dare to stay for long. He said the address of the house, gave a key, and left. Song Jisun said, "Let's go." He did not expect that Chen Pingan would send him all the way. Unexpectedly, Chen Pingan said, "I'll send you to the door." Song Jisun looked flattered. "Did the sun rise from the west?" Chen Pingan said, "Seeing that you did not disappoint Mr. Qi." Song Jisun rolled his eyes. I'll just owe you." Chen Pingan said angrily, "If I don't send you, you can't ask for it. If I want to send you, I can't stop you." Song Jisun shook his sleeves and finally looked at this guy with his hands in his sleeves and smiled. "You're so arrogant. This is not like you." Chen Pingan reached back and took the long sword on his back. Song Jisun was startled and directly shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Chun Pingon, don't bully people if you want to fight." Chun Pingon glanced at the Lord of Dali, holding the sword in his hand and hanging it on his waist. He hesitated for a moment and did not hang it on the left side. Instead, he changed the position to the right side. This seemingly superfluous action made Song Jisun's eyelids tremble. Damn it. Chun Pingon was an imperceptible left-hander. Many times in the past, for example, when he saw Chun Pingon sitting at the door with both hands, even Song Jisun forgot about it. Chun Pingon said, "Ma Kushwan is still by the great blasphemy water. I'll go find him. It's not worth it." Song Jisun immediately took out a golden message talisman from his sleeve and said with a smile, "Then you two have a good chat and catch up. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't interfere with your fight." Chun Pingon said, "Don't be nervous. It's just a greeting. We won't fight. You don't have to deliberately remind the Taoist immortal on the city wall." Song Jisun frowned and said, "He's watching the mountains and rivers. Did he hear our words?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "He saw it, but he didn't hear it. The vassal king's face is big." Song Jisun recovered his smile and put away the talisman. The two walked side by side. Chun Pingon said, "You're still the same as before. You like to turn hostile and not recognize people." Song Jisun laughed angrily and said, "Chun Pingon, that's enough. Today you said a lot of strange things, and I'm tolerating them." Chun Pingon said, "I've listened to your strange words for nearly 10 years, and I don't think you're tolerating them. But in the end, to tell you the truth, you're just a bully. You can only show off your power in front of me. You can't compare to those masters." Song Jisun was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. He was careless, and his voice was a little too loud. As a result, he was elbowed by Chun Pingon. Song Jisun grimaced in pain. Gu Kan's mother in Clay Bottle Alley, Li Huai's mother in the west of the town, the old woman in Apricot Blossom Alley, and Huang Ernyang, who sold wine in the town. These four grandmasters were probably the epitome of the simple folk customs in his hometown. They were the seniors. Gu Kan, Li Huai, Song Jisun, Ma Kushwan, and Chun Pingon were probably the juniors on this path. When the younger generation of Pearl Grotto Heaven left their hometown, many foreigners had learned the level of these young people's skills. Song Jisun rubbed his ribs and said with emotion, "I miss it very much." Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment and said, "It's not time to reminisce about the past. The fighting on Yangwan Road is nothing more than endurance and hard work. If you die, you die. If you live, you live. The higher you go, the harder it is to walk at night. Take it easy. In the capital, there are Lu Qingfeng and Zhao Yao. One is very powerful, and the other is very familiar with you. No matter what, remember to lay out a way out for yourself. As for whether it's going up or back, it's fine as long as it's a way out." Song Jisun nodded gently. Suddenly, he turned his head and asked softly, "How about—" Chun Pingon shook his head. "Forget it. I don't even know you outside the ancestral temple. Why don't you, Chun Pingon, be the new imperial tutor of Dali? Forget it. Chun Pingon, don't know any King Song Mu. Today, I'm just in the ancestral temple with one of Mr. Chi's disciples, an unlikable neighbor, Song Jisun. After all, they have been neighbors for many years. They asked questions and riddles, but both sides were well aware of it. Song Jisun, however, was in high spirits. He reached out and grabbed Chun Pingon's arm. He lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry, I can wait." Chun Pingon's arm shook slightly and bounced Song Jisun's arm away. "You'll change your bad habit of being greedy." When they arrived at the gate of the ancestral temple and were only one step away from crossing the threshold, Song Jisun suddenly said, "Remember to distinguish between public and private affairs. Don't give others any chance." Chun Pingon's right thumb had quietly touched the hilt of his sword. "Don't forget, that your right hand is burning incense and your left foot is stepping forward. Song Jisun smiled and stepped over the threshold with his left foot. He walked out of the ancestral temple, went down the steps, and turned to look at the couplet. Chun Pingon did the same. He stood side by side with Song Jisun again. Song Jisun asked, "Do you have any ideas about the blank plaque? If you have it, I can do it quietly and flawlessly." Chun Pingon was silent. Song Jisun said softly, "In fact, the people at the top of the mountains in each continent know who is worshipping the deity, and they also know that the statue in the main hall is just a decoration now. I believe that soon someone will propose to Dolly and replace it with a more worthy GQ. After all, she is the only true dragon in the world. You know, GQs temper very well. She definitely won't refuse. She even thinks that it's right and proper. The key is that GQ also doesn't want others to taint the ancestral temple. Of course, she also has the selfish intention of sulking with Mr. Chi. I can't reason with her. When that time comes, His Majesty will probably reject it once or twice and then agree. Speaking of which, it's actually right for you to break the contract with GQ early and not earn that water luck. The benefits are great, but the consequences are not small." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "In the future, as long as it's a method against us, whether it's in front of the stage or behind the scenes, Chun Pingon and Luapa Mountain will accept it. Of course, you shouldn't be idle either." Song Jisun smiled and said, "I can't imagine that there will be a day when the two of us will work together." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "It's quite troublesome." Song Jisun was speechless. Song Jisun was silent for a moment. He thought of something, and his expression became serious. "You have to be careful of a group of chi refinement warriors from other continents. If you encounter them, it's best to take a detour. Apart from the two old men who are leading the group, the rest of them are young and have extremely special identities. They are even more secretive in their actions. They don't seem to like riding the wind and prefer to travel on foot. Some of the sword cultivators from the North Continent who stayed in the Aquarius continent have suffered a lot previously. Now, no one knows where they are. They have disappeared into thin air. One of them is a sword immortal of the pure jade realm. Besides, apart from a few people in Dali, there are less than 5 people on the mountain, and at the foot of the mountain, including me, the rest have no right to know about this. The reason why I know about this is because the other party has greeted our Song clan. It's considered being polite to a host, so that we won't have to look for more than 10 sword cultivators from the North Continent. However, the possibility of you meeting them is not high." Ooh. Chun Pingon thought for a moment and nodded. "If I'm not wrong, the Confucian Temple of Middle-earth should be leading the Qi refinement warriors from the school of Yin Yang and the school of Shu. They should be revising the scale of time, as well as determining the length, weight, volume, and so on. This is the most important thing in the world after the war. Someone needs to travel all over the 9 continents before they can start revising the measurements that the Sage of Rites had set. Whoever dares to go against them at this time is courting death. The Confucian Temple is already very reasonable if they end up in jail for a few years. The current time in the world was not stable, other than the influence caused by the wasteland. It was also related to a certain flaw in the world's heavenly axiom. That was why Chun Pingon guessed that there were some deviations in the few heavy weapons used to accurately determine the measurements. Their deviations were as good as useless. There was no need to guess who could cause such a damage to the heavenly axiom. It was the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain, and when Haizhou, other than that, no other sovereign great demon could do it. The influence of the heavenly axiom was far-reaching. A chi cultivator at the peak of the world would understand the higher his realm was. Song Jisun was amazed. He smiled and said, as expected of a hidden official, "You can even guess this." The two of them turned around and walked slowly. Chun Pingon asked, "Ma Kushwan is fooling around. Is no one doing anything about it?" Kuayu, Chunqing, Subai. 1 young and 2 substitutes of several heavenly axioms. Although Ma Kuxuan was eccentric, he did not boast. That was why the 3 of them must have suffered at Ma Kuxuan's hands. Kuayu did not seem to be good at killing. As for Chun Qing of the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven and the young man Jiang Taigong, Chen Pingan had never met them before. However, according to the Mountain and River Gazette, the 2 of them were too young and did not seem to be used to the Jianghu. It was not strange for them to lose to Ma Kuxuan. Song Jisun said, "He has too many merits. He can squander them as he pleases. Furthermore, Ma Kuxuan has the ability to provoke others. Others may not know, but how can we not know? They are sparring on the mountain, and they are of the same generation. They have not even determined life and death. The bystanders can only watch the show. Now, Ma Kuxuan can do whatever he wants in the Aquarius continent. There are countless young cultivators who truly admire him. Those who don't like his domineering style can't wait for Ma Kuxian to choke to death after drinking a mouthful of cold water. Those who like Ma Kuxian can't wait for Ma Kuxian to become an immortal tomorrow and an ascendant the day after tomorrow." Chun Pingan smiled and said, "Actually, he did not meet Chao Ci or Fei Ran. Otherwise, Ma Kuxuan would have changed his name." Song Jisun asked, "Ma Kuxuan is waiting for you over there?" Chun Pingan nodded and said, "He has already sent Yu Shiwu away." Song Jisun asked, "Why did you change your mind?" Chun Pingan said, "Because he did not give up. He did not take the no more than 3 times seriously. So he deliberately stayed at the Great Blasphemy River to wait for me. You know him best. Ma Kuxuan is very good at provoking people. You have a good temper. Otherwise, after so many years of staring at each other, I would not be able to endure it." Song Jisun was helpless. 1 scolding, 2 scolding. "Fine, you 2 go ahead and fight." Song Jisun walked towards a carriage in the distance. The coachman was a first-class consecrator of the capital of Dali. Turning around, the young king found that the coachman was still standing in the same place, as if waiting for him to get on the carriage. Song Jisun smiled and waved goodbye. He felt strange. After thinking about it again, he understood. After all, they were neighbors for many years, and half of the same sect, our literary sage's lineage. After thinking about it again, Song Jisun's expression became strange. According to seniority, is Chun Pingan my martial uncle? How can such a person become the last disciple of the literary sage? Song Jisun sat in the carriage and began to think about this question. People who have not been neighbors with Chun Pingan could not imagine how this bumpkin was crazy about money. From day to night, from year to year, since he could not afford to go to school, there were only 2 things he wanted to do: earn money and save money. According to the old saying of the bumpkin, for a poor person, saving money is earning money. He remembered that after Chun Pingan said this sentence, GQ was dusting the quilt in the courtyard. Song Jisun was sitting on the wall, shaking a money bag, and asked Chun Pingan if he wanted to borrow money to buy the spring festival couplets and door gods. Chun Pingan said no at that time. This guy often went into the mountains to pick herbs and would only sell them to the Yang family shop at the lowest price in the market. The bumpkin never haggled. As long as the people in the village needed help, Chun Pingan would help. Farming, water in the middle of the night, red and white weddings. Every time he would keep vigil until dawn. When his relatives could not stay up and went to sleep, the young man would still sit there alone. Every year, the young man who helped to kill the pigs would only eat a big bowl of rice and a piece of meat at the table according to the village customs. When someone killed a chicken, if there were unwanted chicken feathers, they would first say hello and take them home to make feather dusters and shuttlecocks. When chopping firewood and burning charcoal, because they were worried about conflicts with the young men, they had to travel a lot of mountain roads to burn charcoal. Every year, there would be a surplus. They would carry bags of charcoal out of the mountains, carry them home, and then carry them home to give to the neighbors. They would also say that the firewood was not good and the charcoal was not good, so they could not sell it for money. If someone asked him to stay for dinner, or if the elders wanted to give him some eggs or something, he would not agree and just find an excuse to run away. He would go to the bamboo forest to dig bamboo shoots and dry them. He would slowly collect the discarded porcelain from the dragon kiln. When he glanced at the neighbor's house, he would bring the little snotty bug with him to the old porcelain mountain to rummage through it. He would make a wooden frame himself and choose the porcelain pieces that were more complete and similar to the pattern. He would then piece them together to make a hanging screen. Chun Pingon once asked Song Jisun if he wanted to buy it. At that time, Song Jisun was actually quite envious of a hanging screen made of broken porcelain with dragon patterns. However, at that time, the little snotty bug's voice was so loud that it was enough to buy 10 GQ to warm their beds. If he did not buy it, even the coffins of his ancestors would not be able to hold him down. Song Jisun was annoyed when he heard this. The little brat stepped on the bench in the yard next door and shouted while blowing his nose in Song Jisun's yard. Song Jisun said that this thing was too crude and that no one would want it even if he gave it away. It was too unethical to rely on this to make money. After that, Chun Pingon no longer went to the old porcelain mountain to pick up scraps. The hanging screens that he made were all given to Lu Xianyang, Gu Ken in the Mud Bottle Alley, and some neighbors whose children were in school. Before the age of 14, the kiln worker apprentice who grew up eating rice from hundreds of families seemed to have paid off all the favors he owed when he was young. For some reason, the king, who began to close his eyes to rest, only remembered that year when he returned to the Mud Bottle Alley with a maid. He happened to see the boy with straw sandals standing in front of his house. Before he took out the key to open the door, he quickly glanced at the neighbor's door and wall. When he opened the door, he could not help but take a few steps back and take a few more glances. Song Jisun was a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have spent a few copper coins to buy that porcelain hanging screen. He vaguely remembered that the craftsmanship was actually very good. The craftsmanship was very good, and the craftsmanship was very good. He remembered that when he was a child, Song Jisun would occasionally leave GQ behind and take a walk alone. When he returned home late, Song Jisun was actually not very courageous. He was afraid of ghosts, so he would run while shouting Chun Pingon's name. Every night, his peers who did not light the lamp would squeak open the door and answer from afar. After Chun Pingon went to the dragon kiln to learn how to make porcelain, Song Jisun became older. He learned a few principles from the books about not talking about strange forces and gods, so he stopped making trouble. He also felt embarrassed. In addition, he was also afraid that he would disturb GQ. Later on, both of them had a quarrel. Even if one of them was willing to shout, the other would not answer. However, the little slug who lived at the other end of Mud Bottle Alley replaced him. For some reason, every time Gu Ken went to the ridge alone to fish for eels, she liked to take a detour to get home. She insisted on going through the entire Mud Bottle Alley. The little slug had a small bamboo fish basket around her waist. As she ran, she shouted Chun Pingon's name with all her might. As long as Chun Pingon was home, he would walk out of the house. Most of the time, he would stand outside the courtyard and chat with Gu Ken. Lu Xianyang would occasionally be annoyed by it and would yell at the top of his lungs. Before Gu Ken stopped, he would reply, "I'm calling your ancestors' names. Hurry up and wake up the lazy Wang Zhu so that they could burn incense together and pray that their ancestors' graves would be lit." In fact, Song Jisun knew that if it were not for Chun Pingon stopping the little slug and persuading Gu Ken, Song Jisun's house would change the spring festival couplets and door gods every day. Song Jisun did not care about the money, but who wouldn't be annoyed by it? Gu Ken, that little bastard, was more vengeful than Chun Pingon. She could really grit her teeth and stay up late into the night before coming to his house to throw stones at his window. Back then, he had thought it was funny, but the more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. Every time it rained, snowed, and muddy, a string of footprints would be left in the alley. It was an adult's footprints. Furthermore, the two slightly separated sets of footprints would only appear in half of the alley. This meant that after Gu-kun left his house in the rain and snow, she would take a detour to the other side of the alley. Then she would walk towards Chunpingan and Song Ji-sun. After throwing stones, she would run along the original path and escape. Even today, Song Ji-sun was still very curious about the pair of adult shoes. Who exactly did Gu-kun frame? Who exactly did she steal it from back then? How exactly did this little slug walk all the way? It had to be known that Gu-kun was only 4 or 5 years old at that time. The current Gu-kan, who was not even 30 years old, had already become the last disciple of the White Emperor City's city lord. She was already famous in the Central Divine Continent for being a reasonable person. When Chunpingan was young, he could not help but be afraid of trouble, so he was used to it and became very unafraid of trouble. However, Gu-kan's patience was truly innate. Even though Song Ji-sun had reunited with Chunpingan today, he still felt that Gu-kan was actually more of a pure cultivator than Chunpingan. She was a natural wild cultivator, or perhaps a natural direct disciple of the White Emperor City. Furthermore, Song Ji-sun was certain that in the next 100 years, Gu-kan would definitely be one of the most outstanding genius cultivators of the Central Divine Continent. Perhaps there was no such thing as one of them? When Song Ji-sun thought of this, he smiled and said softly, "Our clay bottle alley is a good place. I shouldn't have been afraid of ghosts when I was young." By the great blasphemy river, Ma Kushwan was alone. He stretched his back and stretched his muscles. Then he crossed his fingers and waited quietly for the cue-seeking fist that he had been waiting for many years. However, it would probably be cue-seeking sword now. Yu Shiwu, who was half a friend, had already left tactfully. Yu Shiwu was the best in this aspect. He was willing to say those unpleasant words once or twice, but he would not say them too often. He would not annoy others. His back was facing the gate of the blasphemy temple. He was a naturally left-handed swordsman. His sword was held to his right thumb resting on the hilt. He was in no hurry to unsheath the sword. This long sword was called Night Ranger. Night Ranger wielded the sword. The sword light outside the scabbard was as bright as the moon. In the night of the mortal world, the swordsman held the sword as if it was a candle. Ma Kushwan asked telepathically, "Do you want me to create a small world? Old rules draw a circle. Whoever leaves will be the loser." Chunpingan bent his back slightly. His left hand gripped the Night Ranger. He unsheathed the sword and swept forward. Without a sound, Chunpingan and his sword, together with Ma Kushwan, disappeared from this world. Chunpingan had fought with Ma Kushyen twice, and it had always been Chunpingan who remained silent. Ma Kushyen liked to talk nonstop, and after today, Chunpingan believed that Ma Kushyen would change this bad habit. Ma Kushwan narrowed his eyes as he saw a speck of light suddenly appear in the sky. It was as if he was a bird in a cage, surrounded by boundless sword chi and crisscrossing sword chi. Between the motionless Ma Kushwan and the speck of sword light in the sky, the heavens and earth shook. Gradually, many golden godly spirits appeared. Some of them were real golden body images, while some were Ma Kushwan's visualizations. There were a total of 12 of them. The 12 majestic godly spirits floated in the sky. Beneath their feet were ancient stars that Ma Kushwan had visualized. Ma Kushwan had shrunk to the size of a mustard seed. He was like a chi cultivator's spirit that was roaming the heavens. He could see the sun, moon, and stars in the distance. He formed a small world of his own within the small world of others. The sword slashed down, and the sword light that was originally a straight line was bent 11 times. It was still a single slash, and it slashed apart the 12 golden bodies of gods that were both real and fake. Ma Kushwan sneered. His mustard seed body turned into nothingness. However, after Ma Kushwan's body disappeared, the small world of the sparrow sword Chi in the cage started to expand. This was because an ancient ruin appeared. It was a large galaxy with a whirlpool. Vaguely, there were 4 towering heavenly gates, each in a different direction, hidden in the dazzling galaxy. Within the galaxy whirlpool, there was an eye-catching golden thread. To the east and west, the sun and moon hung high in the sky. Each of them was dragging a spiral path to the heavens. Before the war that engulfed the 2 worlds, there were 2 ascension platforms. One was the crab square of Liju Cave, which was still relatively intact. The other was the moon-holding mountain of the desolate land, where the path had long been cut off. The ascension platform was the heavenly court, where even the patriarchs of the 3 sects could not completely break the restriction. This was because the restriction of mountains and rivers over there was made up of tens of millions of stars, which were all split up from the corpses of gods. They were then connected to the river of time, where the Great Way had manifested into a certain truth. In terms of arrays, the ruins of the heavenly court were the source of several arrays in the world. During the war, there was a group of human cultivators who didn't leave the ruins immediately. They stayed in the ruins for a long time. At some point, they became skinny and formed golden bodies. Finally, under the guidance of the arrays, they automatically merged with the great Tao with a certain type of divinity in their bodies. They were quickly stripped of their humanity and became brand new godly spirits. Then, some of these godly spirits were detained in the ancestral halls and sects of the military school. Some of them were killed by sword cultivators. Even if their golden bodies were completely broken and their souls dissipated, they were imprisoned in the ruins forever and integrated with the arrays. Rumor had it that the Buddha was the last to leave the ruins, but he still couldn't break the restriction. That was because even the slightest difference would make a world of difference. The result would be the same. The heavenly court that seemed to be in ruins would return to the old one. Once the godly spirits returned to their original positions, they could fill in the gaps and even restore the appearance before the war. At that time, the people who guarded the arrays for Gautama Buddha were near the 4 broken heavenly gates. They were the Holy Master, the Taoist ancestor, the patriarch of the military school, and the young sword cultivator Qin Qingdu. These old stories that were destined not to be recorded in books were all told by Alliance to Qin Pingan when he returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The Baek Okekyung building suppressed the otherworldly demons, the ghosts suppressed by the Western Buddhist kingdom. And the Sage of Rites guarded the outer space to a large extent to prevent any loopholes that could be exploited by the remnants of the ancient godly spirits to strengthen themselves. It was extremely difficult for the human race to reach the top of cultivation. However, no matter if it was the otherworldly demons, ghosts, or even some new people in outer space, as long as they were detained by the gods and thrown into the ruins, as long as they were compatible with the Great Way, they would instantly become new godly spirits with supernatural powers. In the later tens of thousands of years, the reason why some high-level godly spirits were reincarnated into humans was that they were obstacles in the competition of the Great Way. Even if there was a chance, the new godly spirits that rose in the ruins couldn't occupy certain key positions, especially the few supreme positions. The Sage of Rites, the sages of the Confucian Temple, and a small group of ascendant realm cultivators, as well as the ancestors of the 100 schools of thought who were compatible with their own Tao, would all manifest their great ways after the Sage of Rites opened the door. Only then would they be able to kill those new godly spirits. That was a battle between the old and new great Taos, where the great Taos of the old and new great Taos wore each other down. This was the reason why the great grandmasters of the 100 schools of thought rarely showed themselves in the vast world, even though almost all of them were using their knowledge to prove their Tao. It was because they needed to eat their fill in the vast world before they needed to follow the rules and head to the outer world. Therefore, in the past, at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Alliance and his senior apprentice brother were all extremely respectful to the Sage of Rites. Alliance even said that there were 4 people in the world who were popular wherever they went, and everyone sincerely respected them. One of them was the Sage of Rites, who was the most reasonable and the best at fighting in the vast world. The rules were heavy, and the principles were heavy. They only fell on the experts at the peak of the mountain, but they were light on the shoulders of the ordinary teachers. Moreover, if anyone was not convinced the Sage of Rites, who rarely appeared in the Confucian Temple of Middle-earth, would return to the vast world from outer space, he would personally go to the ancestral hall of the 100 schools of thought and reason with them. Alliance said that there was once an ancestor of the 100 schools of thought who was pushed to the brink. He scolded the Sage of Rites for being a domineering inner sage in name. In the end, he was dragged to outer space by the silent Sage of Rites. Then, he had a solid conversation with the Sage of Rites for 30 years. If the Sage of Rites did not help to fill in the gaps in the knowledge of the 100 schools of thought, and stopped when it was appropriate, the 100 schools of thought would have transferred to Confucianism and become a sage. Another one was the first disciple of the Taoist ancestor, the headmaster of the Baek Ok Kyung building. Another one was the Bodhisattva from the Western Buddhist kingdom who swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty. Chun Pingon said that there was no need to talk about the fourth one. Alliance, who had worked hard to lay the groundwork for half a day, held back for another half a day. In the end, he said resentfully, "I never thought that our boss, the Sword Immortal, had no place in your heart." At that time, Alliance was walking on Tai Siang Street and teased Chun Pingon. As the old saying goes, even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. It was really not a lie. At the same time, he gently kicked away a little kid who dared to spit at him and express his admiration for him. He kicked the kid until he fell to the ground and cried loudly. Then, a woman immediately ran out and scolded Alliance for being heartless. How could he be so cruel to his own son at that time? Alliance glanced at the crying child who was sitting on the ground and asked Chun Pingon, "Do they look alike?" Chun Pingon said that it was okay, that he probably looked more like his mother. The woman immediately gave the hidden official a thumbs up and said with a smile that she planned to let her son recognize a godfather. Looking at the 2B asterisk stars who pretended to be deaf and dumb and left quickly, the woman laughed. Later, the child followed the Ascension City to the fifth world. The woman and her husband did not leave because her husband was a nascent soul cultivator, even if she was not an earth immortal. Chun Pingon was now standing outside a heavenly gate with a sword in hand. He asked, "Can't you move freely without a Tao protector by your side?" Ma Kushwan's laughter resounded between heaven and earth. "Find me first. Let's see who runs out of spiritual chi first." Chun Pingon was not in a hurry to use the second sword. With one hand behind his back and the other holding the sword, he looked up at the magnificent heavenly gate that towered into the clouds. Regarding the ruins of the heavenly court, there were no secret records in the summer palace, which piqued Alliance's interest. Chun Pingon also asked the Sword Immortal a few questions. The Sword Immortal gave a vague answer. He only said that the sword cultivators were divided into 2 groups. The first group was led by him. They felt that since there were no deities above their heads, and they could not take over this territory, it was fortunate that they sealed it completely. At least it would give the future generations a chance. At least on this matter, Chan Qingdu, the Dragon Monarch, and Guanzhou were on the side of the patriarchs of the 3 sections. However, the other group of sword cultivators and the military patriarchs did not think it should be so. One felt that they had contributed the most, while the other was ambitious. They thought that there was nothing to be afraid of even if the surviving deities attacked crazily. It would be better if they came. At worst, they would completely destroy everything to prevent future troubles. They would not care about the collapse of heaven and earth, the explosion of the river of time, the loss of spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the inability of the future generations to cultivate. At worst, the small group of people who reached the top would not care about the deaths of the living beings in the embryonic world. They would just move to another place and recuperate for thousands of years. At that time, the human race would still be in a dominant position. As for the future generations of the world, they would cut off the path of cultivation and avoid many accidents in the Great Tao. The Great Tao of heaven and earth would be more orderly and stable. Heaven and earth would be separated, and heaven and man would be separated. Even the Tao ancestors' worries would be dispelled. Ma Kushwan's voice sounded again, full of mockery. If you choose to fight here to determine the winner, you and I will have to fight to the death. Also, let me remind you that I am in both the right place and the right time. I am wasting away material things, but you are wasting away real cultivation. You risked your life in a foreign land to obtain the status of a sword immortal. It was not easy to obtain. How can you not know how to cherish it when you are only a few steps away from home? Ma Kushwan clicked his tongue. You were afraid of being poor when you were young. Now that you have money, you want to show off? Then you are no different from those trash on the mountain who only know how to persuade me to use a few more kilograms of strength. Chun Pingan turned a deaf ear. He only used this opportunity to size up the gate of heaven, because this world was only Ma Kushwan's visualization object. Many details differed greatly from the truth that Chun Pingan knew. As for those stars and the long river of time, they were just decorations to scare people. Chun Pingan sheathed his sword and placed it on his back. He said, "That's enough. The entire visualization site is yours. What are you hiding? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Today's third match will be a draw. The next match will be how it should be. If you are willing to fight to the death, I will give you a chance." In the next moment, Chun Pingan brought out the moon in the well. 4 sword formations with imposing auras appeared out of thin air. Countless flying swords were like 4 snow-white rivers of stars, majestically surging into the 4 gates of heaven. The world was silent for a moment. Ma Kushwan's consciousness manifested and appeared beside Chun Pingan. He asked, "Are you not afraid that I will reveal the origins of your 2 flying swords?" Chun Pingan said, "That is that. Let's not talk about the grudges between us. You are a person who is arrogant when you gain power, tearing apart all pretense of cordiality at the slightest provocation. But at the very least, you are a person who bites the teeth and bites the blood. To tell the truth, other than being annoyed by you, I don't find your actions disgusting. In my early years at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, I met a sword cultivator whose temperament was similar to yours. Thanks to you, we got along quite well." Ma Kushwan smiled and said, "I took in a direct disciple who is a pure martial artist. His talent is not bad. In the future, you will give him 3 chances to challenge Luo Pamountain. How about it?" Chun Pingan nodded and said, "Sure, but the prerequisite is that he has defeated my first disciple. Moreover, he can challenge Pei Qian, so he will also be given 3 chances." Ma Kushwan said, "No problem." Ma Kushwan put his hands behind his head. Languid, he said, "To tell the truth, this world disgusts me." Chun Pingan said, "You have disgusted many people as well. You do not have the right to say that." Ma Kushwan laughed heartily. Chun Pingan tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his figure flashed back. Ma Kushwan's consciousness also retreated. The 2 stood side by side, looking at the ancient ruins that hung high in the sky. Chun Pingan said quietly, "Endless wind and moon, There is a world of Tao. Ma Kushwan sneered. Books are the most worthless. Both sides withdrew their small worlds at almost the same time. Beside the great blasphemy river, Ma Kushwan's figure turned into a streak of rainbow light and headed towards Peta City. Chun Pingon carried his sword and walked back to the great blasphemy temple. While staying in the house, Chun Pingon borrowed a few sage books from the temple. They were books that were no longer banned by the Confucian temple. Chun Pingon lit an oil lamp on the table. He did not sleep for the entire night. He only flipped through the books slowly. Occasionally, he would get up and open the window to look outside. The cool breeze brushed against his face. After Chun Pingon boarded the ferry and crossed the sea from the Tong Yi continent to the Aquarius continent, the sun and moon in his mental state, the paintings of time that he could sense at the entrance of Taiping Mountain but could not open, a total of 24 paintings, seemed to have automatically opened the seals of the mountains and rivers. They could all be opened at a glance. For example, during the rainy season, a group of rural tea gatherers walked into Spring Mountain. One of them was a young lady with a slender figure. Her movements were skillful as she plucked tea leaves with both hands. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, like a willow branch in the spring breeze. The young lady suddenly raised her head and looked at a mountain top. There was a huge snake coiled around the mountain. Its eyes were deep and were as big as 2 courtyards. It opened its mouth and sucked. The tea gatherers, regardless of their gender or age, all turned into white bones and fell to the ground. It was autumn. There was a large patch of gold. A young official sat by the edge of the field. His boots were badly worn out. He was chatting with an old farmer. In the next moment, a gust of wind blew past. The ears of wheat flew into the air. The grains were like flying swords. All the villages in the county were like thin pieces of white paper that had been hit by a heavy rain. They were smashed to pieces. Suddenly, there was no sound of reading in a thatched cottage in the village. In the library of one of the rich and powerful clans, lights were lit up in the night. All of a sudden, the entire mansion was dyed red. A pale-faced monster cultivator with crimson lips slowly walked in. Every time he snapped his fingers, blood would burst out from the lamps, the walls, and the windows. On a celestial mountain, an old immortal master was building a snowman with a group of children. At the same time, he was lecturing a young man with delicate features. The old man seemed to be talking about the prayer for rain. At the foot of the mountain, in order to pray for rain, the governor burned the paper dragon king. Why did you join in the fun? Why did you have to carry water from the stream? Do you really think that you are the dragon king of the river? You will be tainted by karma. Don't be so impulsive in the future. The young man was absent-mindedly dealing with his master. Although the old man was lecturing his disciple, his eyes were filled with pride. In an instant, sword lights flashed past. The ground was littered with headless corpses, including the old man and the young man. Emperors, generals, ministers, civil officials, military officers, martial artists of the Jianghu, cultivators of the mountains and lakes, and immortal masters of small sects and clans all went to their deaths. They died valiantly, but they were destined to die nameless deaths. It was all because of the feng shui of the Tongya continent. It was all because of the tragic situation of the Tongya continent. All the beauty and efforts of the fine details had long been crushed by the surging general trend. The entire Tongya continent had already been decided and drowned in the long river of history by the rotten swamps. Chun Pingon used to be one of the general trend of the world. His impression of the Tongya continent was one of the worst among the cultivators on the mountain. Cui Dong clearly wanted Chun Pingon to be relaxed in the Tongya continent, but he couldn't relax at all. He wanted this reclusive official to have no room to deceive himself and others. 24 beautiful scrolls that had been crushed did not affect the 240 ugly scrolls that were destined to be filthy. But Chun Pingon, Don't forget that whether it was 240 scrolls or 2,400 scrolls, he could not deny the existence of the 24 scrolls. And how could the mountains and rivers of a continent be limited to this little bit of should not die? Chui Dong wanted Qin Pingan to personally witness the great and small beauty of the Tongya continent. In the entire vast world, the other 8 continents, including the cultivators of the Tongya continent, all felt that the Tongya continent was a rotten mess. But only you, Qin Pingan, couldn't do it. The location of the Tongya continent? Excellent. Then you will get along well with the arrogant and despotic cultivators of the Aquarius continent and the North continent. And these 2 continents, one is your hometown, which is inextricably linked to your Luopa mountain. The other is the place with the most sword cultivators that you respect the most in the vast 9 continents. Willing to be reasonable, since you have become the last disciple of the sage of literature and returned to your hometown, you have even become the leader of a sect with a lower sect. You are no longer the reclusive official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I will let you, Qin Pingan, be the hero in the Tongya continent where everyone can be unreasonable. I will let you, alone, speak to your heart's content. But you can't be unreasonable, because Qin Pingan will be the most eye-catching scholar of the Sage of Literature. The Sage of Literature's branch in the Confucian school, the Confucian temple, and the vast world would be elevated higher and higher. Qin Pingan was not only a hidden official, but also a suzerain. Since he was the last disciple of the Sage of Literature's branch, he was bound to be a virtuous person. Qin Pingan would rise out of nowhere, and his status would rise higher and higher. Countless praises, sincere, malicious, honorable, and sneaky, would be bestowed upon him. Everything was the water that carried the boat. Therefore, Qin Pingan was very clear why Mr. would choose to hide in the forest of merits and virtues and choose not to pay attention to the outside world again. Among all the paintings of time, Qin Pingan only did not finish reading one scroll. Every time he opened it, he would quickly close it, not daring to look at it too much. Tonight was no exception. It was a shabby alley that was about the same width as the Clay Bottle Alley. It was a remote and secluded place in the Tongya continent. In the small, rainy alley, there was a little girl holding a small oil paper umbrella. As she jumped and jumped, the oil paper umbrella would rise and fall, tilting and slanting. Her footsteps were light as she returned home. Qin Pingan suddenly withdrew his mind and closed the painting of time again. He pinched a page with 2 fingers. Qin Pingan took a deep breath and gently let go of the page at his fingertips. He simply closed the book. Qin Pingan stood up and walked to the window. He put 2 fingers together and gently pressed against the window. He muttered to himself, I know that this is a chess game between me and you. Embroidered Tiger's chess skills are very good because you are not here. There are only the remaining pieces of the chessboards of Tongya, Baoping, and Beiju Lu left. Qin Pingan said softly, Mr. Qi, Chui Dong, as the eldest senior brother, is too much of a bully. Little senior brother, aren't you going to do something about it? The world was silent, and the night was silent. Qin Pingan asked and answered his own question. I guarantee that the eldest senior brother will lose this time, and this time, Chui Dong actually hoped that his senior brother would lose and his junior brother would win. He hoped that it would not be like the heart-questioning game at the Book Lake, where Dolly Imperial Tutor had won without feeling happy. However, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to win against Embroidered Tiger on a chessboard. In fact, after Qin Pingan experienced the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he could accept the life and death of many powerhouses. However, when faced with those weaklings, countless people like himself in my bottle alley, Lu Xianyang in his hometown, and the little slug, Qin Pingan felt that under the overall situation, the departure of countless weaklings was still wrong and still unacceptable. Therefore, even until now, Chun Pingon did not dare to look at the last painting in the Heart Lake. It was as if he did not look at the result, the little girl holding the umbrella would continue to walk in the alley and live on. Or perhaps she had already returned home and put away the small oil paper umbrella. There would be family members sitting idly, there would be amiable lights, and there would be a family reunion. Even if one did not talk about people's hearts, just the matter of cutting off people's livelihood in the Tongya continent was an irreconcilable enmity. It involved the gains and losses of vital interests. Perhaps one day, Chun Pingon and the lower sect would make a choice that would cause conflict with the Jade sect's divine Seal Peak and Wei Ying. In the end, it would cause the old sect leader Jiang Shangzhen and the worshipper Zhou Fei to have to make a choice that would definitely not be a happy one. This was also why Chun Pingon would change his mind at the last moment. From being the sole decision-maker, he had decided that Chao Qinglang would be the sect leader of the lower sect. To the sentence, if there are any objections, we can discuss it again on Luopa Mountain. In fact, it was not that Chun Pingon did not trust Chao Qinglang, but Chao Qinglang was still too young. Some of the choices he made would cause his heart to be unable to bear the burden too early. Chun Pingon knew that it was not a good feeling, and some hardships were really just hardships without any benefits. Moreover, if he could not bear it, he would not be able to bear it. Therefore, Chun Pingon had already made a decision. The position of the sect leader of the lower sect would be empty for the time being. He would let Chao Qinglang continue to cultivate in the lotus root-blessed land for more than 10 years. After being a hands-off shopkeeper for too many years, Chun Pingon also wanted to make up for his mistakes. He would just treat it as, it's not that I don't want to repay it, but it's not the time yet. Although the lower sect would not have a sect leader for the time being, he would not show himself too much. He would only let a certain deputy mountain leader put on a fierce attitude from the beginning. I came to the Tongya continent only to make money peacefully. For example, Chui Dongshan. Anyway, sharing the burden of one's teacher was also the meaning of being a student. Unknowingly, it was already dawn. Chun Pingon narrowed his eyes. Outside the window, in the distance, stood a young woman with a smile but sharp eyes. Zhenlong Wang Zhu, Ascendant Realm. Late at night, in the mountain god temple that had already closed the door, a young girl wearing embroidered shoes listened to the tall maid's words with her hands behind her back. She slowly paced back and forth with her hands behind her back. After thinking seriously for a while, she nodded, clapped her fists, and said in a deep voice, "Scholars have a lot of fancy ideas. If I read a few more books, I will definitely come up with such a small idea." Choose a scholar seed, gather most of the literary luck, and finish the job in one fell swoop. What a simple way. How could I not think of it? As for intercepting halfway and putting gunny sacks, that's even more our old profession. We can do it with our eyes closed. A servant girl with a plump figure nodded her head vigorously and said a few words of flattery. After mountain god Wei Wei heard the praises, he was so angry that he punched the girl's chest fiercely, causing the latter to stagger back. The girl scolded, "You don't have a brain. You only have a brain here. That Chun Pingon came to our ancestral temple. How dare you not show your face and bow to a young sword immortal? You're so arrogant. Why don't you be a mountain lord? How wronged are you to be here with me?" "Huh? Ooh." The plump maid kept quiet out of fear. She didn't dare to say anything back. She just rubbed her chest. Wei Wei was still angry. She tiptoed again and grabbed the tall maid's ear. She pulled hard, causing the latter to lower her head. She reprimanded, "You're also an idiot. Don't you know how to keep Chun Pingon, who has the most tender feelings for the fairer sex, as a guest? Do you know what a young sword immortal from the Dali dynasty means in our Jishui country? It means that your empress can benefit from him a little. At most, she can ask him to leave a piece of calligraphy or something. Then, the three of us can drift freely in the Jishui country in the future." After scolding and venting her anger, the girl with embroidered shoes sighed and released her fingers. She looked at the two fools who seemed to be respectful but were actually happy. She said helplessly, "I do have some ties with the Jishui country's imperial court, but do you think that sort of mortal only gave us a hand?" Seeing the two idiots, who only knew how to eat incense without putting in any effort, he rolled his eyes slightly. Then he put two fingers together and pointed at his own eyes. Then he pointed at the tall maidservant. Suddenly, he clenched his fists. His mouth rumbled like thunder. He smiled bitterly and said, "Think about it. Chun Pingon is a sword immortal. How many times has he come to our place?" The tall maid said timidly, "3 times. Wei Wei said angrily, "In less than 30 years. A young sword immortal has visited a small mountain 3 times. What does this mean? It means that there will definitely be a 4th time." Why do you think the first thing he said was to ask about the placement of the temple statue? If you say something wrong, if our mountain god temple does something wrong, do you think he will leave? Believe it or not. Even if you chase him away, he will still stay and chat with me. He is a smiling tiger who hides a knife in his sleeve. He is a ruthless person who doesn't even discuss when he kills someone. If I didn't predict the future and know that he would definitely come again, I would have taken care of those broken stones early on. It's hard to say if the 3 of us would still be able to talk now. The tall maid said cautiously, "Could it be that Empress is thinking too much? He came to our ancestral temple this time and looked quite amiable. He didn't have the slightest air of a sword immortal." Ooh. Under the shade of the ancient pine outside the door, the green-robed sword immortal sat on a stone bench. He smiled warmly and talked to her. He even invited her to sit and chat with him. Wei Wei glanced at her, and the tall maid immediately shut her mouth. Wei Wei waved her sleeve, and the door opened. She sat on the threshold and rested her chin on her hands. She began to think. The territory of the mountain god encompassed 1.5 counties and had jurisdiction over 6 counties. Wei Wei didn't like to greet the gods of the Confucian and martial temples in the past. They didn't have high official status and liked to be arrogant. At most, she dealt with the county gods who were shorter than her. The latter were more tactful. In the end, Wei Wei said, "The 2 of you go to the town god's temple in those counties and carefully check all the merit books. In our own territory, all the scholars who have the potential to become scholars and tribute students should be recorded in the books one by one. Just do as the sword immortal said. Small streams of water flow long. Also, those so-called families of good deeds." Sigh. My heart aches so much. You guys should also share some of the Een virtue aura and hide it in the door gods that they put up. You guys can't help much. Our family is too weak right now. So let's first help dispel the evil spirit and the Een wind. When the Jinsher master comes to our ancestral temple to fulfill his vow, he will have a lot of literary luck. Then we will have a long-term plan. Chun Pingon was right about one thing. Now is not the same as before. We can't do a one-time deal. As long as we can make a good start, we have to look at the long term. Apart from being wary of a sword immortal who would often visit her as a guest, the reason why Wei Wei was willing to follow orders like this was, of course, because it was profitable, and the risk was very small. Wei Wei felt that in the long run, if she did as he said, there was indeed hope that she would be able to enjoy a good harvest. One day, she would be able to manage the mountains and rivers well and enjoy a good life. When she became a mountain god, she wanted to open up a mansion. When she thought about the mountain god heir of Mount Wuyue, she would have something to look forward to in life. Otherwise, if Chun Pingon only talked about morality and merit, Wei Wei would just continue to eat and wait for death. The next time they met, she would lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. Chun Pingon couldn't really behead her with his flying sword, right? However, Wei Wei had to admit that she was really afraid of Chun Pingon. All these years, deep in her heart, she would think of that young man. It was good that he died. She would not have to worry about him in the future. However, on second thought, she felt that it would be a pity if that young man really died. The plump maidservant was eager to try. She reminded softly, "Mountain goddess, Sword Immortalchin seemed to have said that we can first visit that passing scholar in his dream." Wei Wei turned her head and said with disdain, "You, goddess of the mountain temple? Throw you into a pile of people. Others would use their hands to push you, but you would use a big stick to hit him. What do you think that scholar will think of you when he sees you? If you are lucky, he will think of you as a wild fox. If you are unlucky, he will think of you as a scholar sleepwalking in the ancestral temple. He will think that he is shopping. Maybe his first thought will be to check if there is enough silver in his money bag." Wei Wei pointed at the tall girl. "You then, among the three of us, you are the only one who has read a few books. You can talk to the scholar more." The maidservant was a little embarrassed. However, she did not dare to say that. She only dared to say a few words of sincere advice in her heart. Wei Wei suddenly stood up. Then she smiled like a flower and exclaimed, "Old Sword Immortal Song is here." A white-haired old man walked slowly to the mountain temple with his hands behind his back. "You can talk to yourselves. I am just revisiting an old place. I am not going to look through the almanac tonight." Wei Wei complained. Once Elder Song's manner moved away, it caused the martial fate of the nearby mountains and rivers to disappear. It's not just my little mountain temple that's suffering. All the city gods who are used to living extravagantly have started to scrimp and scrape, living frugally. Song Yu glanced at the plaque of the ancestral temple. His gaze moved down to the 3 golden statues in the temple. He smiled and said, "You must have spent a lot of silver." Wei Wei covered her mouth and laughed. "I have to make do with the bitter life. Fortunately, it is not some divine money. I still have some money left." Song Yu sat on the bluestone bench and joked, "Have you just realized that it is not easy to be one of the 4 evil spirits of the brushing country? You were almost kidnapped by a lecherous mountain god and became his wife. You never thought that it is even harder to be a mountain god now." Wei Wei shook her head gently. "It is very easy." Song Yu sneered. He was an experienced man. He could roughly see the amount of the martial fate of the mountains and rivers. Just this mountain god temple alone would not be able to last for 100 years. It would starve a mountain god queen to the point that her golden body would not be able to withstand the wind and rain. Wei Wei put her hands behind her back and walked down the stairs with light steps. She said with a smile, "Senior Song, I was deliberately hiding my strength before. I was too lazy to move. Why don't I tell you my plan now?" Song Yu nodded and said, "I'd like to hear the details." After listening to Wei Wei's plan, the old man didn't take it seriously at first, especially the shortcut of the mountain and river officialdom, which was unconventional and definitely not a long-term way. However, when Wei Wei came out with a clean source in a genteel manner, especially the sentence, "The mountain and river deities, where the soul is, it's in one's heart," the old man was speechless and couldn't refute it all. Looking at the confident mountain deity, Song Yufan was stunned for a long time and asked doubtfully, "Wei Wei, why do you seem to have grown a brain all of a sudden?" Wei Wei raised her head and laughed. She wiped her mouth and waved her hand. "It is not worth mentioning. I only use 30 to 40% of my power." Song Yu stood up and smiled. "That is the best. I will not come here in the future." When he was young, he felt that the mountain and river journey was just a few steps away. When he was old, it was far away. Wei Wei looked at the stooped, white-haired old man and sighed. She stopped smiling and said honestly, "To be honest, this method was taught to me by Chen Pingan. How could I have thought of this?" Song Yushan nodded and said calmly, "I have guessed it already. The old man turned and left. The tall woman came to the mountain god and sighed. Senior Song is really good at predicting things. Wei Wei laughed and scolded. He guessed nothing. Didn't you see that Song Yu was walking up the mountain and running down the mountain? The old man did not go straight to the mountain god temple. Instead, he went back to the small town near the village and found the restaurant. The old man sat in the same place. The shopkeeper had changed again and again. It was his grandson who was in charge of the business. The hot pot ingredients were actually a little skimpier. Song Yusha knew that it was no longer the same taste as before, but he didn't say much. There was nothing to say in the first place. On the contrary, he hoped that the business of this restaurant would be better in the future. Maybe one day when he made enough money, he would pay attention to the food again. Even though the young manager recognized Song Yuxiao, the old sword sage from Combe Country who had a good relationship with his grandpa, he still felt a bit guilty after serving all the hot pot ingredients to the table. Therefore, he didn't want to establish a relationship with Song Yuxiao. After exchanging some pleasantries, he quickly left. Song Yu didn't ask for 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls, but he asked for 2 wine cups. One of the wine cups was placed on the opposite side of the table, but he didn't pour any wine. The old man took a sip of the wine and cursed a few times. This stinky brat actually dared to hide from him. After a few cups of wine, the old man could not help but stand up and fill the cup. He sat down again and murmured something. It was unclear whether he was scolding or something else. Song Yu suddenly turned around and smiled. "Why are you 2 here?" It was his grandson Song Fengshan and granddaughter-in-law Lu Qian. They sat down and Song Fengshan smiled. It was Wei Wei who sent the letter. On the way here, Lu Qian made a bet with me that you would come here first. I didn't believe her, so I punished myself by drinking 3 cups. Song Yu said impatiently, "Just tell me if you want a drink." Song Fengshan drank the wine, while Lu Qian cooked the hot pot. Neither of them spoke. The old man held back for a long time and said with a smile, "Say it. Have you seen that kid already?" Song Fengshan and his wife looked at each other and smiled. Then Song Fengshan used telepathy to talk to his grandfather. "Song, you listened carefully." He did not drink or eat. After listening, the old man picked up a big chopstick and drank the wine in the cup. He looked at the empty seat on the opposite side of the table and the full cup. The old man put down the cup and chopsticks and looked left and right. He looked at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law and smiled. He slowly closed his eyes and opened them again. Finally, he looked at the empty seat. His vision was a little blurry. The old man said softly, "It's a pity that I can't go to the Great Wall of Sword, Aura." Song Yu picked up the cup and chopsticks again and laughed. Hot pot and wine. Jianghu is still the same. South Hassa Continent, an ordinary mountain by the sea. It was just a veritable place of cultivation. Even the mountain and swamp cultivators of the lower 5 realms would not be so simple. The 3 neighboring cottages were occupied by 3 upper 5 realms. 2 of them were sword immortals. Lu Ji, Xiao Yunyan, the sword immortal of Spring Banner House, and Madame Xianyan of the Upside Down Mountains Plum Blossom Garden. After someone worshipped the sword at Taiping Mountain in Tongye Continent, Lu Ji got up and walked out of the cottage. She narrowed her eyes and looked toward the southeast. After Xiao Yunyan and Xianyan walked out of the cottage, Lu Ji said, "The hidden official is back." Madame Xianyan's face stiffened. Xiao Yunyan laughed. The handsome old sword immortal, Qi Tingji, had chosen to establish his sect. Surprisingly, it was not the Central Plains, which had the most vast mountains and rivers, nor was it the snowy mountains continent, where the god of fortune, Lu Shi, was located. Instead, it was the South Hassa continent, which no longer had any scholars. Qi Tingji would often come here to chat with Lu Ji. He did not hide anything. It was obvious that he wanted Lu Ji to be the chief consecrator. Even if she had to take a step back and be a guest of the sect, it was fine. Lu Ji was naturally unwilling to be a consecrator. As for being a guest without any restrictions, it was actually between the two. After all, both of them were sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword aura. Qi Tingji's sword attacks in Howran Continent did not disappoint, especially when Chen Shunan left the South Hassa Continent for the last journey to the sea. Qi Tingji was still alone, guarding the scholar with his sword. In the end, Chen Shunan succeeded in keeping the bearded swordsman Lu Cha in Howran Continent, preventing the sovereign great demon from returning to the wilderness. But the world, especially the central divine continent, still had a lot of criticism for this scholar who had inexplicably lived and died inexplicably. They felt that the situation was already set. Chen Shunan, who did not even kill an ascendant realm demon, who carried the sun and moon on his shoulders like decorations, did not die when he should die, and did not live when he could live. He did not help others in their hour of need. Instead, he added flowers to the brocade. He cherished his life to a whole new level, and in the end, he cherished his reputation to the extreme. In a great battle, other than barely protecting the mountains and rivers of the South Hassa continent, he did not contribute anything else. In the wilderness today, even if there was an additional Lu Cha, what could he do? If Qi Tingji had not used his sword once in the central divine continent, there would only be more complaints. The person who was challenged by Qi Tingji's sword was still extremely stubborn after taking a sword. So what if Lu Cha had gathered his fortune in the wilderness and ascended to the 14th level? Wasn't Xiao Chua also a 14th level sword cultivator? Wasn't he also chased to the alien battlefield and had yet to return, unable to go to the wilderness? Even if there was an additional Lu Cha, it was nothing. If Qi Tingji was really capable, he could return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and carve a large word on the city wall. Therefore, Qi Tingji, who was too lazy to say more, rewarded that cultivator with another sword. Qi Tingji had to give an unpolished jade realm cultivator 2 swords. He could only severely injure him, but could not kill him. This made Qi Tingji return to the South Hassa continent and find Lu Ji. For the first time, he did not persuade her to join his sect. Instead, he just drank quietly. If it were Lu Ji, she would probably kill that unpolished jade realm cultivator with 1 sword and then return to the ruins of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the vast world, there were only 2 people Lu Ji was willing to talk to, and they were the 2 people beside her. Wu Yan always spoke in a roundabout way. Her main intention was to persuade Lu Ji to agree. It was just a guest elder, and they were from the same hometown. It was reasonable for her to refuse. However, Xiao Yunyan was resolutely against it. With Wu Yan around, Xiao Yunyan did not dare to speak too directly. He was worried that if he was not careful when he went out alone, he would be inexplicably stabbed. Therefore, Xiao Yunyan only said that Elder Qi was a sword immortal with extraordinary swordsmanship. Naturally, he did not need Mr. Lu to add flowers to the brocade and become a guest elder. If he wanted to be the chief consecrator, he could consider it. Qi Tingji is right. There needs to be a sword immortal in his sect who does not follow the rules. I will agree to let him be a guest elder. Lu Ji said, Xiao Yunyan, take Wu Yan and travel the central divine continent together. Then go to the north continent and finally meet the hidden official. Xiao Yunyan nodded. That would be best. Otherwise, your intentions would be too obvious. As for whether Lu Ji would be a guest elder, Xiao Yunyan did not have much of an opinion. Previously, he just could not stand Wu Yan's behavior. Madame Wu Yan said tentatively, Mr. Lu, I think I should stay here and accompany you. Lu Ji said calmly, leave immediately. Madame Wu Yan was aggrieved. She really did not want to meet the hidden official. Last time, there was a plum blossom garden missing. What about this time? Xiao Yunyan took a deep breath. Since they knew that the hidden official had finally returned to the noble realm, then Xie Songhua of the White Peak Continent, Song Pin of the Gold Armor Continent, Zhang Kai of the North Continent, all the sword immortals who had walked through the Great Wall of Sword Chi should know about this through the sword ceremony at Taiping Mountain. White Peak Continent. In the early years, Xie Songhua had suddenly agreed to be a female sword immortal consecrator of the Lu family. She had also returned to Leigong Temple from the Lu family's ancestral hall meeting. Since she could take a nap in her chair, she could get a large sum of money for free. Xie Songhua even specifically reminded the Lu family that whenever there was a meeting, no matter how big or small, she must send a flying sword message. As long as she was in the White Peak Continent, she would definitely rush over. In any case, she was a formal consecrator. She had to contribute. Even if she did not have the opportunity to contribute, she should still give advice. According to the ordinary sects on the mountain, they would have already criticized her. However, the Lu family of the White Peak Continent, no matter how big or small, would really send a flying sword message to Xie Songhua. Every time, they would find a way to give her money. After many times, not to mention the divine money spent on the 2 direct disciple sword practice, even Xie Songhua's own share was not short of money. Xie Songhua could not help but feel a little apologetic. This time, when she left the Lu family's ancestral hall, she asked Lu Jiubao if there were any enemies that the Lu family wanted to kill, but was not suitable to kill. Lu Jiubao said no. Now, the 3 of them almost treated Leigong Temple as half of their home. Pei Osyang did not care at all. It was not cold and not too noisy. In fact, it was not bad. It was just that some of the words of the female sword immortal were unbearable. She said something like, "Osyang, you are so beautiful. It is a pity that you don't find a man." Today, Xie Songhua's flying sword landed outside the gate of Leigong Temple. The 2 disciples sat on the stairs, looking forward to it. When Pei Osyang saw Xie Songhua, she immediately stood up and returned to the temple. After Xie Songhua landed, she joked, "Do you want Master to help you find a wife?" Chao Mu suddenly realized, so Master is not a woman? Zhu Xing looked helpless. So, you are an idiot? Xie Songhua stopped joking and spoke in her mind. Master will bring you to the Aquarius continent, Bamboo Sea Paradise, Green Immortal Mountain. Chun Qing leaned on the railing, her hands supporting her cheeks. A woman with a head full of green hair was walking barefoot. She looked at her only disciple who was daydreaming, and smiled. She was once bored to death, leaning on the bamboo railing in a daze. Then, an even more bored scoundrel would jump out and place his head on the railing. Then he would turn his head and squint his eyes. He had a serious expression and did not look away. The moment he opened his mouth, he was not a decent person. "Big sister, be careful not to crush the railing. But it's okay if Green Immortal Mountain asks you for compensation. Just tell them my name. Remember, my name is Alliance Kind, as in Liang." When she stood up, he also stood up and leaned against the railing, smiling brightly. "You can't be that Green Immortal Mountain's madam, right? Otherwise, Big sister is so beautiful. If I were that mountain goddess, I would be so jealous that I can't tolerate you as a neighbor. Every night, I would squat by your bed and poke your face with a bamboo stick, but I wouldn't really poke it. After all, even a woman would like you when she sees you. I think you are most likely not that mountain goddess. Do you know why? Haha, it's very simple. I actually have a relationship with her. Hee, you know." That man raised his hands, winked, and poked his thumbs. Well, old sweetheart, at that time, she asked him, "Do you want to die?" She was an ascendant realm cultivator, and she was overseeing the mountain. In a bamboo sea cave, there were tens of millions of green bamboos, all of which could be turned into flying swords, so she was also half a sword cultivator. That man's face was full of shyness. He glanced at the house on the side of the corridor, as if he didn't dare to look at her directly. He lowered his head slightly and smiled faintly, wanting to say something. The last person, when riding the wind to escape, hugged his butt. Chunqing came back to her senses, looked up, and asked, "Master, why did that alliance go to the Western Buddhist kingdom inexplicably?" She smiled and said, "It's better to be a monk. North Continent, Sparrow Mansion, a tea shop at the foot of the mountain." Opposite Wu Jiong, who was the female patriarch of law, was a handsome man in a white robe. His posture was lazy, and he didn't look like he was sitting, almost lying on the table. Wu Jiong said helplessly, "Yumi, can you restrain yourself a little?" The Golden Core sword cultivator, named Yumi, who had been a nominal guest of Sparrow Mansion for many years, yawned and said with grievance, "Sister Wu Jiong, what's wrong?" I didn't say a word, and I didn't even look sideways. I just took a walk on the mountain. Can't I? Wu Jiong handed him a cup of tea, picked up the teacup, and put it down again. She stretched out her fingers and rubbed the space between her eyebrows. "You're a scourge. If you continue like this, the reputation of Sparrow Mansion will be ruined, even if you don't provoke them. Those little girls who don't know much about the world all have a heart for beauty, and you're a Golden Core sword cultivator." Speaking of this, Wu Jiong probably also felt that this Yumi from Lapa Mountain was not to be blamed. This guy was indeed too good-looking, and he didn't provoke anyone. However, he was just looking at the cliff, or enjoying the scenery in the snow, dressed in white and holding a green bamboo cane, or walking slowly with an umbrella in his hand in the pouring rain, holding a peach branch in his hand. This sword cultivator, Yumi didn't *King speak, but it was the same as speaking. The key was that silence spoke louder than words. Yumi felt even more wronged. He lay on the table and twirled the teacup with his fingers. Everyone says that the North Continent is full of sword cultivators, and sword immortals are everywhere. That's why I boldly used the name of a Golden Core sword cultivator. If I had known, I wouldn't have puffed myself up at my own cost. I would have just been a chi cultivator of the sea observation realm. After Yumi arrived at Sparrow Mansion, he didn't make a move. So until now, Wu Jiong still couldn't determine Yumi's true level. However, she was sure that he wasn't at the sea observation realm, and was most likely a nascent soul sword cultivator who had hidden his strength. On the other hand, Yumi seemed to care a lot about Zhao Wan. However, it wasn't the kind of love between a man and a woman. Instead, it was more like a senior protecting a junior. As such, the chief's proud disciple, Lu Guibao, seemed to be a little strange. Lu Guibao and Zhao Wan were originally very close, but now there was some tension between them. Lu Guibao's face was cold. He walked from the foot of the mountain to the tea shop and placed a secret letter on the table. Miyu's eyes lit up. He clasped his hands together and muttered something. Then he opened the secret letter. He almost burst into tears on the spot. He couldn't help but turn to Lu Guibao and say gratefully, "Miss Lu, I can never repay your kindness. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, except Chief's son, Sister Wu Jiong, and all the Earth Immortals in the North Continent, then you can tell me openly. I promise to beat them up." Lu Guibao just stared at him blankly. "Aren't you the one who needs to be beaten up the most?" Miyu knew the answer in the girl's eyes, but he still pretended to be a fool, and didn't say anything. Miyu carefully put away the secret letter from empty covering cloud. He stood up and took a deep breath. He could finally reply. Suddenly, 3 sword cultivators flew over on their swords. Wu Jiong and Lu Guibao quickly stood up. It was a female sword immortal, floating duckweed sword lake's chief, Shui Kai. Beside her were 2 direct disciples, the extremely young Golden Core realm sword cultivator, Chun Li, and the relatively young Dragon Gate realm sword cultivator, Gao Yuqing. Chun Li smiled and said telepathically, "Isn't this great sword immortal me? You're even more elegant than before. You're almost blinding me. Listen, how familiar. As expected of the little hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, you can't even scold him back." Me, you really like this. It was a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. Li Kai greeted the two female cultivators from Rainbow Sparrow Manor. After exchanging pleasantries, she said telepathically to Miyu, I won't be going to Aquarius Continent. I'll have to trouble sort Immortal Me to escort them to Luopa Mountain. Miyu said, I will first go to Cloud City and bring Zhao Shu along. Li Kai waved her hand. Even if you bring all the female cultivators from Rainbow Sparrow Manor, I won't care about you. But I'll say this first, if you dare to seduce Yu Qing, I'll kill you. Even if you don't, as long as Yu Qing has any thoughts about you, I'll kill you. Miyu laughed. Sword Immortally, you might not know this, but when I look at the way some ladies look at me, I can tell if they already have someone in their heart. Li Kai clicked her tongue. You're so shameless and fake. Is that the innate divine ability of your flying sword? Miyu smiled and nodded, then asked, Are you sure you don't want to see Consecrated Zhou? Li Kai scolded, Damn that heartless bastard. He should be the one to come see me. Miyu nodded. That's right. Aquarius Continent. A new second in the imperial examinations of the Great Li Dynasty, a Hamlin Academy editor with the surname Chow, suddenly applied for illness and quietly left the capital. At an immortal ferry, he took a ferry to the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry. Other than that, many of Luopa Mountain's direct disciples, consecrators, guest officials, as well as people who had good relations with Luopa Mountain, all started to set off. On the Cloud Boat Ferry, Jiang Shangjin sat on the railing and laughed. I thought you would fight 2 battles. Chun Pingon shook his head. At that time, inside the Jixia Temple, he and Wang Zhu, both of them were separated by a window inside and outside the house, and chatted for a while. She asked a question, Why did you cancel the contract? Chun Pingon asked back, Have you thought it through? Do you really want to be at Jixia Temple? In the end, neither of them gave an answer. Wang Zhu returned to Water of Blasphemy and continued his closed-door training. The Cloud Boat ferry slowly stopped at Oxhorn Mountain. Pei Qian and Jiang Shangjin, followed by 9 sword immortal embryos. However, Qin Pingon left the boat early and landed on the ground. He landed on a mountain path and finally walked to the 2 small tombstones, knelt down, and kowtowed. Then he took out small bags and began to add soil to the tombstones. The green-robed man, who was already in his 40s, poured a pot of wine in front of the tombstones, knelt on one knee, bent his waist, and lowered his head, silently speaking in his heart. Finally, the man's voice trembled slightly, and he frowned, chuckled softly. Father, Mother, don't worry. Other than being away from home for a long time, everything has been good these years. Chun Pingon was silent for a long time, and stayed where he was for a long time. When he got up and slowly went down the mountain, it was already dusk. When Chun Pingon took a slight detour, he went to the former immortal tomb, looked at it from afar, and walked back to the end of Mud Bottle Alley. It was already late at night. He took out a bunch of keys, opened the courtyard door, with brand new spring couplets pasted on both sides, and gently closed the courtyard door with the door god pasted on it. Then he opened the door, looked up at the word spring, and entered the house. Chun Pingon lit a lamp on the table and lay on the table. He wanted to keep watch, but he accidentally fell asleep just like that. He didn't know how many days and nights he slept. When dawn broke, Chun Pingon sat up. Although he was a little sleepy, he slowly got up and found only Pei Qian outside the door. Pei Qian smiled. I stopped Sister Wanshu and Xiaomi and asked them to wait for Master at the foot of Jisei Peak. Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. It's today? Pei Qian nodded vigorously. More people are at the entrance of the ancestral hall. They've all arrived. Little senior apprentice brother has rushed over, and he's probably still lying on the ground taking a nap. If Wei Shanjun hadn't cast the mountain water seal, the entire northern peak would have sensed the abnormality of Jisei Peak's atmosphere. Chun Pingon closed the door to the house and courtyard and stood in the mud bottle alley, saying, "Follow me." A green robe fluttered, and a black robe followed behind. The two of them landed at the entrance of Ji-Se Peak, the girl in pink and the girl in black. One returned from the lotus root paradise, and Nwanshu curtsied and called out "Master," while the other grinned from ear to ear. Chun Pingon smiled with his eyes squinted and gently rubbed the girl's head with each hand, and said with a smile, "Let's go up the mountain." When a green robe with a jade hairpin appeared at the top of the stairs, he realized that there were dozens of his own students, disciples, Luopa Mountain's consecrators, guest elders, and their respected disciples and friends outside the Ji-Se Peak's ancestral hall. Compared to the first time he visited the Ji-Se Peak's ancestral hall, there were many more people. Chun Pingon walked forward slowly and finally stopped. He was in a daze for a moment. Pei Qian brought Nwanshu and Xiaomi forward quickly and walked towards the crowd, and then turned to face Chun Pingon. The mountain wind blew, and a green robe with a sword on his back, his sleeves fluttered, facing the crowd in front of him. Mountain Master Chun Pingon faced the crowd and suddenly cupped his fists in greeting. The crowd opposite him returned the greeting solemnly. Chun Pingon took the lead and stepped through the door of the ancestral hall. In the Ji-Se Peak's ancestral hall, there were 3 hanging portraits, the sage of literature Qi Jingchun and Chui Chung. A green robe stood at the front, holding an incense stick with both hands. Behind Chun Pingon, they were student Chui Dongshan, disciple Pei Qian, and student Chao Qingling. Luopa Mountain's Judge Changming, accountant Wei Wenlong, Mountain Peak realm martial artist Zhu Lian, Far Travel Realm Lu Baixiang, Oris Core Realm Sword, Cultivator Sui Yu, Far Travel Realm Wei Xian, Chun Lingjun, Chun Rishu Shiro, Luopa Mountain's Mountain Guardian, Right Guardian Zhou Xiaomi, Jiang Chu, Zhang Jiazhen, Zhao Shusha, Zhao Wan, Cin Yuanji, Yuan Bao, Yuan Lai. His real name was Zhou Junshin. Immortal Realm Sword, Cultivator Jiang Shangzhen, Far Travel Realm Peak Zhong Qiu, Jade Realm Bottleneck Sword, Cultivator Mi Yu, Nascent Soul Realm Sword, Cultivator Cui Wei, Honorary Guardian, Blind Taoist Jia Cheng, Zhao Dengao, Tian Zhouer, North Continent's Hemp Sect, Nascent Soul Realm Cultivator, Du Wensi, Oris Core Realm Sword, Cultivator Pang Lanshi, Fox Country's Lord Pei Xiang, Nascent Soul Realm Water Serpent Hong Xia, Chest Dun Mountains Yunzi. 9 Sword of Moral Embryos, Higu Yuxiahui, Chung Chalu, Nalan Yuji, Yao Xiaoyan Yu Qingzang, He Xiangting by Xian Sun Chunwang. Spectators, Lu Xianyang, An Li Er, Li Lu, Han Chengjiang, Lin Shui, Yu Lu, Xia Xia, Dong Shuijing. Northern Mountains, Lord Wei Pai. Taihui Sword Sex Lu Jinglong, Disciple Whitehead. Dragon Spring Sword Sex First Disciple Donggu. Ao Yu Back Lu Zhongruan. Old Dragon City's Fan Air, Lady Gui, Disciple Jin Su. Sun Jiashu Floating Duckweed Sword Lakes Direct, Disciple Chun-Li, Gao Yuqing. Spring Banner House, Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan, Inverted Mountains Lady Yen. Book Lakes True Realm Sex Li Fuyao, Zhou Caizhen. Hemp Sex God of Wealth Wei Yusong. Sparrow Manor's Manor Lord Sun Qing, Disciple Lu Gui Bao. Above Cloud City's Su Xingjiu, Honorary Guardian Huan Yun. Snow Mountain Continent's Sword Immortal Xie Song Hua, Disciple Zhu Xing, Morning and Evening. Wind Snow Temple's Great Sword, Immortal Wei Jin. Xian Finger Peaks, Yuan Ling Hall. Golden Crow Palace's Yuanying Realm Sword Cultivator Lu Jiqing. Middle Earth Divine Continent's Yuzhufu, Xiao Yuan Dynasty's Lin Junbai. Today, inside Ji-Se Peak's Ancestral Hall, there were many sword cultivators, many martial artists, and the mountain lord standing at the front, Qin Pingan, who had just returned from a long journey, was a sword immortal and also an end realm cultivator. He was the mountain lord of Treasure Vase Continent's Luo Mountain, and was once a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the last disciple of Vast World's literature saint. Soon, the entire world would know that the hidden official Qin Shi was called Qin Pingan. (764). The 43G Say Peak Ancestral Master Hall Records tablet stood in front, while the 36 spectators followed behind. They followed Mountain Chieftain Qin Pingan and offered incense and hung up statues. They bowed 3 times with their hands clasped in front, and then inserted incense into the incense burner according to the order of their respect. As the host, Qin Pingan still had to return the gesture of gratitude to every spectator. Just this alone took up a full 45 minutes. Under the 3 portraits, there was a table and 2 chairs. One was empty, and the other belonged to Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan never sat down. A man in a green robe stood with his back facing the portraits, facing the ancestral Master Hall entrance. He returned the courtesy to everyone who offered incense. The 30-odd spectators either smiled and nodded at the mountain lord in greeting. Even if they spoke, they were extremely concise and comprehensive. At most, they would only offer a light congratulations. At this juncture, no one would exchange too many pleasantries with Qin Pingan. Nuanshu, whose name was Qin Pingan, was the incense messenger official in charge of the Song of Mountains and Rivers. She was allowed to stand beside Qin Pingan. She needed to call out the name of the spectator, sect, and mountain. Finally, she followed the mountain lord to return the courtesy to that guest. Qin Pingan was the first to take a seat. The host and the guest followed suit in an orderly manner. Today, there were 3 types of seats in the Ji Say Peak Ancestral Master Hall. The first was, of course, those who were qualified to participate in the Ji Say Peak Ancestral Master Hall's discussion. They already had an unshakable seat in Luo Mountain's Ancestral Master Hall. Apart from Mountain Lord Qin Pingan, there were also Cui Dongshan, first disciple Pei Qian, and Chao Qingleng. Apart from them, there was also head steward Zhu Lian, mountain protector consecrated Zhou Mili, to the right of Sui, Lu Baixiang, Wei Xian, Zhou Fei, Zhong Qiu, Zheng Dafeng, Chen Lingjun, Chen Rishu. Of course, a few more of these chairs would be added today. For example, Administrator Chong Ming, Accountant Wei Wenlong, Mi Yu, Consecrated Chui Wei, Pei Xiang, Hongxia. Next were the direct disciples who were listed in the Ancestral Master Hall's landscape register. For example, Tsin Yuanji, Yuan, Bao, Yuan Lai, and the others. Then there were the normal consecrated and guests. For example, Jia Sheng and his 2 disciples of Dragon Riding Alley Du and Pang Lanshi, Luo Mountain's honorary guests. Finally, there were more than 30 guests from various continents. The last 2 types of chairs would only be moved out for people to sit on days like today. Today, the Ji Say Peaks Ancestral Hall would definitely have a large number of guest elders. They would all come from the guests who came to observe the ceremony. Qin Pingan was alone, sitting on a chair under the portrait, looking at Cui Dongshan, who had just rushed back from the Central Plains Divine Continent. He nodded his head. For the first time, Cui Dongshan changed his snow-white robe into a green Confucian robe. He stood up and said softly, Pei Qian, Chao Qingleng. Pei Qian and Chao Qingleng stood up at the same time. Qin Pingan also stood up. Cui Dongshan took out the Golden Book and Jade Archive from the Confucian Temple and passed them to Pei Qian and Chao Qingleng, respectively. Then he moved forward to hand over a ceremonial item from the Confucian Temple to his teacher. However, Qin Pingan shook his head lightly and took out a stack of books from his sleeves. Chui Dongshan smiled knowingly. He did not care about the rules and etiquette. Everyone in the Jisei Peak's ancestral hall was his family. No one would go to the Confucian temple to gossip. The Golden Book and Jade Archive were thrown into the sky and turned into a gust of clear air. They were buried in the ground and fused with the landscape qi. They were used to inform the heavens and earth, the mountains and rivers of a continent. The Central Plains Confucian Temple would give out a ceremonial item and place it in the ancestral hall of the sect. Chun Pingan did not break this rule. He only added his teacher's writings and placed them together. Chao Qinglang took the Golden Book from Chui Dongshan's hands and read the contents loudly. There were only a few hundred words, and they were all written according to an ancient ritual. After Pei Qian took the Jade Archive, he imitated Chao Qinglang and read the contents of the Jade Archive. Whether it was Luo Pa Mountain's records or the people who came to watch the ceremony, they all stood up again. These were all unavoidable red tape. Then Chao Qinglang and Pei Qian walked out of the ancestral hall side by side. One of them rode the wind to the top, while the other went to the bottom of the mountain. The two of them met outside the gate and returned to the ancestral hall together. They said, "The ceremony is over." Finally, Chun Pingan and Chui Dongshan placed a stack of books and a ceremonial item from the Confucian temple on the table. Chun Nuanshu said with a clear voice, "The ceremony is over." From then on, Luo Pa Mountain of the Aquarius continent had entered the ranks of the prestigious sections. Today's gathering at the ancestral hall, the ceremony that all the people who attended the ceremony, was of course the most important ceremony for the promotion of Luo Pa Mountain. Generally speaking, the emperor of the dynasty where the ancestral master's hall was located would recommend to the Confucian temple in the central region to promote it to a candidate of a sect. After receiving the approval of a sage in the sky screen, the candidate would be sent to the Confucian temple in the central region for examination and inspection. The head of the Confucian temple and the vice head of the Confucian temple and the chancellor of the three great academies would be responsible for reviewing the matter together. Finally, the sage of rites would make the final decision. As long as one of the 7 Confucian sages didn't agree, the candidate would never be promoted to a sect. Of course, there had been cases in history where 6 Confucian sages had agreed, but the sage of rites didn't. However, such cases had only happened twice in the past 10,000 years, because the Jade sect of the Tongya continent and Sun Yuan's ingenious plan, the Jade sect of the Calligraphy Lake didn't have much to do with the Song clan's emperor. This was actually a violation of the rules. Therefore, Jiang Shangzhen and Wei Ying, the 2 lords of the Calligraphy Lake, were very tolerant regardless of their temperament, state, and methods. They attached great importance to repairing the relationship with the Dali cavalry and tried to do as the Romans did to make up for their mistakes. As for Wan Chui's Dragon Spring Sword sect, Xinyang Mountain, and Qingfeng City, they all needed the recommendation of the Dali dynasty's emperor, Song He. In the end, they all became the newest sects of the Aquarius continent. It was said that Xinyang Mountain had been preparing to become the next sect for many years. However, Jin Qing, the lord of Zhongyue, didn't have a clear opinion on this matter. On the side of the Song clan's imperial court, the emperor of the capital city, and the feudal lords in the capital city also seemed to have some disagreement. Emperor Songhe's opinion was that although Xinyang Mountain didn't have enough military merits, since Xinyang Mountain had borrowed a lot from many forces including the Xinguang sect, the Jiang family of Yunlin, and the old Dragon City, they might as well go with the flow and support Xinyang Mountain. However, the feudal lord Songmu, who was supposed to have a closer relationship with Xinyang Mountain, said that even if Xinyang Mountain had enough military merits on the Dali Mountains and River's merit book, they still lacked a lot of merits. Even if the Song clan recommended them to the Confucian temple in the Central Plains, it was very likely that they would be sent back to the Dali dynasty and be replied with the word reconsider. Today was different from the past. It was a peaceful and prosperous era. They shouldn't feed Xinjiang Mountain too much. It was easy to make the other sects resent them and think that the Dali dynasty was too biased. In the secret letter that Song Mu sent to the imperial study in the capital city, he wrote a sentence at the end. Unless the sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain dared to open up new territories in the wasteland, they could accumulate merits with their military merits. No matter what, Luapa Mountain would eventually become a sect with the word sect. At this moment, Luapa Mountain would still be the youngest sect in the world. Chun Pingon heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and gestured twice. He said with a smile, "Sit down. We're all family today. Let's be casual. As long as you don't expose your chest or stomach or take off your shoes and sit cross-legged, there's nothing particular." After everyone was seated, Chun Pingon sat down and looked at the right guardian of Luapa Mountain with a smile. He said softly, "Mealy, serve the tea." "Yes, sir." Zhou Mealy's shoulders shook. She quickly slid down from the oversized chair and straightened her chest. The little girl's face was flushed. It was finally her turn to show up. Today, she had another official position, the tea officer. She was responsible for serving tea to everyone in the ancestral master hall. How prestigious was that? Sister Nuanshu and Jingqing were the assistant tea officers who helped out. A little girl in black immediately led the little girl in pink and the little boy in green to distribute tea to everyone. Chun Lingjun was responsible for taking out tea from the square CUN object. He held a teacup in each hand. Little Mealy and Nuanshu were responsible for serving tea. When Lu Xianyang took the tea from Little Mealy, he said with a smile, "The big water monster of Mute Lake is really famous." Zhou Mealy glared at Lu Xianyang. She wasn't the kind of person who cared about fame. It was just that the little girl couldn't help but smile. Lu Xianyang reached out to rub the little girl's head. Zhou Mealy quickly knocked her head away and quickly went to serve tea to the next guest. Chun Pingon only took a sip of tea symbolically and put down the teacup. Luapa Mountain's landscape record had been elevated. It was originally archived by the Dali Ministry of Rites, but now it was recorded by the Central Plains Confucian Temple. Luapa Mountain clearly bypassed the Dali dynasty intentionally or unintentionally. They didn't borrow the power of the Song clan to ask for the recommendation. Luapa Mountain only sent a flying sword message to the capital's Ministry of Rites. It could be considered as informing the Dali imperial court of such a matter. Chun Pingon was actually not unfamiliar with the matter of attending the ceremony. It was because he had only attended it once. As for the people who climbed the mountain, other than the mountain and plains cultivators, the number of times they attended the ceremony shouldn't have been so few. The bigger the sect, the more chances and number of times they had to attend the ceremony. In his early years, Chun Pingon only traveled around the Qinghuan country. He passed by the gold laurel temple of Qingyao Mountain. The Jin Dan Earth Immortal's elder, Zhang Gua, wanted to take in 9 disciples. Compared to the gold laurel temple's disciple recruitment ceremony, the Jisei Peak's ancestral hall's ceremony to become a sect was actually very simple. Both Qingfeng City and Xinjiang Mountain's ceremony were held from morning to night. During the ceremony, it was said that it took 4 hours just to invite the golden letter, jade archive, and ritual utensils from the Confucian temple. During the ceremony, the guests would take their seats. The chanting officer of the ancestral hall would use a drawl similar to the Taoist Qing Ci, Bao Bao Ji, which was extremely slow. Before the chanting officer took out the golden letter and jade archive that was less than 100 words, there would be all kinds of celebratory ceremonies. For example, the sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain jointly worshipped the ancestors of the ancestral hall. They also had to create all kinds of auspicious phenomena, ranging from 6 to 9 kinds. Then it would be spread to all the immortals on Ijo Mountain through the Mountain Water Formation and the activated mirror flower, Water Moon. In addition, just the immortal tea provided to the distinguished guests the fruits on the mountain, as well as the exotic flowers and herbs planted along the way, as well as the cries of the immortal cranes and spiritual birds in the sky. The etiquette department of the ancestral hall would carefully prepare for at least a month. The number of immortal coins consumed for this was calculated in Guyu coins. On the other hand, Luapa Mountain only treated the guests with a bowl of tea. Lu Xianyang had inexplicably dropped a level, but whether it was his life-bound flying sword, body, soul, or meridians, none of them were damaged. He was just a nascent soul, which was equivalent to nothing. It was extremely strange, and that was why Wantung had agreed to let him stay at the blacksmith shop to recover. Every time Lu Xianyang looked at Chunpingan, he would smile. Every time their eyes met, Chunpingan would put on an expression that said he was not afraid of a crooked shadow. Bei Yu Mountain Lord Wei Pai was the first Upper Five Realms Mountain Lord in the history of Aquarius Continent. Now, he was also the first Immortal Realm Great Mountain Lord. Therefore, a few years ago, the Parting Cloud Mountain once again organized a proper night banquet, because after the Great War ended, each side had earned a lot of military merits, and the Li dynasty rewarded them with many rewards. Therefore, the originally shriveled money bags of the various immortal masters and deities of the mountains and rivers were once again filled up. The Northern Mountain Territory did not have to spend all their money to sell the iron pots and pans. Tai Hui Sword Sect's previous sect leader, Han Huizi, died in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Discipline ancestor Huang Tong died in the central battlefield of Aquarius Continent. They all died in a foreign land. As a result, in the entire sect, only sect leader Lu Jinglong was an Upper Five Realms Sword Immortal Jade Unpolished Realm. Disciple by Shou, a Jindan sword cultivator. After forming his Jindan, he was able to establish a peak and become the new mountain lord of Pianran Peak. Whitehead felt strange today. Among the 9 brats in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there was a brat called Bai Xian who kept looking at him, as though he was familiar with him. Jinwu Palace's Lu Jiqing, above Cloud City's Su Xingjiu, both of them sat near Lu Jinglong. The two of them had gone to Pianran Peak to drink with the young sect leader of Tai Hui Sword Sect. Currently, Lu Jinglong's alcohol tolerance was renowned in the 2 continents, and Su Xingjiu and Lu Jiqing had contributed greatly, adding on the female sword Immortal Li Kai, old martial man Wang Fu, and the others who added fuel to the fire. It could be said that sword Immortal Lu either did not drink or drank. His alcohol tolerance was invincible. Therefore, Lu Jinglong's visit was not only to congratulate Luopa Mountain, but also to thank Chunpingan. Dragon Spring Sword Sect's first disciple Donggu, who was Lu Xianyang's senior brother, was a nascent soul realm cultivator, but not a sword cultivator. Junior sister Su Xiaoqiao, a golden core realm sword cultivator. Xieling, a nascent soul realm sword cultivator, was proficient in talisman and formations. He was one of the top 10 youths in Aquarius Continent, and in the past few years, his ranking had been constantly rising. He had already surpassed Wind Thunder Garden's sword cultivator Lu Baqiao. 10 youths. Leading them was true Martial Mountain's Ma Kuxian. Other than Dragon Spring Sword Sect's direct disciple Xieling and nascent soul realm sword cultivator Lu Baqiao. Cloud Forest Jiang Clan, nascent soul realm cultivator Jiang Yun. Lake Viewing Academy, virtuous Zhou Ju, who had been a gentleman thrice, kept on going back and forth between the 2 titles of virtuous man and virtuous man, never getting tired of it. True Realm Sect, Golden Core Realm Sword Cultivator Suiyu. The other 10 youths were all new faces that had risen in the war. For example, Ma Kuxian's senior uncle, military sect cultivator Yushi Wu. Aquarius continent also had 10 substitutes. Among them was a young sword cultivator from upright Sun Mountain, a potential sword immortal named Wu Tijing. When upright Sun Mountain became a sect, the young man was also taken in as the closed-door disciple of upright Sun Mountain's mountain lord. Aquarius continent had 10 youths and 10 substitutes, a total of 20 cultivation geniuses. Luckily, Luo Mountain still had Suiyu, who occupied a spot. Donggu sat beside Wind Snow Temple's great sword immortal Wei Jin. After all, Wind Snow Temple could be considered as the maiden home of Dragon Spring Sword Sect, and Wei Jin was now the undisputed #1 sword cultivator of Aquarius continent. Donggu was naturally very respectful towards Wei Jin, and great sword immortal Wei Jin, who had always been aloof, made an exception for this Dragon Spring Sword Sect's eldest disciple. Although he did not speak much, he had a slight smile on his face. One had to know that Wei Jin was known for not being courteous. Even after returning to Wind Snow Temple, Wei Jin only went to the immortal platform. In the 2 battles, sword-seeking Heaven Monarch Xieshur in the Sword Qi Great Wall and Aquarius continent, sword-seeking Great Demon did not say a word and only handed over his sword. Sun Clan's patriarch, Sun Jiashu, and Lady Gui's only direct descendant Jin Su had already become husband and wife. They were also a pair of Dao companions on the mountain. Crouching Ground Peak's venerable fire dragon's beloved disciple Zhang Shanfeng was in seclusion, so he could not attend the ceremony. According to Xian Peak's Yuan Linghall, junior apprentice brother Zhang Shanfeng had ascended to Sea Viewing Realm. When they parted in Qingwan, Zhang Shanfeng was not even a cultivator of the middle 5 realms. Outside of Yuan Linghall on Luapa Mountain, several senior apprentice brothers, along with their master, were acting as Dao protectors for Zhang Shanfeng. An ascendant realm venerable fiery dragon, the ancestral master of the White Cloud lineage, the Peach Mountain lineage, and the Tai Xia lineage were all guarding a cultivator of the cave-dwelling realm outside the cave. This kind of thing, probably only Line Ground Peak could do it. However, the so-called Dao protectors were actually just a few fellow disciples accompanying their master to chat. They would set the table, prepare the wine, serve a few dishes with wine, and a large basin of fruits. They would admire the moonlight, watch the wind and rain, and quietly wait for their master to be in the mood to write a few limericks. Then each of them would have a sincere look in their eyes as they slapped the table in praise. Yuan Linghall had disliked those 2 flattering senior brothers for many years, especially this time. Originally, he had already prepared a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, feeling that he would definitely be able to turn the tables. He never thought that his master would ask him to come to Luo Mountain to observe the ceremony. In the end, he did not come in handy. Li Shixing brought along his attendant Chui Ci to tour the heavenly horizon grotto heaven of the Liuxia continent. Zhong Kui, together with Gao Cheng, the city lord of Jingguan City in the Skeleton Beach and the Ghost Valley, were escorted by a quasi-sage who had returned from the moon-bearing mountain in the wilderness. They followed the old monk in chicken soup to the Western Buddhist kingdom. The last disciple of the city lord of White Emperor City, Gu Ken, was now in the Fuyao continent. It was said that by chance he had found a small grotto heaven secret realm and was cultivating in seclusion. The leader of the hemp sect, Zhu Quan, had gone to the high sect of the Central Plains. Xiao Yunyan and Madame Shuyan traveled together and arrived at the Aquarius continent. Back then, sword deity Xiao had asked Lu Jinglong and Lu Sui of the Water Classic Mountain to help take away the string of gourd vines from the Spring Banner House. Back then, the 14 small gourds were born. Spring Banner House was extremely lucky. It was much more than the expected 7 blade strengthening gourds. There were as many as 10 blade strengthening gourds. Other than the 7-blade strengthening gourds, Xiao Yunyan still had 3 high-grade blade strengthening gourds in his hands. The congratulatory gift for this ceremony was a pair of blade strengthening gourds. It meant that good things came in pairs. At the same time, it was a great help to the poor Madame Shuyan. Otherwise, Madame Shuyan would have been anxious all the way. Before climbing the mountain, she almost turned around and left. She planned to stay in the small town and not meet the hidden official. Xiao Yunyan gave her a blade strengthening gourd at the last minute. Only then did Madame Shuyan have the courage to climb the mountain to congratulate Luo Pa Mountain. Lin Junbai and Yu Zhuanfu were brought to Luo Pa Mountain by Cui Dongshan. This time, Luo Pa Mountain did not invite the cultivators from the Spring Dew Garden. While everyone was drinking tea, Chen Pingon and Cui Dongshan quickly communicated telepathically. Only then did they know that this student was indeed very busy during this trip to the Central Plains Confucian Temple. Cui Dongshan left the Great Spring Dynasty from the Tongya continent and traveled across continents. First, he went to the Forest of Merits and Virtues and met the teacher's teacher, the old Xiuzai. He got along well with old Master Dong, who was known as the world's most Confucian sect, and Zhou Mi, the head of the Old Yufu Academy in the North Continent. They often played chess. Then, Cui Dongshan received instructions from the old Master Dong to leave behind the seal of the library. Then he received a message from the old Master Dong and a letter from old Master Dong to go to the School of Rites to look for the Grand Chancellor. Mao Xiaodong resigned from his position as deputy headmaster of the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom and entered the Li Ji Academy, one of the 3 great academies. He took up the position of secretary, second only to the Grand Chancellor. According to the rule that the busybodies of the mountains and rivers were the officials of the Confucian Temple, the position of minister of the Confucian Temple was lower than that of chancellor, but slightly higher than that of headmaster of the 72 academies. The headmaster of the Confucian Temple, the minister of the Confucian Temple, the Grand Chancellor of the Confucian Temple, the associate hierarch of the Confucian Temple, and the hierarch of the Confucian Temple. This was the official advancement of the Confucian Temple. Mao Xiaodong took Li Baobing and Li Huai with him. There was also a group of Confucian scholars who traveled south. They traveled to the swirling continent, the Rain Dragon sect, and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Right now, the group of them should be at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Due to the distance, they had missed this ceremony. Cui Dongshan and the Grand Chancellor of the Academy came together and recommended Luo Pa Mountain to be promoted to a sect in the name of Rites Academy, Mao Sai. Cui Dongshan also found an old sage of the Confucian Temple who was of high seniority and had great merit, Fu Sheng. Therefore, he had another recommendation letter in his hand. Finally, he also had the letter of Zhou Mi, who was about to head to the Tongya continent to take up the post of a headmaster of an academy, headmaster, secretary, and associate hierarch. With 3 recommendation letters in hand, he went to the Confucian Temple of Middle-earth and found the deputy hierarch, Teacher Han. In the end, the 3 hierarch and deputy hierarch, as well as the 3 grand chancellors of the academy, gathered at the Confucian Temple for a discussion. 2 of them wanted to reconsider. Their reason was that since the headmaster of Luo Pa Mountain was, according to Cui Dongshan, only a nascent soul sword cultivator and a 9th realm warrior, it was inappropriate to promote the sect. Cui Dongshan was so angry that he almost threw a tantrum. However, the sage of rites appeared and said that there was no need for further discussion. Naturally, there was no need for further discussion. By the time Zhou Mili and the other 3 served tea, everyone had drunk their tea. Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang had already moved a table and a chair between Chen Pingon and Changming's seats. They were preparing to write down the genealogy records. Changming, Miyu, and Wei Wenlong were all cultivators who wrote the genealogy records. Since Chun Pingon hadn't returned to his hometown for too many years, they hadn't really recorded the genealogy records in the Hall of Patriarchs of Jisei Peak. Therefore, they had to make it up today. Chun Pingon stood up and walked to the writing table. He smiled and said, according to the rules of the mountain, the head of law should be in charge of writing down the names in the genealogy records. Our Luo Mountain is a small sect, so we didn't have time to set up the position of head of law. Therefore, I'll do it for you today. After I personally write down Changming's name on the genealogy records, I'll let head of law Changming sit here. Although Pei Qian and the other two direct disciples of Chun Pingon were only second to Headmaster Chun Pingon when they offered incense, the ones who were closest to Chun Pingon's head seat were Changming and Wei Wenlong, the accountant, and then Chao Qingleng and the other two. This was the rule of the mountain. The head of the law, the accountant, and the head of the Hall of Ancestors would all sit at the front of the Hall of Ancestors. Daoist Longevity stood up. She first bowed to the mountain master before bowing to the rest of the crowd. In fact, all the people who were watching the ceremony far away from Luo Mountain were very curious about who this woman in a snow-white robe with a warm smile was. She was able to stand out and become the head of the law of Luo Mountain in one fell swoop. How important was the head of the law of Luo Mountain? The people present, even the female cultivator Jean Su from Old Dragon City, who had found a good master and a good husband like her, also knew very well that she did not need to pay much attention to the matters on the mountain. Chun Pingon was originally a person who liked to be reasonable, and the head of the law of Luo Mountain meant that she was the only person on Luo Mountain who was as reasonable as Headmaster Chun Pingon in name, and even more reasonable at certain junctures. Chun Pingon wrote the words Changming in the law column on the first page of the Luo Mountain's genealogy record. Then Chun Pingon smiled and stood up. Changming walked over and replaced Chun Pingon as the head of the brush. Then it was the head of Luo Mountain Spring Manor, Wei Wenlong. Wei Wenlong stood up and bowed to Chun Pingon, and then to everyone else. Finally, he did not let go and looked at his teacher, Spring Banner House Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan. Xiao Yunyan stood up with a big smile and bowed to his former disciple, Wei Wenlong, as an equal. According to the rules of the mountain, the etiquette in Jisei Peak's ancestral hall and outside today could be done separately. Sword Immortal Xiao did not expect that a direct disciple with average cultivation talent would become Luo Mountain's head of accounts and the hidden official's right-hand man. Lady Xianyan glanced at Xiao Yunyan's flushed face and felt a little upset. Spring Banner House was also one of the 4 great residences of Inverted Hanging Mountain. Perhaps because it was named well, it was now the proudest. She immediately retracted her gaze and sat up straight. It was the young hidden official who was looking at her with a smile. Out of the 4 madams of the Hao Ran world, there were 2 in Luo Mountain's ancestral hall. Lady Xianyan of Plum Blossom Garden and Lady Gui of Osmanthus Island. After head of Law Changming and Spring Manor Wei Wenlong, it was Sword Immortal Miyu, who had just resigned from his position as guest elder of Empty Covering Cloud. Then it was Nascent Soul Sword Cultivator Cui Wei, Zhang Jiazhen of the Head of Accounts, and Talisman Cultivator Jiang, Chu Zhao Shusha, Zhao Wan. Pei Qian's first disciple, Zhou Junshin, who was nicknamed Man Nascent Soul Fox Demon Pei Xiang, who had been cultivating in the Lotus Root Blessed Land all these years. Nascent Soul Water Serpent Hong, Yunzi, who had just formed his Orus Core. There were also 9 Sword Immortal embryos from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After that, there were 3 more ceremonies. The first was Sword Immortal Guizhuqiu. Her name was recorded on the 2nd page of the Ancestral Hall's direct disciple. She became the Mountain Lord Chun Pingon's direct disciple. The second was the young martial artist Zhao Shusha. Similarly, he became Chun Pingon's disciple and officially became the Mountain Lord Chun Pingon's direct disciple. From then on, Among Chen Pinggan's direct disciples, there were Cui Dongshan, Pei Qian, Chao Qingleng, Guo Zhujiu, and Zhao Shuxia. There were a total of 5 people. The third was Zhou Junqin. Becoming Pei Qian's disciple was equivalent to becoming Chen Pinggan's direct disciple at the same time. The ceremony of becoming a disciple required the disciple to kowtow and the master to drink tea. After Chen Pinggan and his disciple Pei Qian accepted their respected disciples, Chen Pinggan drank a cup of tea from Zhao Shu and a cup of tea from Zhou Junqin. After putting down the teacup, Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Everyone, why don't we strike while the iron is hot and settle the matter of our Luapa mountain hiring a guest elder today? If not for the rules of the mountains and rivers, Chen Pinggan would have already asked Cui Dongshan to close the door. Some of them were scholars in the same line of literature. There was no need to add flowers to the brocade, such as Lin Shui, Yu Lu, Xie, and Dong Shuijing. Wei Pai was the mountain lord of the North Peak. Lu Jinglong was the master of a sect. Lu Zhongrun was the master of an island. Sun Qing was the master of Sparrow Manor. And Su Xingjiu was the city lord of Above Clouds City. Due to the lack of etiquette, they could only drop the matter. Some of them were business allies. There was no need to add feet to a snake to prevent confusion. For example, Fan Air of Old Dragon City, Sun Jiashu, and Wei Yusong of the Hemp Sect. Therefore, the final candidates to become a guest elder of Luapa Mountain were Xiao Yunyan, Madame Huanyan, Huanyun, Xie Songhua, Lu Jiqing, and Li Fuyao. There was also Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple and Yuanling Hall of the Black Finger Peak. These 2 actually did not have any thoughts about becoming a guest elder. However, Chen Pinggan convinced them with reason and moved them emotionally, causing them to change their minds. It was not difficult to convince Wei Jin. After all, Great Sword Immortal Wei had received my senior brother's swordsmanship guidance. It would be inexcusable if he did not give him face. As for Yuan Ling Hall of the Black Finger Peak, he agreed on account of his junior brother, Zhang Shanfeng. Furthermore, he was familiar with Chen Pinggan. The last one was Chun Li of the Sword Lake of Floating Duckweed, who had requested to be a guest elder through telepathy. Chun Li had a similar feeling as the White Head. He found it a little strange. Why did the potential sword immortal named Bai Xian seem to have a very unreasonable closeness in his eyes? As for the White Head, he was more tactful than Chun Li. He had a greater sense of danger. He felt that Pei Qian's signature expression and smile made his hair stand on end. The White Head made up his mind to stay away from Bai Xian so that he would not be implicated. It should be known that when Pei Qian traveled to the Central Continent for the 2nd time, and before she went to fight Chao Ci, she passed by the Taihui sword sect in the North Continent. At that time, the White Head had just become a Jindan sword cultivator and could not leave the Pianran Peak. Coincidentally, the White Head met Pei Qian, who was climbing the mountain as a guest. Somehow, the White Head and the Lu Gai talked about him. At that time, the White Head looked at himself and saw that Pei Qian was quite tall. However, it was a pity that she was as thin as a bamboo pole and did not seem to be a heavy puncher. The White Head felt that he had reached the Jindan stage. Although he did not dare to say that he could win against Pei Qian, he should be able to fight her. Therefore, he swaggered and fought with Pei Qian. The result was that Pei Qian was responsible for 1 punch while he was responsible for falling to the ground and foaming at the mouth. A Jindan sword cultivator was twitching on the ground like a martial artist. When he woke up dizzily on the bed, Pei Qian and the Lu Gai had already found an excuse and ran away. The white-haired old man was filled with sorrow. He rolled up the quilt and continued to pretend to sleep. When Chen Pinggan was very satisfied, Li Lu suddenly smiled and said in her mind that she also wanted to be the guest of Luopa Mountain. Of course, Chen Pinggan could not refuse. Although Li Lu's face was pale and she looked like she had yet to recover from a serious illness. She was still an immortal even though her cultivation level had dropped. Cui Dongshan once said that cultivators in the same realm, Li Lu and Jiang Shangzhen, were the most difficult immortals to deal with. Of course, there was also GQ in the past. Compared to the general greatsword immortals such as Su Ruo from the school of Mo and Wei Jin from the Wind Snow Temple, they were even more difficult to deal with. Pei Xiang, the ruler of the Fox Kingdom, was probably as anxious as Madame Xianyan. She was worried that after such a big ceremony today, there would be too many people and eyes. Tomorrow, Qingfeng City would know the whereabouts of her and the entire Fox Kingdom. She was not afraid of Su Han from Qingfeng City. Even if a military cultivator in the pure jade realm came, what could he do? If Luo Pa Mountain wanted to keep the guests, Su Han would not be able to leave. Pei Xiang was just worried about the means of the person behind the scenes of Madame Su, walking under Jiang Huanjiao. It was the first time for Hongxia to officially see the young mountain master. Facing Chen Pingan, who looked very kind to her, Hongxia, Yuaning felt a natural awe deep in her heart. Sitting next to each other, Pei Xiang and Hongxia, two great cultivators in the Yuaning realm, found that each other seemed to be more nervous than them, and their minds gradually calmed down. They had settled the matter of the guest. The ceremony of Luo Pa Mountain came to an end. After that, the ancestral master hall still needed to be closed to discuss matters that involved the secrets of the sect. So, Chun Pingan sent the guests to the main entrance of the ancestral master hall. All the guests were staying in a large immortal mansion located halfway up the Jisei Peak. When the meeting was over, Chun Pingan would definitely have to visit each mansion one by one. Luo Pa Mountain had 3 peaks. The main peak was Spirit Gathering Peak, which was the one with the bamboo house and the ancestral temple. Jisei Peak, which had the ancestral hall, was actually a secondary peak. Because it was a meeting at the ancestral hall, many disciples of Luo Pa Mountain and ordinary guests had to leave and follow the guests down the mountain. Even Zhao Shuxia, who was Chun Pingan's direct disciple, could not stay today because of his lack of qualifications. But for a young man who was only a Realm 4 martial artist, he still left as if he was sleepwalking. Until now, the young martial artist had not returned to his senses because no one on Luo Pa Mountain had told him that he would become Mr. Chen's direct disciple today. Zhao Shuxia turned to Zhao Luan and whispered, "Luan, I'm not dreaming. Am I?" The beautiful young woman, who was wearing the immortal robe of Sparrow Mansion, smiled and said, "Punch yourself and feel pain. It's not a dream." Zhao Shuxia sighed. "If I knew this would happen, I would have told Mr. Chen. It would have been better if you were me. You're so talented and you're already in the Dragon Gate realm. I've only managed to become a Realm 4 martial artist after practicing 2 million punches." Unexpectedly, Zhao Luan's beautiful eyes narrowed into crescents. She seemed happier that he did not become Mr. Chen's direct disciple. Lu Xianyang naturally had to go with eldest senior brother Donggu and bring along Wei Jin, the great sword immortal of Wind Snow Temple. Madame Gui and Madame Chen Yen walked together, whispering to each other. Xiao Yunyan found Lu Jinglong and naturally got to know Lu Jiqing, Su Xingzhou, and the old perfected master Huan Yun. The group was actually from the North Continent, and they chatted happily. Chun Li brought Gao Yuqing, Zhu Xing, and Chao Mu, the 4 sword immortals who had left the Great Wall of Sword Qi earlier, and the other 9 children who had followed the hidden official to Luo Pa Mountain. They were all from the same hometown. The 4 of them, including Lin Shui, walked side by side. Walking in front of them were Li Er, the ultimate realm martial artist Li Lu, and the lower 5 realms Qi refinement warrior, Han Chengjiang. They were now a family. After Lu Xianyang finished talking with Wei Jin, he quickly ran to Lin Shuyi and Dong Shuijing's side. He put one hand on each of their shoulders and called out to Han Qingjiang with a smile. Han Qingjiang's face was stiff and his body was tense. He turned his head and forced a smile at Lu Xianyang, looking straight ahead. Lin Shui, who had been a temple attendant in Chidu, narrowed his eyes. Dong Shuijing's mouth twitched. The scholar Han Qingjiang's forehead immediately broke out in sweat. In fact, the Hualing dynasty was one of the few great dynasties in the North Continent, and the Han family was the retired emperor of the Hualing dynasty. Their status was similar to that of the Yu family of the Central Plains. As the legitimate son of the Han family, Han Qingjiang was actually from a first-class family in the vast world. It was just that he was in a foreign land and was not familiar with the people and the place, so it was inevitable that he felt unsettled. He did not mind eating pickles and drinking inferior wine at all. Every day, he did some chores like carrying water and chopping firewood. However, he was scared away by his only good friend in town, Lu Xianyang. According to Lu Xianyang, Lin Shuyi and Dong Shuijing had been the devils incarnate in their hometown since they were young. They liked to put sacks on people halfway through their journey and drag them to the farmland to beat them up. Han Qingjiang was not afraid of quarrels, but he was afraid of fighting. If he returned to the house with a bruised nose and a swollen face, even if Han Qingjiang did not feel embarrassed, his mother-in-law was the most prideful. His neighbors were also the best. What could he do? Say that he fell down on the road? When Li Lu turned her head slightly and looked back, Lin Shuyi and Dong Shuijing immediately looked away calmly. Sun Qing of the Rainbow Sparrow residence brought along the direct disciple Lu Guibao and the nascent soul female cultivator from the True Realm sect, Li Fuyao, and her direct disciple, Zhou Caijin, walked behind Lu Jinglong's group. The white-haired old man knew what was going on. Behind him, Manorhead's son and Lu Sui of the Water Classic Mountain were both among the top 10 fairies of the North Continent. They were also obsessed with Lu Jinglong. Then, the Spring Banner House's sword deity Xiao and Lu Sui's master were half-Taoist companions. Therefore, at this moment, the two groups of people were so close to each other, but danger lurked everywhere. Fan Er, Sun Jiashu, and Jin Su were discussing matters with the hemp sex god of wealth, Wei Yusong, Shan Jun Wei Pai, the female sword deity Xie Songhua, Xian Peaks Yuan Ling Hall, Yu Jufu, and Lin Junbai. The five of them came from the 4 continents and were chatting happily. The 2 shops that came from the Riding Dragon Alley were Shiro, the little mute man, the blind Taoist Jia Cheng, Zhao Dengao, and Tian Zhou. Then they went down the mountain together with Zhang Jiajin and Jiang Chu, who used to be the assistant shopkeeper and did odd jobs in the Riding Dragon Alley. The old Taoist stroked his beard and smiled, feeling refreshed. He had no choice. Now that he had been promoted, he couldn't stop him. The consecrators of Luopa Mountain were divided into 3 classes. He was just lying down and enjoying the good fortune of being a second-class consecrator. They reached their residence halfway up the mountain. The immortal mansion of Ji Se Peak and the row upon row of buildings at the back of Luopa Mountain were all built by the consecrator, Zhou Fei, who spent more than 10 pieces of grain rain money. Every mansion was personally designed and built by the head steward, Zhu Lian. He was indeed the old chef who had compiled the construction method in the lotus flower-blessed land. Compared to the mansion near the bamboo building on Spirit Gathering Peak, it could be said that the latecomers had caught up. However, everyone knew that whether or not they could be considered the real elders of Luopa Mountain still depended on whether or not there was a worthless, small, dilapidated mansion near the bamboo building. This was the same logic as whether or not one was familiar with Luopa Mountain depended on whether or not one could eat melon seeds. All the guests who were watching the ceremony realized that the group that was originally chatting on the road didn't need to be separated because the collapsed areas were adjacent. Therefore, most of them continued to choose a certain mansion and continued to chat. The cultivators cultivated on the mountain and came from all over the world. There weren't many opportunities for them to gather together like today. And these were all meticulous arrangements made by little Mwanshu, the old chef, and accountant Wei after careful discussion. Just the drafts on the paper alone filled a paper basket with the little steward Chen Mwanshu, because they were going to participate in the meeting of the ancestral hall. Mwanshu had given a few keys to Tian Joer, and little man's sister Joer had always been meticulous. Although a man looked like a little mute, he was actually very smart. And a man, whose real name was Zhou Junshen, only had a good relationship with the steward Shiro at the foot of the mountain. On the mountain, he only spoke a few words with Mwanshu. Even when he was with his master, Pei Qian, a man still liked to be mute. In a large courtyard, the little hidden official, Chun Li, sat diagonally at a stone table and looked at the little hidden official, Bai Xian, who had his hands behind his back. Chun Li asked, Bai Xian, have you reached the sea viewing realm? Bai Xian felt as if he was struck by lightning. Then he cursed in his heart, how the hell are you talking to me like that? So what if you're the little hidden official recognized by the Great Wall of Sword Qi? How many days have you been with Master Chow? Gao Yuqing felt a little indignant for the child and complained, Chun Li, you can't bully people like that. Bai Xian isn't even 10 years old. The young man sat on the steps with a green bamboo cane on his knees and smiled as he watched the show. He was now a Dragon Gate realm sword cultivator. His bottleneck was one realm lower than Chun Li's. The girl, Chaomu, who was also Xie Songhua's direct disciple, had just reached the sea viewing realm. Chun Li gave him a sidelong glance, and Gao Yuqing immediately stopped talking. Chun Li asked again, what were you looking at in the ancestral hall? And on the way down, Bai Xian rolled his eyes and said with a mischievous smile, I admired the little hidden official's elegance. Chun Li said, cultivate well in the future. Bai Xian resisted the urge to roll his eyes and cupped his fists with a smile. It's a small matter. Na Lan Yuji and Yao Xiaoyan were familiar with Gao Yuqing. At this moment, they were squatting on either side of Sister Gao. They were both envious of the small bamboo box that was said to be a gift from Sister Pei Qian. Yu Qingzong and He Xiangding sat beside Zhu Xing and asked about the local customs of the White Snow Continent in their native language. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was very big, but there were too many sword cultivators and sword immortals. It was also very small, but there were only so many people. Moreover, even if they had only met each other in the streets and alleys of their hometown, they would become very close to each other once they arrived at vast heaven. There was only one exception, and that was Sun Chunwang, the little girl who had already chosen a room to nurture her flying sword by herself. Ji Sei Peak's ancestral hall. They began to close the door for the meeting again. The extra chairs had been removed. There were only 2 empty chairs. The gatekeeper was Zheng Dafeng, and the direct disciple of the mountain chieftain Guozhujiu. Everyone else had already taken their seats. The mountain chieftain Chen Pingon with the surname Zong, master of justice longevity, pure jade realm. The accountant of the Quan estate, Wei Wenlong, was in the golden core realm. Chui Dongshan, an immortal, Pei Qian, a peak stage martial artist. Chao Qinglang was a Dragon Gate cultivator. Mountain protector, Zhou Mili, cave-dwelling realm. Chief steward Zhu Lian, a martial artist in the peak realm. On the right of Sui, he was a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the golden elixir realm. Lu Baixiang, a martial artist at the far travel boundary. Wei Xian, a martial artist at the far travel realm. Zhong Qiu was a martial artist in the distant travel state. At the same time, he was also a golden core earth immortal and a chi refiner of the Confucian school. Chun Lingjun was a nascent soul cultivator who had walked the path of blasphemy flood dragon. Chun Nuanshu was a dragon gate cultivator in the lotus flower blessed land. Zhou Fei, a sword cultivator in the immortal realm. Mi Yu, a sword cultivator at the pure jade realm. Chui Wei, a sword cultivator in the nascent soul realm. Pei Xiang, a fox demon in the nascent soul realm. Hongxia, a water dragon in the nascent soul realm. There were a total of 19 people in Jisei Peak's ancestral hall, 5 chi refinement warriors in the upper 5 realms, Chun Pingan longevity, Cui Dongshan, Jiang Shangzhen, Miyu, 6 martial artists in the far travel state and above. Chun Pingan, Pei Qian, Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiang, Wei Xian, Zhong Qiao, 4 nascent soul realm cultivators. Chun Lingjun, Chui Wei, Pei Xiang, Hongxia. This was not counting Zheng Dafeng and Guizhuqiu. Such a sect was no longer a behemoth in the ordinary sense. Like a dragon entrenched in a deep ancient well, it was slowly raising its head. Except for the lack of an ascendant realm to oversee the mountain, Luo Pa Mountain actually had no shortcomings. The most important thing was that the cultivators in Luo Pa Mountain were all very young, but their realms were unimaginably high. Chun Pingan held the teacup with 2 fingers, gently swirled it, and began to close his eyes to rest. He was distracted by countless thoughts, and he did not restrain himself. Pei Xiang and Hongxia, these 2 new faces, did not even dare to breathe. Chui Wei was actually not relaxed. This young mountain master was the hidden official who had guarded the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone for many years. He was also one of the 10 young people in several worlds, and now he was the master of a sect in the vast world. Chun Pingan slowly opened his eyes and said with a smile, "I am very lucky to be able to meet all of you and become a kindred spirit. I am very honored that all of you can appear in this Jisei Peak's ancestral hall." The ancestral hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Only Meili clapped her hands silently. Chun Pingan's eyes were gentle, and when Xiaomi stopped moving, he continued, "In the near future, our Luo Pa Mountain will not be too big of a fanfare. What we say to the outside world is that Great Sword Immortal Me left the cloud-padding mountain and supported our Luo Pa Mountain, so we were promoted to a sect in one fell swoop. As for whether the outside world believes it or not, we don't care. As for why we hide it again and again, I will explain it to everyone in detail later." Miyu's face was dull. Jiang Shangzhen praised, "It's all thanks to me, Jianxian, that we were able to deceive everyone so easily without leaving any traces behind." Cui Dongshan nodded vigorously. Yes, Great Sword Fairy Me is not the chief consecrator. It is unreasonable." Jiang Shangzhen was dumbfounded and shuddered. What the hell? In the previous secret letter, what happened to the chief consecrator? What happened to crying and throwing a tantrum at your husband's place? Chun Pingan said with a smile. So, the first important thing in today's meeting is to discuss who will be the chief consecrator of Luo Pa Mountain. Pei Qian said, "Master, I have no opinion on who will be the chief consecrator. I will only listen to Master and the Lawmaster. Anyway, I suggest that Zhou Fei be the second chief consecrator, so as not to reveal Zhou Fei's identity as the old sect master of Jade Gui sect. The old sect master of Jade Gui sect? Was it the Jiang Shangzhen, who was from the Tongya continent, but had made a name for himself in the North continent? The great sword fairy who could almost defend the Divine Seal Peak with his own strength in the end? Chun Lingjuan's eyelids trembled. He immediately began to carefully calculate whether he had said or done anything offensive when Zhou Fei and his brother came to Luo Pa Mountain in the past. Hongxia and Pei Xiang's faces were pale. Jiang Shangzhen, the previous sect master of Jade Gui sect, the first person to turn the tide in Tong Yi continent. Zhou Mili's mouth was wide open. The little girl quickly turned her head and cast the most sincere look of appreciation at Jiang Shangzhen. This consecrator with the pseudonym Zhou Fei was very generous, but he didn't look old. Jiang Shang was truly worthy of being a person surnamed Zhou. Sigh. Zhu Lian smiled and said, Brother Zhou, being the second chief consecrator is very convincing. If anyone is not convinced, they can fight me. I admit defeat, but I will still insist on my opinion. Except for Brother Zhou, I am not convinced that anyone is the second chief consecrator. Lu Baixiang echoed. Sect Master Jiang is busy after all. Although it is a great waste of talent to be the second chief consecrator of Luopa Mountain, it can't be helped. Jiang Shangzhen was sad and said helplessly, I am not busy at all. Jade Gui's sect, Zhenjing's sect, I am not the sect master anymore. Wei Xian, who had been sleeping with his arms around his chest, finally added, I am a rough person, so I speak directly. He moved it to the seat behind Chang Ming and Wei Wenlong. At the same time, Cui Dongshan, Pei Qian, Chao Qinglang, and everyone else moved their seats with a smile. As the chief consecrator of an ancestral hall, his seat was naturally very close to the front. Jiang Shangzhen sat down on the chair and turned around with a smile. Brother Cui, we are neighbors now. Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and clapped his hands lightly. Cui Dongshan grabbed Jiang Shangzhen's hand and asked softly, Red packets? You don't feel bad if everyone has one, do you? Jiang Shangzhen said, 2 for each person. I have already prepared them. Pei Qian rubbed his forehead. Chun Pingan stood up and said, East Mountain. Open a painting of the mountains and rivers to the west of the town. Cui Dongshan snapped his fingers. A map of the undulating mountain range appeared in the ancestral hall. Clouds and mist rose, spiritual energy flowed, and the veins were clear. Cui Dongshan stood up and walked to the edge of the painting. He stretched out a finger and drew a small circle. He drew a mountain and river and said slowly, Mountain Lord, including the Cloud Mountain where Wei Pai is, there are a total of 62 mountains. The Dragon Spring Sword Sect occupies the Divine Grace Mountain, the Lamp Mountain, and the Humming Peak. In addition, the surrounding Treasure Mountain, Rosy Cloud Peak, and Immortal Grass Mountain are actually vassals of Luopa Mountain. They are only rented to the Dragon Spring Sword Sect for 300 years. After that, the Dragon Spring Sword Sect bought 4 more mountains, which are generally around the Ancestral Mountain. After Wan Teng moved the Ancestral Hall to the old mountain range north of the capital. If nothing unexpected happened with Wan Teng's temper, he will rent these 4 mountains, and there is a certain possibility that he will choose to sell them directly to our Luopa Mountain as a return gift for the 3 mountains that Luopa Mountain rented back then. Cui Dongshan began to point out. Mr. bought the Gray Mist Mountain to the north of Luopa Mountain and split the Oxhorn Mountain in half with Wei Shanjun. The Cinnabar Mountain that the Sioux family of the Clear Breeze City had moved out was temporarily rented to the AOU back of the Pearl Hairpin Island in the Book Lake, the Azure Dawn Peak, the Sword Reverence Terrace located in the westernmost part, and the True Pearl Mountain located in the easternmost part. In addition to the Yellow Lake Mountain that Chun Lingjun had pulled strings to buy during Mr.'s travels under Zhu Lian's operation, our Luopa Mountain had successively purchased the Fragrant Volcano, Distant Screen Peak, and Zhaoshan Mound at a low price. Every time Cui Dongshan pointed out, the mountain roots and water luck would appear one by one. Cui Dongshan said in a deep voice, in addition to the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, the Dragon Spine Mountain has the Dragon Beheading Cliff, the Wind Snow Temple, and the true Martial Mountain will definitely not give up, so we will not think too much about it. As for the group of immortal masters who cultivate on the Clothes Belt Peak, The ancestral hall is actually located in the Dream Liang country, which is a neighbor of the Red Cloud Mountain. The former is a second-rate immortal force in the Aquarius continent and is relatively at the bottom. It's just that their relationship with our Luapa Mountain is good, so we don't have to think too much about it. But the other 10 or so immortal forces don't have any relationship, so we won't bully them. At this point, Cui Dongshan looked at Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, Bye. Sell. Both sides are willing. Isn't there a relationship? Wei Wenlong said, in the Spring Mansion's account book, there is actually a slight surplus. Chun Pingon finally interrupted and asked with a smile, What kind of surplus? Wei Wenlong immediately stood up and reported the account book. The first line of trade with Skeleton Beach's Hemp Sect, Spring Dew Garden, Sparrow Manor, and Cloud City, plus the second trade route with the newly opened Hemp Sect, Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, and Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, plus the third trade route with Red Candle Town, Sanjiang, Dong Shuijing, Old Dragon City's Fan Family, and Sun Jiashu. In addition, there was also the income from the Oxhorn Mountains Ferry, the Bundle House, as well as the high-grade Lotus Root Blessed Land. Therefore, the so-called slight surplus in the account house was not only the Luopa Mountain had paid off a large amount of debt, but also the 3,600 grain rain money in the account book. The key point was that in the Spring Mansion's account house, there were still 600 gold essence copper coins, and the income from the Lotus Root Blessed Land and the 3 trade routes was endless. Chun Pingon thought for a while, then stood up and walked to the edge of the picture scroll, a total of 62 mountains. We will strive to cover at least half of them within 100 years. Simply put, other than Wei Shanjun's Pinning Cloud Mountain, Master Ruan's Dragon Spring Sword Sect, Wind, Snow Temple, and Jun Wu Mountain's Dragon Spine Mountain, and Eat Dai Mountain. Other than that, the rest of the mountains occupied by the immortals can be discussed and discussed. But remember, since it is a discussion, then discuss it properly. Don't force them to buy or sell. After all, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. It would be best if it is continuous. If not, we will look for a few enclaves in the Aquarius continent. Chun Pingon stared at the picture scroll and said slowly, Aquarius Mountain, Rosy Clouds Peak, and Immortal Grass Mountain, let's not talk about them. Luopa Mountain is where the ancestral mountain is. Ao Uzbak has been rented to Island Masterloo. Shinju Mountain is too small. Oxhorn Mountain is the Immortals Ferry. Hongxia has already opened up a water residence at the bottom of Yellow Lake Mountain. Lingjun and Wanshu's Dragon King Basket is also at Yellow Lake Mountain. Lingjun's and Wanshu's Dragon King Basket is also at Yellow Lake Mountain, refined into a mountain and river array. So now, the empty mountains are Gray Mist Mountain, Cinnabar Mountain, Wei Xia Peak, Reverend Sword Platform, Fragrant Volcano, Yuanmu Peak, and Illumination Mound. Within 10 years, there is no need to hold the opening ceremony. 7 mountains, you can choose now. Hongxia stood up and said with a trembling voice, Mountain Master, I have already moved to the Lotus Root Blessed Land and occupied a river there. I should give up Yellow Lake Mountain and give the water residence to Yunzi. Chun Pingon raised his head and smiled at the bottom of the pond. He shook his head and said, There's no need. Your immortal opportunity is at Yellow Lake Mountain. Be it for public or private reasons, you can't give up Yellow Lake Mountain. Hongxia still wanted to say something, but Chun Pingon waved his hand. Just relax, leave the water residence. Hongxia did not dare to say anything and hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Mountain Master. Jiang Shangzhen was deeply moved, and he still said that he did not have the final say. If it was at the ancestral hall of the Divine Seal Peak, how many people would spit at him and smash his chair? Chun Pingon laughed softly. Hongxia, there is no need to be so reserved. You are a part of the ancestral hall's discussion. You have a chair. Here, reason is the most important. If anyone dares to leave the ancestral hall to make things difficult for you, just look for me. I will personally help you judge. Chui Dongshan nodded. Yes, yes. Chun Pingon laughed angrily. I am talking about you. Don't scare Hongxia for no reason in the future. Chui Dongshan glanced at Hongxia from the corner of his eyes, and Hongxia subconsciously looked at the mountain master. Chun Pingon, who had just retracted his gaze from the picture scroll, could only look at Chui Dongshan again. Chui Dongshan had no choice but to raise his two sleeves. Sui Yu, who had been silent all this time, said, I want the reverend sword platform as a place of cultivation. Chun Pingon shook his head. No. Sui Yu frowned and asked, why? Chun Pingon casually found a reason. Other sects have golden cores. Our Lapa mountain needs nascent souls. Chun Pingon had a choice in mind for the reverend sword platform, with Chui Wei as the leader and the 9 potential sword immortals staying there. Sui Yu was not a sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, so he was not suitable. Sui Yu laughed. Chun Pingon knew why Sui Yu was like this. It was not difficult for her to break through the golden core bottleneck. If she really wanted to enter the nascent soul realm, she could have done it at the Ascension platform. But for some reason, Sui Yu deliberately stagnated her realm. Chun Pingon added, Don't be in a hurry to make a decision. Chun Pingon flicked his sleeves and put away the painting. He took a few steps back and stood by the chair. He placed one hand on the back of the chair and said, There are 3 reasons why Luapa Mountain continues to hide. First, I have been a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi for more than 10 years. I have many hidden enemies, and not all of them are demons. Second, I have 2 personal grudges in my early years. The matter of the natal porcelain, the Dali dynasty that was supervised by the Dragon Kiln, and the parents of Ma Kushwan of Apricot Blossom Lane. They have some deep grudges, and there might even be people from the North Continent involved. Second, back then, the Su family of Clearwind City joined forces with Shenyang Mountain. Lu Xianyang and I were almost beaten to death. Third, as the last disciple of the literary sage, my identity will soon be revealed. When the time comes, there will be pros and cons, and the situation will be fierce. When the time comes, there will be a lot of trouble. Just relying on flying swords and fists will not be effective. Here, I will inform all of you in advance. Everyone be prepared. Of course, with me around, it will not be easy for the other party to succeed. But when I need your help, I will not be courteous. Chun Pingon put one hand behind his back and patted the back of the chair with the other. So before that, I have to cut the Gordian knot and deal with the nearby family matters. The Song clan, Shenyang Mountain, and Clearwind City are mainly these 3. Yes, there is also the Spring Dew Garden, which is relatively easier to deal with. So, I will personally make a trip to the North Continent in the near future. Chun Pingon looked at Pei Xiang, and the ruler of the Fox Nation immediately stood up. Chun Pingon smiled. Pei Xiang, you can stay in the Lotus Root Blessed Land and deal with the affairs of the Fox Nation properly. The sky will not fall, since you have become the ancestral master of Luopa Mountain. We are family. I will help you cut off the karma with the Sioux family of Clearwind City and not leave any hidden dangers. But let me say this first. There is no need to deliberately do anything that will harm the interests of the Fox Nation in order to curry favor with this ancestral master. There is no need at all. Our Luopa Mountain is still different from ordinary mountains. We are more reasonable. After so many years of interaction, I believe Ancestral Master Pei Xiang should know. Pei Xiang immediately curtsied. Chun Pingon nodded and then continued. Next, we will discuss the location of the Tong Yi continent for the lower sect of Luopa Mountain. Chun Lingjuan's eyes widened. What? There's a lower sect? Then he would be the first sect master of the lower sect. He coughed a few times and was about to stand up when Chen Pingon said with a smile, "Why, Master Lingjun, do you plan to personally make a trip to the Tongyi continent? Wouldn't it be a waste of talent?" Chen Lingjun immediately put his butt back on the chair and said with a laugh, No, Master must be joking. I have small arms and legs. The burden on Luopa Mountain is very heavy." Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment, but still decided to be straightforward. "I originally planned to let Chao Qinglang be the first sect master of the lower sect, but I'm worried that the matter of choosing the lower sect won't just be complicated in the 3 continents. Once my 2 identities are exposed, there will be many accidents that will target the lower sect." Chui Dongshan said with a smile, "I will be the vice mountain elder of the lower sect. Transition. Pretending to be surprised, Chui Dongshan leaned forward and stretched his neck to look at Miyu. He said, "Great. Now, there is an empty position of ancestral master of the lower sect. Great sword immortal me, don't you think this is a coincidence?" Miyu's body had just been relaxed for a short while, but now it was as if he was facing a great enemy. He looked pitifully at Chin Pingon and said with a bitter face, "Hidden official, I really can't be an official. Even if I don't want to be the ancestral master, I still have to be the ancestral master. I will accept it." Over at Sparrow Manor, there was Lu Guibao and many other ancestral masters with burning eyes. This made me very worried. Chun Pingon said with a smile, "The ancestral master of the lower sect can be decided temporarily. We will discuss it later. Anyway, as long as you become an immortal, everything will be fine." Miyu heaved a sigh of relief. He would drag it out for as long as he could. Chun Pingon turned his head to look at the right side of Sui and said telepathically, "In the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, I saw your teacher." He is now using the name Aizan, and is an old Hao master who is ferrying boats at Yellow Hedgie. He left Lotus Flower Blessed Land a long time ago, and is now a pure Jade Realm Sword cultivator. There is also the story of killing mosquitoes on the river. When you were cultivating in Jade Gui sect, you should have heard of it. The Riding Crane City that we visited before was a place of immortals left behind by your teacher when he ascended and left his hometown. Sui Yuyu's expression was complicated. He nodded slightly and clenched the chair's handle. Chun Pingon waved his sleeve, and a picture of the blessed land, Mount Laojun, appeared. Chun Pingon explained the current situation in Tong Yi Continent to everyone. Taiping Mountain, Yao family of Great Spring, Alliance of Peach Leaves, Mountain Drive Crossing, Heavenly Fault Peak. Zhong Qiu said with emotion, choosing a lower sect in Tongyi Continent is actually more difficult than choosing a lower sect in Aquarius Continent. If we are not careful, we will become enemies with the cultivators of Aquarius Continent and North Continent. Now that the cultivators of the 2 continents are coming south to infiltrate Tongyi Continent, it is easy to have conflicts of interest with them. If they are just seeking wealth and mind their own business, it will be fine. We might even be able to form an alliance. But if Luopa Mountain wants to be reasonable, it will be difficult. Wei Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the picture of mountains and rivers. Difficult? I don't think so. After choosing a lower sect, we will cut the Gordian not according to the mountain master's wishes. For example, in North Continent, we will cut the Jade Forest sect. In Aquarius Continent, we will cut the big surnames other than Old Dragon City's Fan and Sun family. As long as the knife is fast enough, others will feel the pain, even if they don't get cut. Chui Dongshan smiled and nodded, but his gaze, intentionally or otherwise, looked at Chao Qinglang, who was deep in thought. Chao Qinglang was silent for a moment. Instead of stirring up a mess where each side has its own reasons, why don't we listen to Wei Xian and find 2 forces in the 2 continents who are completely unreasonable? Then we can reason with them. When others see the sharpness of the knife, they will indeed be more reasonable. At least when they meet us, they will take the initiative to take a detour. However, it is still not enough for us to act so domineeringly. We also need to form alliances. Alliance of Peach Leaves? We will too. Mr. has already picked out the Cattail Fan Cloud Cottage, Heavenly Fault Peak, and the Yao family of the Great Spring. Actually, in addition to the North Continent and the Aquarius Continent, he has chosen an ally from each of them. It would be best if he could build a good relationship with the Lu family of the White Mountain Continent. For example, Sword Deity Xie is the Lu family's consecrator and also our guest. Can we trouble her to pass on a message for us? But we must not make things difficult for Sword Deity Xie. Otherwise, the gains will not make up for the losses. We will waste Mr.'s precious relationship. Cui Dongshan clapped and smiled. Xiaomi didn't really understand what he was saying, but she just clapped her hands. Sui, you suddenly said, I can be the head consecrator of a lower sect. Wait until I reach the nascent soul realm. Zhong Qiu smiled. I can accompany Chao Qinglang to Tong Yi Continent. She can train for a few years first. She is not in a hurry to become a sect leader. Miyu saw that the situation was set and immediately changed his mind. He smiled and said, I can give Mr. Zhong a hand. Chao Qinglang, Cui Dongshan, Zhong Qiu Miyu, and Sui Yu. Jiang Shangzhen, who was secretly supporting them. It could be considered a foolproof plan. Chun Pingon asked, Lotus Root Blessed Land. Zhong Qiu smiled and asked, Mountain Master? Chun Pingon could not help but laugh. Changming suddenly asked, what about Mount Grey Mist? In Mount Grey Mist, there were actually 3 people who were cultivating in seclusion. There was a remnant of the Zhuiying dynasty who was known as Xiao Paxian, a servant girl, and Qiu Shi, a female cultivator, who was known as Shi Qiu. Chun Pingon was silent for a moment. He nodded and said, let's send the guests away first. I will go to Mount Grey Mist. If they are willing, they can join Luopa Mountain. Changming did not say anything else. Chun Pingon sat on the chair with his hands in his sleeves. He looked at the door in a daze. There were actually many things that could be discussed. For example, the Lotus Root Blessed Land, the 3 trade routes, the handling of the relationship with the Dali dynasty, the handling of the immortal money in the treasury, the support of the Shanshui Palace Bulletin, the ruins of the mountain god temple on the main Peak of Spirit Gathering Peak, and whether it could be built into the core of a mountain-protecting sword formation. When Chun Pingon came back to his senses, he found that everyone except for him had left the Hall of Ancestral Masters. Chun Pingon stood up and turned to walk backward. He stopped and looked up at the 3 hanging portraits. He suddenly remembered that when he was still a peasant, before he used his sword to chop Sui Mountain, he had said unintentionally, let's fight if you want to. It was only after chatting with Alliance that he knew that 10,000 years ago, there was a young sword cultivator who said, let's fight if you want to. Chun Pingon laughed. He turned and walked toward the door of the Hall of Ancestral Masters. As for the winner of the second Dream Questioning Heart game, Chun Pingon had already understood that if he wanted to win against his senior apprentice brother Cui Dong, he had to have the mentality that he could win against Xiao, who in chess. With this mentality, he might not be able to win. But if he did not have this mentality, everything would be over. He left with a sword on his back. He smiled and said, I am the Qingdu Shanshui Lang. When the green-robed swordsman stepped over the threshold, everyone waiting outside looked over at the same time under the sunlight. No matter if it was the teacher, the master, or the hill master, they all felt that the man who walked out of the door was like a god. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.